Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The world holds its breath at 3:07 a.m. I know this because the chrome-plated clock on my nightstand has frozen there, its slender black hands poised in a perpetual, silent gasp. The power must have flickered during the night, a brief seizure in the city's grid. But in the profound hush of this penthouse, 32 stories above the sleeping streets, it feels like an omen. Time itself has paused to consider the thing I have done, the secret I have buried deep beneath the manicured lawns and curated beauty of my life. Michaela sleeps beside me, her breath a soft, regular tide against the Egyptian cotton pillows. Her trust is a blanket, warm and suffocating. I am Eduardo Vance in this bed, in this life. But the man in the frozen clock's reflection is someone else entirely. My name was James once. James, who scraped a living from the grimy underbelly of the art world. A talented forger with a knack for mimicry and a desperate hunger for something more than damp rooms and cheap wine. Then I found Lewis. Not the man, but his legacy. Left to molder in a storage locker in Queens after his suicide. Lewis Harlow was a genius, they said, but a troubled one. His career a brief, brilliant flash before he vanished into obscurity and despair. He left behind dozens of canvases, raw, furious things that spoke of a beauty so sharp it could draw blood. And he left no heirs. It was Gregory who saw the opportunity. "We don't just sell the paintings, James," he'd said, his voice a low, conspiratorial hum in that dusty locker. "We sell the story. The tragic, undiscovered master. The lost oeuvre. We become his champions." And so we did. I became Eduardo Vance, the discerning, slightly reclusive art historian who had discovered Lewis Harlow. With Gregory as my pragmatic, ever-watchful partner, we laundered the paintings through a series of anonymous European buyers, building a market, a myth. The money built this life. The lie built Eduardo. The morning sun, when it finally burns through the haze, finds me already dressed, sipping coffee on the terrace. The city sprawls below. A kingdom of steel and glass I have bought with my deception. Michaela emerges, wrapping her arms around my waist, her cheek warm against my back. "You're up early," she murmurs. "The clock stopped," I say, my voice even, a practiced calm. 3:07. She laughs, a light, musical sound that once felt like absolution. "It's just a clock, Eddie. We'll get the batteries later." She cannot hear the dissonance, the way that frozen moment echoes the stillness in my own chest. The gallery is my sanctuary, a pristine white cube where light falls in perfect geometric blocks. Here, everything is ordered, controlled. Here, the lie is most beautiful. Gregory is waiting for me, his large frame seeming to absorb the light in my office. His face, usually a mask of placid avarice, is tight. "Donald is getting restless," he says without preamble. He speaks in the shorthand of our own complicity. Alistair Donald, our primary collector. A man of immense wealth and a connoisseur's eye, he has built his own reputation on the back of Lewis Harlow. He owns more than a dozen pieces. "He's always restless," I reply, pouring myself a glass of water from the crystal carafe. My hand does not tremble. It's part of his charm. He wants to feel he's on the cutting edge, that he alone understands Harlow's torment. This is different. Gregory leans forward, his voice dropping. He's been asking questions, specific questions, about provenance before the storage locker, about a sketchbook he claims to have heard about from a source in Paris, a source I cannot find. A cold knot tightens in my stomach. The sketchbook is a fiction, a detail I invented for a monograph I wrote to cement Harlow's academic credibility. I described it in lush, poetic terms, a key to the artist's final, desperate period. I never thought anyone would go looking for a ghost. He's just digging for more, I say, the words tasting of ash. He wants the final, definitive piece. It makes him feel important. Or he's digging a grave for us. Gregory counters, his eyes hard. We need to placate him. We need to give him something. The something arrives 2 days later. An invitation to a private viewing at Donald's palatial estate on the North Shore. The party is a glittering affair, a convergence of the city's art elite. The air is thick with the scent of expensive perfume and the low, self-satisfied murmur of money. Michaela, radiant in emerald silk, moves through the crowd with an easy grace, believing completely in the man on her arm. I feel the eyes on me, the whispers. Eduardo Vance, the Harlow expert. Dot. Der. Do. And. The title is a brand seared onto my stolen identity. Donald finds me near the grand fireplace, a mammoth structure of carved stone. He is a small, precise man with fingers like a pianist's and eyes that miss nothing. Eduardo, he says, clasping my shoulder. His grip is firm, possessive. I'm so glad you could come. I have something to show you. A recent acquisition. He leads me away from the crowd, down a long, hushed corridor lined with dark, old master paintings. We enter his private study, a room paneled in rich mahogany. The air is cool, smelling of leather and beeswax. And there on an easel, illuminated by a single, focused spotlight, is a Louis Harlow I have never seen before. It's a small canvas, no larger than a ledger sheet. The style is unmistakably Harlow's. Those frantic, swirling brushstrokes, the palette of bruised twilight purples and arterial red. It depicts a figure, half submerged in a dark body of water, one hand reaching for a sliver of moon reflected on the surface. It is a masterpiece of despair. My heart is a frantic bird against my ribs. This is not one of ours. This is not from the locker. Stunning, isn't it? Donald says, his voice soft, with reverence. I call it the Drowning Man. Found it through a private dealer in Brussels. The provenance is a little murky, but the authenticity is undeniable. You can feel it, can't you? The sheer Harlow-ness of it. I force myself to step closer, to study the brushwork, the cracking of the pigment. It is perfect. It is a Harlow, but it is an impossibility. I know every piece Louis ever painted. I lived with them, studied them, learned to replicate their very soul. This one is new, and that means only one thing. Someone else is forging Louis Harlow. The drive home is a blur of streetlights and shadows. Michaela chatters happily about the party, about Donald's fascinating collection, about how proud she is of me. I answer in monosyllables, my mind racing. Gregory is waiting at my apartment, his face a thundercloud. I dismiss Michaela with a kiss and a lie about gallery business, and lead him into my study. There's another forger, I say, the words feeling alien on my tongue. Gregory goes very still. Explain. I tell him about the painting, the Drowning Man, and I describe it in the clinical terms of our trade, but the image is seared into my mind, that desperate reaching hand. It's good, Gregory. Brilliant, even. But it's not from the locker. Someone is playing our game. He sinks into a leather chair, the weight of this new reality seeming to press him down. This is a catastrophe. If the market is flooded with fakes, they're not fakes to them, I whisper. They're newly discovered Harlows. And if this forger is this good, what's to stop them from producing a dozen more? What's to stop Donald or someone else from starting to compare notes? The inconsistencies will pile up. The whole fiction will collapse. The whole fiction will collapse. Gregory looks at me, his eyes devoid of their usual cunning, replaced by a raw animal fear. Then we have to stop them. We have to find this person. The hunt begins. It is a delicate, terrifying dance. I use my connections, my reputation as the ultimate Harlow authority, to make discreet inquiries. I hear whispers of a reclusive Dutch dealer, of a cache of works surfacing in Eastern Europe. Every lead is a dead end, a shadow that dissolves when touched. The art world, I realize, is a hall of mirrors. And now there is another reflection, another version of the truth, threatening to shatter the glass. The tension is a live wire in my chest. I move through my days with a forced normalcy, discussing menus with Michaela, approving acquisitions for the gallery, all while the ground beneath me turns to quicksand. I find myself staring at the frozen clock, its hands still locked at 3:07. It becomes a totem, a symbol of my suspended life. I am Eduardo. I am James. I am the curator of a great lie. And now I am a hunter in my own haunted forest. The break comes from an unexpected source. A young, overly eager critic named Benji, one of the friends of the art world, corners me at an opening. He is a superficial creature, all sharp elbows and sharper opinions, but he has ears everywhere. I heard a fascinating rumor, Eduardo, he says, his voice a conspiratorial slur. He's had too much champagne. About your man Harlow. They say there's a prodigy out there, a real artist, who's been, how shall I put it, channeling the master, creating new works in his spirit. They say even better than the original. The air in the gallery suddenly feels thin. I force a laugh, a dry, dismissive sound. Nonsense, Benji. Wishful thinking. The art world loves a ghost story. Louis Harlow's output is well documented. There are no lost masterpieces. Are you sure? Benji presses, his eyes glinting with malicious curiosity. This source was very specific. Said this new talent has a particular fondness for Harlow's later. More aquatic themes. Something about a drowning man. The world narrows to a pinprick. He knows. Or he suspects enough to be dangerous. I look at Benji's smug, vapid face and see the end of everything. He is a gossiping magpie, and he will pick our bones clean for a good story. I find Gregory later that night in a dimly lit bar far from our usual haunts. The smell of stale beer and disinfectant is a stark contrast to the rarefied air we usually breathe. I tell him about Benji. He's a loose thread, Gregory says, his voice low and flat. Hell unravel the whole sweater. We can't just silence him, I say. Though the thought has already terrifyingly occurred to me. We don't have to, Gregory replies, a grim calculation returning to his eyes. We redirect him. We give him a bigger, juicier story. We give him the forger. He lays out his plan. We will use our resources, our knowledge of the underground market to find this new Harlow prodigy. And when we find him, we will feed him to Benji. We will let the critic break the story of a brilliant, tragic forger, a young man so obsessed with Harlow, he began to create his own versions. We will expose him, publicly and brutally, thereby discrediting any of his works that might appear, and simultaneously reinforcing the authenticity of our own original Harlows. We will sacrifice a pawn to save the king. It takes us 3 weeks. The trail leads us to a warehouse district across the river, to a vast, echoing space filled with the scent of turpentine and rust. His name is Leo. He's perhaps 25 gaunt, with fever-bright eyes and paint permanently staining his fingernails. His studio is a shrine to Lewis Harlow. Photographs of our forgeries. Our forgeries are pinned to the walls. Books I wrote are dog-eared and litter the floor. And everywhere are his own canvases. They are not mere copies. They are evolutions. He has absorbed Harlow's technique, his soul, and he has made it his own. The drowning man hangs on his wall, and seeing it here, in its birthplace, I feel a stab of something akin to reverence, quickly followed by a cold, murderous rage. He looks at me not with fear, but with a kind of awed recognition. "Mr. Vance," he breathes, "I can't believe your work, your writing. It showed me the way. He thinks I am his prophet. He has no idea I am his executioner. We do not need to threaten him. We offer him a deal, a devil's bargain. We will arrange a solo exhibition for him, a stunning debut. We will tell the world he is a genius, the natural heir to Harlow's tragic legacy. All he has to do is confess, at the height of his fame, that his early works, the ones that first caught Donald's eye, were his own homages, his attempts to find his voice. He will be celebrated for his honesty, his talent. He will be a star. The hunger in his eyes is pathetic. He agrees. The plan works with a terrible, seamless precision. Benji, tipped off by an anonymous source, breaks the story of Leo, the Harlow prodigy. The art world, always hungry for a new narrative, devours it. Leo's exhibition is a sensation. He is feted, interviewed, adored. He is everything I was, everything I pretended to be, and he has achieved it without the lie. The irony is a bitter pill. And then, the night after his triumphant opening, Gregory meets him. I do not ask for the details. I only know that Leo, overwhelmed by his sudden fame and the guilt of his impending confession, tragically takes his own life. A bottle of pills, a half-finished note filled with artistic angst. It is a perfect, terrible echo of the Lewis Harlow story we ourselves created. The circle is closed. The relief is a physical sensation, a slow thawing of the ice in my veins. The threat is neutralized. Donald is pacified, his suspicions about the sketchbook forgotten in the drama of Leo's rise and fall. The integrity of our original Harlows is secure. I have saved my world. I return to my life. I make love to my wife. I walk through my gallery. I am Eduardo Vance. But the thaw does not last. A new coldness sets in, deeper and more permanent. I wake each night at 3/7, my body's own internal clock since to that frozen moment. I see Leo's face, not the feverish artist, but the young, hopeful man who saw me as a mentor. I see the reaching hand in the drowning man. Weeks after the funeral, a package arrives at the gallery, addressed to me in Leo's spidery handwriting. Inside is a small, flat box. My breath catches. With trembling fingers, I open it. It is not a painting. It is a sketchbook. The cover is worn leather. I open it. The pages are filled with drawings, studies, fragments of ideas. They are in Harlow style, but they are Leo's. And then I see it. Tucked into the back on a sheet of yellowed paper is a drawing I recognize. It is a preliminary sketch for one of the very first Lewis Harlow paintings we sold to Donald years ago. A painting I know for a fact came from the storage locker in Queens. A painting that was created by Lewis Harlow himself. But at the bottom of the sketch, in small, neat letters, is a signature and a date. It is not Lewis Harlow's name. It is Leo's, and the date is from 5 years ago. The world stops. The air leaves my lungs. The frozen clock on my nightstand was not an omen of a past crime, but a premonition of this one. Final, devastating truth. Leo was not just a forger of our myth. He was the original. The works in the storage locker, the foundation upon which I built my entire life, were not Lewis Harlow's masterpieces. They were the juvenile, brilliant exercises of a then unknown prodigy named Leo Dordai. We had built our empire on the work of the man we had just destroyed. Lewis Harlow was the ghost. Leo was the genius. And I never knew. I never saw. I sit in the silent, white expanse of my gallery, the sketchbook open on my desk. The winter light is pale and weak through the massive windows. Outside, the city moves, breathes, lives. Mikhail will be home soon. Gregory will call. The machine of my life will continue its smooth, relentless operation. I stare at the drawing, at the confident, youthful line, at the signature that unravels everything. The lie was not what I thought it was. It was deeper, more profound, more tragic. I have killed the creator of the God I worship. I have secured a life that is a monument to a man who never existed, built from the bones of the one who did. I do not move. I do not speak. The only sound is the quiet metronomic ticking of a new clock I have bought. A sound that marks a passage of time I can no longer feel. I simply stare at the paper, at the enigmatic clue to a crime so vast and so intimate. I have no name for it, silently grappling with its meaning. A man drowning in the perfect, beautiful life he has built for himself. The ticking of the new clock is an accusation. Each second is a grain of sand falling, burying me alive in this pristine white tomb. I close the sketchbook. The soft click of the cover is the sound of a vault door sealing shut. This truth cannot leave this room. It is a poison that would kill Michaela, Gregory, the entire carefully constructed world. It is mine alone to carry. I lock the sketchbook in my personal safe, behind a false panel in the wall behind my desk. It is not a treasure to be protected, but a radioactive core that must be contained. The rest of the day is a performance of such flawless, automated precision that I feel like the finest machine ever built. I approve invoices. I smile at a wealthy client. I discuss light levels with an installer. I am Eduardo Vance, and my performance has never been more convincing because the actor has finally completely disappeared into the role. When I return home, Michaela is in the kitchen, humming. The scent of rosemary and roasting chicken fills the apartment. It is a scene of domestic bliss I have painted for myself. She kisses me, and her lips are warm, but I feel nothing. I am insulated by a layer of pure, cold knowledge. Gregory called, she says, chopping vegetables with a cheerful rhythm. He said everything is settled. He sounded relieved. Yes, I say, my voice a calm, flat lake. It's all settled. That night, in the dark, I lie beside my sleeping wife and stare at the ceiling. The new clock ticks in the hallway, a sound that now feels like a countdown. Leo's sketchbook is a ghost in the room with us. I thought I was the architect of a lie, but I was merely its most dedicated custodian. I curated an exhibition of a phantom, never knowing a real artist was alive, watching us sell his soul. My life's work, my reputation, my love, all of it is a reaction to a false premise. I am a character in a story written by a dead man I never met, based on the art of a living one I helped to kill. The next morning, I go to the gallery early. I bypass my office and go directly to the main exhibition space. A new show is being installed, but one wall is reserved for our permanent, prideful display. A single, magnificent Lewis Harlow. It is one of the first from the locker, A storm of dark blue and black, with a single, sharp slash of white like a lightning bolt. I have stood before this painting 1,000 times, feeling the thrill of ownership, of creation, of deceit. Now, I look at it and I see a young man's ambition. I see Leo's hand in the bold, impatient brushwork, a technique not yet refined into the controlled chaos of his later, more brilliant forgeries. I see the student, not the master. The painting shrinks before my eyes, transforming from a profound statement of human anguish into a talented practice piece. The entire edifice of meaning I built around it crumbles into dust. Gregory arrives an hour later. He looks years younger, the weight of Leo's existence lifted from his shoulders. "James," he says, using the old name, a sign of his eased mind. He pours 2 glasses of whiskey, though it is not yet 10. "We did it. We weathered the storm." I take the glass he offers. The crystal is heavy and cold. "We did," I agree. He drinks deeply, savoring the burn. "It's over." I look past him, through the glass wall of my office, at the Harlow painting on the far wall. "Is it?" I ask, my voice quiet. "Or did we just replace one ghost with another?" Gregory frowns, his contentment faltering. "What's that supposed to mean? The problem is solved. The market is secure. Donald is happy. There is no other forger." "No," I say, turning my gaze to him. My eyes feel old. "There is no other forger." He studies me for a long moment, his businesslike eyes searching for a crack in my facade. He sees the exhaustion, but he mistakes its source. "You need a vacation, James. This whole business with Leo rattled you more than you admit. Take Michaela to the islands. Forget about all this for a while." Forget. The word is an absurdity. I can no more forget than the ocean can forget the moon. The truth is not a memory. It is the new foundation of my being, a foundation built on a void. I spend the days that follow in a state of profound dislocation. I am a curator of my own ruin. Every conversation about art, every compliment on my discerning eye, every moment of respect is a fresh humiliation. I am a fraud, yes, but not in the way I once believed. I am a fraud because the expertise I sell, the insight I offer, is based on a fundamental, catastrophic error of attribution. My entire intellectual contribution is worthless. A week later, a courier delivers a small, flat package to the gallery. It is from Donald. My hands are steady as I open it. Inside, nestled in custom-cut foam, is the drowning man, and a note is attached on his elegant stationery. "Eduardo? In light of recent events, this piece has lost its luster for me. The association with that unfortunate boy is distasteful. I know it wasn't homage, but it feels tainted now. I'd like you to have it. Consider it a token of my appreciation for your guidance through this messy affair. It belongs with the world's leading Harlow authority. Yours, Alistair." I lift the small canvas from its packaging. The figure's hand still reaches for the unattainable moon. The water still swirls with a dark, consuming energy. It is Leo's masterpiece, born from his obsession with the myth we created from his own early work. It is a perfect, self-consuming Ouroboros of deceit and tragedy. Donald has discarded it because he believes it to be a derivative fake. He has given the only true masterpiece in this whole sordid affair to the man who orchestrated the death of its creator. I do not hang it on the wall. I place it on a shelf in my office, facing the wall. The sight of it is a physical pain. It is my tombstone and my confession, all in one, and I must keep it. This final damning piece of evidence, because the man I have become, Eduardo Vance, would never discard a gift from Alistair Donald. The lie continues, but now it is a burial shroud, and I am the one being buried alive inside it, with only the ticking of a clock and the face of a drowning man for company. The silence in the office becomes a physical presence, a third occupant alongside me, and the turned-around painting. I conduct business with a hollowed-out efficiency. My smiles are brief, tight. My hand, when I lift my coffee cup, has the faintest tremor. Michaela notices. Of course she notices. "You're not sleeping," she says one evening, her hand on my forehead as if checking for a fever. "Is it the gallery? The fallout from that boy's death?" I look at her, at the genuine concern in her eyes, and I want to scream the truth. I want to shatter the beautiful, brittle life we've built and let the shards cut us both. But the lie is a habit too deeply ingrained, a fortress I no longer have the strength to leave. "It's just a lingering stress," I tell her, my voice a practiced, weary thing. "Gregory and I put everything on the line. It takes a toll." She accepts this. She brings me tea and runs a bath. Her kindness is a torture more exquisite than any accusation. I begin to spend more time at the gallery, long after the staff has left. I sit in the dark, the city's lights casting long, skeletal shadows across the white floors. I do not turn on the lamps. I simply exist in the gloom. The only sounds the hum of the climate control, and the relentless, gentle ticking from the hallway. I am waiting, though I do not know for what. One such night, there is a soft knock at the gallery's main door. My heart clenches into a cold fist. It is past midnight. I rise and walk through the cavernous space, my footsteps echoing. I see a silhouette through the frosted glass. For a wild, terrifying moment, I think it is Leo. I unlock the door. It is Gregory. His face is pale, his eyes wide. He holds a small rolled canvas under his arm. "James," he says, and the use of the name is a warning flare. He steps inside without an invitation, his movements jerky. He looks around the dark gallery as if expecting specters. "What is it?" I ask, my voice low. "What's happened?" He unrolls the canvas on a nearby viewing table, using his hands to smooth it flat. It's a small painting, no larger than a sheet of paper. The style is unmistakably Harlow's early work. My Harlow, Leo's Harlow dot. It depicts a single gnarled tree on a windswept hill. "Where did you get this?" I ask, my throat tight. "A contact in Brussels," Gregory whispers. "It surfaced last week. He sent me a photograph. I had to have it authenticated." I look at the painting, at the familiar youthful brushstrokes. I know what he is going to say before he says it. "I ran the usual checks," Gregory continues, his voice cracking. "The canvas, the pigments, it's period accurate. It's perfect. But James, the provenance, the bill of sale, it's dated 2 years after we emptied that locker in Queens." The air leaves the room. We stand there, two ghosts in a museum of our own making. The tree on the canvas seems to mock us with its silent, enduring presence. "It can't be," I say, but the words are ash. "It is," Gregory insists, his composure finally shattering. "He was still painting them, James, after we started, after we built the myth. He was still creating these practice pieces. He never stopped." The implication crashes over me. A wave of ice. Our forgeries, the ones we created to supplement the original cache, were not forgeries of Lewis Harlow. They were forgeries of Leo. We were in a perverse, unknowing competition with the true artist, our later, more sophisticated fakes competing against his own evolving, genuine work. We had created a feedback loop of fraud, where we were both copying and being copied by the same man. Gregory sinks into a chair, his head in his hands. "We didn't just build our empire on his work," he moans. "We fueled his obsession with our own. We were his reference, his muse. Muse." I look from Gregory's broken form to the painting of the tree, and then to the shelf where the drowning man sits, facing the wall. The scale of the deception is no longer just tragic. It is absurd. It is a joke told by a cruel universe. And we are the punchline. We are not master criminals. We are fools who stumbled into a hall of mirrors and started worshiping our own reflections, never realizing the glass was being made by the man we were chasing. Gregory looks up at me, his eyes desperate. What do we do, James? I look at him, my partner in this grand, terrible fiction. I see the same hollowed-out terror that lives inside me. There's nothing left to do. The machine is broken. The lie has consumed itself. I do not answer him. I simply turn and walk back toward my office, leaving him alone with the new, impossible painting. The ticking of the clock grows louder with every step, a sound that no longer marks time, but simply counts down the remaining moments of a silence that is about to be broken forever. The door to my office clicks shut, muting Gregory's ragged breaths. I stand before the safe, my fingers numb on the cold metal of the dial. I do not open it. There is no need to see the sketchbook again. Its truth is now a part of my marrow, my blood. The new painting, The Tree from Brussels, is simply another page from the same book, a book we never knew we were reading. I hear the main gallery door open and then slam shut. Gregory has fled. He will go to his sleek, modern apartment, pour a drink, and stare at the walls, just as I do. But he does not have a Michaela. He does not have the daily living reminder of what the lie was built to preserve. His torment is pure. A businessman realizing his entire fortune is counterfeit. My torment is a hybrid thing, a beautiful vine I nurtured that has now grown roots through the foundation of my home, strangling everything in its path. I do not go home that night. I sit in my chair until the pale morning light washes the color from the room. When the staff arrives, I send Michaela a text, a simple lie about an early international call. She responds with a heart. The symbol feels like a brand. The day passes in a blur. My body moves, my voice speaks, but I am elsewhere. I'm in that storage locker, pulling out canvases I believed were the work of a troubled genius, never knowing I was handling the juvenilia of a living, breathing boy. I am in my own gallery, praising the brushwork of a phantom to a rapt audience. I am in Gregory's studio, meticulously aging a canvas that would compete with, and ultimately surpass, the authentic work of the very artist we were pretending to be. A client, a sharp-eyed woman from Zurich, pauses before the Harlow on the wall. "It's the rawness," she says to me, her head tilted. "It feels so immediate, so desperate. You can feel the artist's pain." Nah. I look at the painting, and for the first time, I do not see pain. I see a young man experimenting with texture. I see the frustration of a technical challenge, not the cry of a drowning soul. Yes, I hear myself say, the desperation is the key to its power. The words are ash in my mouth. I'm still performing even now, especially now. The show must go on, even if the theater is on fire. 2 days later, Gregory returns. He looks like he hasn't slept. He closes the office door and leans against it. "I've been making calls," he says, his voice low and hoarse. "Discreetly. The tree wasn't the only one. There are others. A handful. In private collections, all with provenance that places them after Harlow's supposed death. We created a demand," I say, my voice flat. "He was simply supplying it." "What do we do?" he asks again, the same desperate question. This time I have an answer. It has been forming in the silence, cold and hard and inevitable. "Nothing," I say. He stares at me, incredulous. "Nothing, James. This is a fissure that could crack everything open." "And what would opening it achieve?" I ask, turning to face him fully. "Would it bring Leo back? Would it make us less foolish? It would destroy Donald, ruin Michaela, and expose us as the architects of a fraud far more pathetic than anyone could have imagined. We wouldn't be brilliant criminals. We'd be clowns. So we just live with this, he whispers, his face a mask of anguish. We have always lived with a lie, Gregory, I reply. This is just a new layer of it. A deeper, truer layer. We continue. We are Eduardo Vance and Gregory Croft. We are the foremost authorities on Lewis Harlow. That is the story. It is the only story we have left. It is again defeated. He will comply. He has too much to lose, just as I do. The machine is too big, too powerful to stop. We are merely its cogs, grinding ourselves to dust to keep it running. That evening I go home. Michaela has made my favorite meal. The table is set with candles. She is wearing the dress I bought her for our anniversary. She is trying to pull me back from the edge she senses I am on. I sit through the meal. I taste nothing. I smile when it seems required. I am a ghost at my own feast. Later, as she sleeps, I stand by the window, looking down at the lights of the city. I think of Leo in his small studio, painting his trees and his storms, watching from a distance as we turned his exercises into a religion. I think of him seeing our forgeries, his own style refined and amplified by Gregory's skilled hand, and feeling a strange, terrible pride mixed with a crushing sense of theft. We stole his past, and then we forced him to compete with his own ghost for his future. The ticking of the clock in the hallway is the only sound. It does not mark the hours. It marks the distance I have fallen from the man I thought I was. I am not a man drowning. A drowning man fights. He reaches for the surface. I am simply suspended in the depths, in the perfect, silent, beautiful blue of the lie. Forever falling, forever still, a permanent exhibit in the museum of my own life. The following Saturday, Michaela convinces me to go for a walk in the park. She links her arm through mine, her touch both an anchor and a chain. The sun is bright, the air crisp. Children shout, and dogs chase balls. It is a scene of such normal, vibrant life that it feels like a play performed in a foreign language. I understand the actions, but the meaning is lost on me. We stop by the pond to watch the ducks. Michaela leans her head on my shoulder. I'm worried about you, Eduardo, she says softly, using the name that is not mine. You feel a million miles away. I look at the ducks, at the way they paddle furiously beneath the surface while appearing serene above it. I'm right here, I say. But I am not. I am in my office, looking at the back of a canvas. I am in a storage locker that no longer exists, holding a sketchbook that burned in a fire I never saw. I am in Leo's apartment, watching him mix paints, a ghost looking in on the life he was forced to lead because of the myth I helped build. A man sits on a bench nearby, sketching in a pad. He is young, with intense eyes and a focused frown. My breath catches. For a dizzying second, I see Leo. I see the same desperate concentration, the same raw need to translate the world onto paper. It is just a stranger, but the resemblance is a spear through my chest. They are everywhere, these young artists, all with their own dreams and their own struggles. We did not just destroy one of them. We built our palace on a graveyard of potential, a graveyard we curated ourselves. Michaela feels me tense. What is it? Nothing, I murmur, steering her away from the bench, from the ghost. Just a chill. That night, I dream of the tree from Brussels. In the dream, its gnarled branches are not blowing in the wind. They are moving, writhing, forming into shapes. They become brushstrokes. Then they become words on a page. Then they become the bars of a cage. I am inside the cage, and the tree is both my jailer and my fellow prisoner. I wake with a start, the taste of soil in my mouth. The need to see it again, to confront this new evidence of our folly, becomes an ache. I drive to the gallery in the pre-dawn darkness. I let myself in and go straight to the secure storage room where Gregory locked the painting away. I hold it under the cold, fluorescent light. The brushwork is so familiar, a brother to the dozens of works we have sold. But now, knowing it was created in the shadow of our own forgeries, it feels different. It feels like a conversation I was too deaf to hear. Leo was talking back to us. He was answering our lies with his own truth, and we were too busy counting money to listen. I do not return the painting to storage. I take it to my office and place it on the shelf next to the drowning man, which I turn to face the room. The two paintings sit side by side. One, his final greatest work, a tragic masterpiece born from our deception. The other, a simple, later piece that proves the deception was always a two-way street. They are bookends to a story no one will ever read. When Gregory finds them there later that morning, he says nothing. He just looks at the two canvases, his face a pale, sickly mask. He understands the statement I am making. This is our legacy. This is the truth we will curate until the day we die. We will not expose it. We will live with it, display it privately. Let it be the silent, screaming center of our lives. He meets my eyes, and for a moment, I see the young, ambitious man I met all those years ago. Then the moment passes, and he is just Gregory Croft again, my partner in ruin. He gives a slow, almost imperceptible nod. The silence between us is no longer empty. It is full. It is crowded with the ghosts of two artists, one we invented, and one we destroyed, and the deafening echo of the lie that binds them and us together for all time. He leaves without a word. The door clicks shut, and I am alone with the two paintings. The silence they generate is not passive. It is an aggressive humming void. I find I cannot work. I cannot think. My gaze is perpetually drawn to that corner of the office, to the drowning man and the steadfast tree. They are no longer just paintings. They are a tribunal. A week passes. Then another. Michaela's attempts to reach me become more strained. Her smiles more brittle. She has started sleeping in the guest room, citing my restlessness. The chasm between us is no longer something I can cross with a hollow apology or a forced smile. It is a geographical feature of our lives. It is a Tuesday afternoon when the letter arrives. Thick, cream-colored paper, addressed in a precise, elegant hand I do not recognize. There's no return address. My heart does not clench with fear this time. It is a dull, accepting thud. This is it. The other shoe. I open it with a steady hand. It is from a lawyer representing the estate of Leo Moretti. The words swim before my eyes. Probate, assets, intellectual property. And then a single devastating line. In accordance with a codicil to his last will and testament, our client bequeaths to you, Eduardo Vance, all remaining personal effects and artworks in his possession, not previously cataloged or sold. I read it 3 times. The world outside my window continues its indifferent pace. Cars move. People walk. Inside, the air has turned to glass. He left it all to me. Not to a family member. Not to a friend. To me. The architect of his phantom. The curator of his ghost. It is not an accusation. It is not a trap. It is the final, perfect stroke of the Ouroboros. He has made me his sole heir, his literary executor, the keeper of the flame I helped to light and then used to burn him alive. He has entrusted his truth to the man who lives the greatest lie. A sound escapes me, something between a laugh and a sob. It echoes in the pristine office. He has won. In the most devastating way possible, he has won. He has ensured that I can never escape him, that I will spend the rest of my days cataloging, authenticating, and preserving the very life I helped to erase. I will become the world's leading authority on Leo Moretti, all while maintaining the fiction of Lewis Harlow. The two identities, the real and the invented, will now forever be tangled in my hands, and I will be the only one who knows the precise, tortuous map of their connection. I look up from the letter. My reflection is faint in the dark glass of the window. I see the distinguished gallery owner, the tailored suit, the composed features. But superimposed over it, I see the drowning man, his hands stretched toward a moon he will never grasp. I see the gnarled tree, rooted in poisoned ground. And I see the young man with the sketch pad, his work now, and forever, mine to keep. The lie is no longer a shroud I am buried in. It is the skin I wear. It is the blood in my veins. I am Eduardo Vance, and I am Lewis Harlow's ghost. And now, I am Leo Moretti's living tomb. I fold the letter and place it in the inside pocket of my jacket. It rests there like a lead weight, a new organ whose sole purpose is to remind me of what I am. I do not tell Michaela. I do not tell Gregory. This final burden is mine alone to carry. The lawyer's office is in a nondescript building downtown. The room is beige and quiet. The lawyer, a man named Evans with a placid, efficient demeanor, slides a single key across the polished wood of his desk. The lease on Mr. Moretti's studio was paid for the year, he says. The landlord has been instructed to grant you access. You may dispose of the contents as you see fit. I take the key. It is cold and ordinary. I drive to the studio that afternoon. It is in a neighborhood of aging brick buildings, a world away from my gallery. The stairwell smells of dust and cooking oil. I fit the key into the lock of apartment 4B. The door swings open with a sigh. The room is not what I expected. It is not a chaotic artist's garret. It is clean, almost sterile. A single north-facing window lets in the afternoon light. There are no half-finished canvases on easels, no frantic sketches pinned to the walls. There is a single small table, a cot in the corner, and a stack of flat uniform storage boxes against the far wall. I move to the boxes first. My hands are steady. I lift the lid from the first one. Inside, nestled in layers of acid-free paper, are paintings. Dozens of them. They are all small, like the tree from Brussels. They are all of the same subject, the view from a single window. I recognize the brick wall of the adjacent building, a sliver of sky, a fire escape. He painted the same scene in every possible light, in every kind of weather. A study in monotony, a life reduced to a single, repeated frame. This was his later work. This was what he did after we had built Lewis Harlow into a legend. He turned his back on the storms and the grand, tragic themes we had assigned to his phantom. He painted the four walls of his own cage. In the second box, I find the sketches. Not the fevered, youthful drawings from the Queen's locker, but calm, precise, technical studies. They are of Harlow paintings. Our Harlow paintings, the ones Gregory and I forged. He had collected the catalogs, the monographs we had published. He had studied our forgeries with the intensity of a scholar, copying the brushwork, analyzing the compositions we had invented for him. He was learning from his own ghost. At the bottom of the second box, there's a simple black-bound notebook. I open it. It is not a sketchbook. It is a ledger. In neat, methodical handwriting, Leo had recorded every known Lewis Harlow painting. The date of sale, the price, the buyer. He had kept a meticulous financial record of his own fictional output. On the last page, he had written a single line. The ink a little darker, the press of the pen a little heavier. They built a better me. I close the ledger. The silence in the room is absolute. I look at the stack of boxes. This is the inheritance. Not a cry of rage, not a confession. It is a balance sheet. It is the evidence of a life consumed, repackaged, and sold back to its owner. It has left me the inventory of my own crime. I do not burn it. I do not leave it behind. I carry the boxes, one by one, down to my car. I fill the trunk in the back seat. I drive this archive of a silenced life through the bustling city, back to my gallery, back to the beautiful hollow temple I built for a god that never was. I store the boxes in the vault, next to the sketchbook in the safe. I place the ledger on my desk. I have no plan. There is no plan to be made. That night, I sit in my office in the dark. The two paintings, the drowning man and the tree, are faint shapes in the gloom. I can feel the presence of the new boxes in the vault below, a gravitational pull of truth. The machine is still running, but I am no longer a cog. I am a scrap metal caught in its gears, the foreign object that will eventually bring the whole shuddering, magnificent apparatus to a halt. I am the heir and the executioner, and I wait, not for an answer, but for the strength to open the first box and begin. The first box is the heaviest, not in weight, but in consequence. I lift the lid, and the scent of linseed oil and dust rises to meet me, the ghost of his final years. I do not look at the paintings of the window. Instead, I reach for the ledger. I open it to the first page, to the very first Harlow we ever sold, a small, dark piece, Gregory titled Emerging Shadow. The price we got for it seems laughable now. Gee, I've opened and seen what they do us. Leo had noted it without comment. My finger traces the columns of numbers, the names of collectors and institutions. This is the map of my life's work. It is also the autopsy report. I feel a perverse need to complete it, to inscribe the final, hidden piece of our history into his stark record. I take my fountain pen, the heavy one I use for signing important documents. On a fresh page, I write the date. Under title, I write Study of a Gnarled Tree in Wind. Under buyer, I write Eduardo Vance. In the column for price, I leave a long, dark dash. It is the first true entry. The only one that acknowledges the transaction was not for money, but for a piece of my soul. Days blur into a new kind of routine. By day, I am Eduardo Vance, gallery owner. I meet with clients. I discuss upcoming exhibitions of other artists. I nod and smile and perform the old pantomime. But my heart is in the vault. Every spare moment finds me descending the stairs, unlocking the heavy door, and opening one of the boxes. I am cataloging as the will instructed. I photograph each painting of the window. I note the date Leo scribbled on the back of each stretcher. I am building the definitive archive of his solitude. Gregory knows. He sees the distraction in my eyes. The trips to the vault. He does not ask. Our partnership has become a silent, efficient business arrangement. We are co-conspirators maintaining the perimeter of a kingdom we know is already fallen. It is a rainy Thursday when I make the decision. I take one of the window paintings, a small, somber piece from a gray afternoon. I carry it up to my office. I remove a bland, expensive landscape by a living artist from its hook on the wall, and I hang Leo's window in its place. It is a small, quiet act of rebellion, a pebble dropped into the still pond of my deception. No one will notice. No one will care. But I will know it is there. Michaela comes to the gallery that Friday. She says she was in the neighborhood, but her eyes are searching. She needs something from me, some sign that the man she married still exists. She walks around the main room, her gaze gliding over the bright, market-friendly art. Then she steps into my office and she stops. Her eyes go to the new painting on the wall. She stares at it for a long time. She does not ask what it is or who painted it. She simply studies the muted bricks, the sliver of dull sky, the profound and utter lack of event. "It's so lonely," she says, her voice soft and full of a strange understanding. And in that moment, I almost tell her. The truth swells in my throat, a great, suffocating wave. I want to tell her about Leo, about the forgeries, about the boxes in the vault, and the ledger on my desk. I want to lay the entire rotten structure at her feet and beg for a demolition that would set us both free. But I look at her face, at the fragile hope that she might finally be seeing a piece of the real me, and I know I cannot. To tell her would be to make her an accomplice. It would be to burden her with this same terrible knowledge. It would shatter the world she knows, and I have already shattered one artist. I cannot shatter her too. So I just nod. Yes, I say. It is. She turns to me, her eyes bright with unshed tears. She sees that I will not explain. She sees the wall is as impenetrable as the one in the painting. She gives a small, defeated smile, touches my arm lightly, and leaves. I am left alone with the painting of the window. It is no longer just a painting. It is a confession she heard, but could not understand. It is the story I can never tell. And I realize this is my punishment, not to be exposed, but to be forever understood only by the ghosts I created, and to be forever inscrutable to the living woman I love. The silence is no longer in the room. It is in me. I am the silence. Story 2. The wind that came down from the mountains carried the scent of dust and distant rain, a cold breath that slipped through the seams of my office window and whispered across the stacks of paper on my desk. It was a dry, papery sound, the sound of secrets rustling against each other. I was a man who lived by those sounds, by the hum of servers and the silent, frantic dance of data across my screens. My name is Clayton, and I was an intelligence analyst, a cartographer of the invisible war. That night, the wind felt different. It carried something new, a metallic tang of something that had gone very, very wrong. It began with a single, anomalous signal, a ghost in the machine from a remote valley in the Sierra Perdita. Operation Silent Dagger was supposed to be a clean, clinical excision. A small elite team inserted to disrupt a key cartel processing facility. The intelligence was pristine, the weather window perfect. I had built the target package myself, cross-referencing satellite imagery, signals intelligence, and human source reports. It was a thing of beauty, a perfect, self-contained bubble of certainty. Then, at 3:47 local time, the bubble popped. The live drone feed, which should have shown a swift surgical strike, dissolved into a storm of static and chaotic thermal blooms. The encrypted comms from the team, led by Sergeant Morales, fractured into bursts of panicked, coded language before falling into a silence more absolute than any I had ever known. It was the silence that got to me, that seeped into the room colder than the mountain wind. It was a hole in the world where 6 men had been. The official narrative congealed with unnerving speed. A catastrophic equipment failure, an unfortunate encounter with a rival cartel faction, a tragic loss. The senior officials, men like Deputy Director Croft, whose faces were as smooth and unreadable as river stones, expressed solemn regret in closed-door briefings. They spoke of the fog of war, even in a war we weren't supposed to be fighting. They presented a sanitized after-action report that was a masterpiece of omission, a document that acknowledged death while erasing its cause. I sat in those meetings, my fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface of the conference table, and felt the lie settle in the air like dust. I could not let it lie. The analyst in me, the rational man who believed in the integrity of data, rebelled. I began to dig, a solitary miner in the deep, dark quarry of classified systems. I used back doors I wasn't supposed to remember, legacy protocols that had been officially retired but never truly closed. I worked during the quiet hours, the hum of the supercomputer my only confidant. The office at night was a cathedral of shadows, the glow of my monitors, the only stained glass. I found the first thread in a mirrored server in Germany, a fragment of a satellite transmission that had been scrubbed from our own records. It was a partial order, a change in the rules of engagement issued 90 minutes before the team went silent. The authorization code was a ghost, a number that didn't exist in any database I could access. But its digital fingerprint was one I recognized from the highest levels of the National Security Council. My digging was a quiet, meticulous act of treason. I would spend hours cross-referencing flight paths of private aircraft with bank transfers in the Cayman Islands, the data flowing across my screen in a river of light. Then I would break and walk to the window, watching the headlights of cars on the distant freeway, each one a tiny, isolated world moving through the night. The calm was an illusion, a breath held before the plunge. I would return to my desk, and the tension would snap back into place, tighter each time. I went to see Colby, the military commander who had overseen the operational planning. We met in a sterile park in Arlington, away from microphones. He was a man carved from oak and regret, his posture still rigid, but his eyes hollowed out. He didn't look at me when he spoke. His voice was low, a gravelly whisper. They were sold out, Clayton. The cartel knew they were coming. It was an ambush, not a firefight. How? I asked, the word barely a breath. He shook his head, a tiny, defeated motion. The order came down from so high up I got a nosebleed. We were told to stand down our quick reaction force. Told it was a diplomatic necessity. A gesture of goodwill. He finally turned to me, and the raw pain in his gaze was like a physical blow. A gesture for 6 men. The pieces were locking into place, forming a picture of such profound cynicism it made the air taste of ash. The cartel leaders, men like El Silencio, weren't just criminals. They were geopolitical assets. Their cooperation had been purchased, the intelligence suggested, with a currency of blood and silence. The operation was a sacrifice, an offering on the altar of back-channel negotiations. The soldiers were pawns, their lives less important than a temporary stability in the drug flow. A political win for an administration that wanted to look tough without the messy reality of a real war. I took my findings, a digital dossier of damnation, and used a cutout, a journalist I trusted from a lifetime ago. The story broke on a Tuesday morning. It was a tremor, then an earthquake. There were congressional hearings, outraged editorials, the performative anger of a political system shocked to find betrayal in its midst. I was summoned to the Oval Office. The room was quieter than I expected. The air thick and still. President Ivan sat behind the resolute desk, a man who had aged a decade in the weeks since the scandal broke. He was the figure of power, torn, but the tear had come too late. He didn't offer me a seat. He simply looked at me, his face a mask of weary authority. You have caused a great deal of trouble, son. The truth has a way of doing that, Mr. President. He sighed, a long, slow exhalation that seemed to deflate him. Do you think I wanted those men to die? Do you think I enjoy these choices? There is a larger picture here. Stability. The greater good. Those men were the greater good, I said, my voice flat, devoid of the emotion that churned inside me. They were the promise we made. We broke it. He leaned forward, his hands flat on the desk. We are dealing with monsters, Clayton. Sometimes you have to feed one monster to keep a larger one at bay. It is an ugly, filthy business. You have exposed the filth, but you haven't slain any monsters. You've just made the room smell worse for everyone. He was giving me his version of the truth, the one that allowed him to sleep at night. It was a truth of compromises, of scales so grand that individual lives were less than dust. I understood then that I had not won. I had merely shifted the pieces on a board I would never fully see. I walked out of the White House and into the bland Washington daylight. The scandal would fade. A few mid-level officials would take early retirement. Colby would be reassigned. The cartels would continue their business, perhaps with new, more pliable partners. The machine would grind on, slightly bloodied, wholly unrepentant. That night, I went home. My wife was reading in the living room, a soft pool of lamplight around her. My daughter was asleep upstairs, her breathing a quiet rhythm beneath the hum of the house. They were my silent presence, the anchor to a world that was not made of lies and digital ghosts. I stood in the doorway and watched my wife, the simple, profound peace of her concentration. I had done this for them, I told myself, to live in a world where the promises were kept. But the cost of knowing felt like a stain on my soul, a permanent smudge on the lens through which I saw this quiet, domestic peace. I could not stay. The agency was a nest of vipers now, everyone watching everyone, the trust utterly shattered. The political world saw me as a loose cannon, a man who could not be controlled. I was a danger to myself and to my family, simply by existing within the system I had exposed. The next morning I packed a single bag. I did not write a letter. Explanations were pointless. They were just more words to be picked over and misinterpreted. I kissed my sleeping daughter on the forehead, the scent of her, of shampoo and innocent sleep, a pain so sharp it was almost beautiful. I looked at my wife one last time, memorizing the line of her neck, the way a strand of hair fell across her cheek. Then I walked out the door. The wind was up again, cooler now, carrying the scent of autumn. It tugged at my coat as I walked away from my house, my career, my life. I did not look back. There was no single answer, no neat resolution. There was only the truth, a cold, hard, and useless thing, and the long, open road ahead. I left it all behind. The case, the questions, the ghosts of 6 soldiers in a forgotten valley. And I just walked, one step and then another, into the waiting silence. The silence did not last. It was broken by the rumble of a bus engine and the hiss of its doors opening. I got on, paid in cash, and took a seat by a window smudged with fingerprints. The city blurred past, a stream of anonymous buildings and unknowing people. I had no destination, only a direction away. The bus was heading south, and for now, that was enough. Hours bled into one another, marked only by the changing light and the stops where people got on and off, living their normal, unburdened lives. I got off in a small town whose name I didn't catch, found a motel that accepted cash, and slept a thick, dreamless sleep. When I woke, the sun was high, and the first order of business was a cheap, prepaid phone. The second was a library with public computers. The instinct to look, to know, was a deep-seated twitch. I logged into a throwaway account and saw the headlines. The story was still there, but it was changing, mutating. New sources were being cited, unnamed officials suggesting the whistleblower, me, had been a disgruntled employee with a history of psychological instability, that my data had been selectively edited, a patchwork of coincidence and conspiracy theory. The narrative was being sanded down, its sharp, damning edges smoothed into something murky and debatable. It was the way of things. The truth was not a rock, but a shoreline, constantly eroded by the tide of official statements and strategic leaks. I felt a dull throb of failure, but no surprise. This was the machine protecting itself. I had thrown a wrench into the gears and they were spitting it back out, bent and useless. I closed the browser. The public library's sterile quiet suddenly feeling like a cage. For 2 weeks I moved. Bus to train to another bus. I stayed in towns that were little more than a gas station and a diner, paying for everything with the dwindling stack of cash I had withdrawn a lifetime ago. I grew a beard. I bought a second-hand jacket from a thrift store, something I would never have worn before. The man in the mirror became a stranger, and that was the point. But the ghosts came with me. They were in the quiet hum of a refrigerator in a rented room, reminiscent of my office servers. They were in the face of a soldier on a television in a bar, his expression stoic and unreadable. They were in the wind that rattled the loose window of my latest temporary shelter. Sergeant Morales and his team were not at rest. I had given them a voice, but it had been drowned out by the white noise of politics. Their deaths were now a footnote, a controversial one at that. One afternoon, sitting in a diner and pushing eggs around a plate, a man slid into the booth opposite me. He was older, with a weathered face and calm eyes. He didn't look like agency. He looked like a farmer or a long-haul trucker. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird in a cage. He didn't speak at first. He just looked at me. A long, assessing look. Then he said, "Clayton." It wasn't a question. I said nothing. My hand tightened around my coffee mug. "We know you're out," he said, his voice low and even. "We know you're clean, or as clean as you can be." He slid a folded piece of paper across the Formica table. "There are people who still believe in the promise. They're just harder to find." I didn't touch the paper. "Who are you?" A friend of Colby's," he said. "He said you were a good cartographer. Said you knew how to map the invisible war." He nodded toward the paper. "That's a new frontier, if you're interested." He stood up as quietly as he had arrived and walked out of the diner. I watched his truck pull away and disappear down the highway. I sat there for a long time, the folded note on the table between me and the empty vinyl seat. It represented everything I had run from, the shadows, the secrets, the danger. But it also represented a purpose, a way to maybe, finally, do more than just expose a lie. It was a chance to actually fight back. I left money for the coffee and the uneaten eggs. I picked up the note. Outside, the wind had picked up, smelling of diesel and distant rain. I unfolded the paper. There was no name, no address. Just a string of numbers. A set of coordinates. I stood on the sidewalk. A man with no past. And a possible future. The paper a tiny burning weight in my hand. The road ahead was no longer just empty. It had direction. The coordinates led to a port city, a place of salt-rusted metal, and the constant groaning complaint of ships. I memorized the numbers and burned the paper, scattering the ashes in a greasy puddle. The next leg of the journey was by freight train, huddled in the shifting darkness of a container, the world reduced to the rhythm of wheels on track. I was no longer Clayton the analyst. I was a ghost, moving through the arteries of a country I no longer recognized. The port was called Karama, a place that didn't feature on any tourist map. It was a city of shadows even in the daytime, where the air was thick with the smell of fish, oil, and things left to rot. I found the address corresponding to the coordinates, a chandlery that sold nautical gear and second-hand electronics. A bell chimed when I pushed the door open. The man behind the counter had fingers stained with tobacco and eyes that had seen too many storms. I didn't speak. I just looked at him. He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod and jerked his head toward a back room. The room was small, lit by a single bare bulb, and smelled of solder and coffee. A woman was there, her back to me, her hands working inside the guts of a radio transceiver. She turned. She was younger than I expected, with sharp, intelligent eyes and a stillness that felt more dangerous than any show of force. "You're late," she said, her voice devoid of accusation, a simple statement of fact. "The trains aren't what they used to be," I replied. She almost smiled. "Nothing is." She gestured to a chair. "I'm Anya. We're the cleanup crew, the people the official story leaves behind." She laid it out for me. The network was informal, underfunded, and existed in the blind spots of every major intelligence agency. It was made up of ex-operatives, disillusioned analysts, and civilians who had been chewed up by the hidden machinery of power. Their mission was not to expose, but to act. To quietly, meticulously, disrupt the very deals and alliances that had cost Sergeant Morales and his team their lives. Our target isn't El Silencio, Anya explained, her fingers tracing a circuit board. He's a symptom. Our target is the pipeline. The money, the logistics, the political cover. We make it unprofitable. We make it too costly for the men in suits to shake hands with the men in masks. She slid a file across the workbench. It was a fraction of the size of the dossier I had built, but its contents were far more potent. Bank routing numbers, shipping manifests, the private schedules of a corporate front company based in Delaware. It was a thread, and if pulled, it would unravel a significant part of the cartel's stateside operation. My old life had been about knowing. This new one was about doing. The analytical part of my mind, the part that had been my greatest asset and my curse, lit up. I saw the patterns, the vulnerabilities. It was a different kind of map, one not of what was, but of what could be. My first task was to create a digital ghost, a fabricated shipping conglomerate that would place a better, more legitimate-looking bid on a key distribution contract. It was a subtle sabotage, a nudge in the economic ecosystem. As I worked, the familiar hum of concentration returned, but it felt different. It was no longer in service of a system I despised. It was a scalpel in the dark. Weeks turned into a new kind of rhythm. I lived in a small room above the chandlery, my world reduced to the four walls. The hum of my laptop and the occasional terse conversations with Anya. We were not friends. We were allies. Two broken pieces of a machine that had tried to discard us, grinding together to a new purpose. One night, a storm lashed the city, the rain hitting the corrugated metal roof like a drum solo. Anya came up holding 2 mugs of coffee. She watched the lightning flash over the choppy water of the harbor. "They're getting nervous," she said. "The bids are being questioned. The corporate lawyers are flying in. You've stirred the hornet's nest." "Good," I said, and I meant it. The inertia of my old life was gone, replaced by a cold, clear sense of action. She looked at me, her face illuminated by another flash. "It's not enough to just disrupt one pipeline, you know. There will always be another. The machine is vast." "I know," I said, "but we're not trying to stop the machine. We're just trying to throw so many wrenches into the gears that it grinds itself to a halt, one broken deal at a time." I thought of my daughter then, not with the sharp, painful longing of before, but with a grim determination. I was building a different world for her, not with promises, but with quiet, relentless action. The wind howled outside, no longer just a carrier of dust and regret, but a force of nature, indifferent and powerful. I was a part of that now, a small, focused pressure in the vast, invisible war. And for the first time since I walked out of my old life, I felt, if not peace, then something like purpose. The corporate lawyers were a predictable breed. We monitored their encrypted communications, a river of anxious legalese and inflated billing hours. Their panic was a sign we were on the right track. Anya's network had assets inside the logistics company, a disgruntled administrator who fed us the internal audits. The fabricated bid from my ghost corporation was being taken seriously, creating delays and sowing distrust between the cartel and their stateside partners. It was a small victory, a pinprick in a leviathan. But a pinprick in the right place could cause an infection. Then the pattern shifted. The communications we were monitoring went silent for 48 hours. It was a dead zone more alarming than any frantic message. Anya grew tense, her movements becoming even more economical, her silence deeper. On the third day, the IT administrator missed his dead drop check-in. "We're blown," Anya said, her voice flat. She was already packing a go-bag, her movements precise and unhurried. They didn't trace it to this room, not yet, but they know someone is targeting them. They'll be hunting. We abandoned the chandlery within the hour, leaving no trace of our work. We split up, a pre-arranged protocol. My new destination was a safe house in another part of the city, a dank basement apartment with a single high window looking out at street-level feet. I spent 2 days there alone, the silence broken only by the scuttling of rodents and the distant sound of traffic. I reviewed everything we had done, every digital footprint. I was certain I had covered our tracks. The leak had to have come from elsewhere in the network. On the third evening, the secure line we used for emergencies chirped once. It was a single coded message from Anya. A meeting point. A fishing pier on the industrial west side late that night. It felt wrong. The protocol was to go dark for a week after a breach. But the alternative was being truly alone, cut adrift again. I had to risk it. The pier was long and skeletal, jutting out into the black, oily water. The air was cold and heavy with the stink of brine and decay. A single figure stood at the very end, silhouetted against the few lights of the harbor. It was Anya's shape, her posture. I walked slowly, my senses screaming. As I got closer, I saw the details were off. The height was wrong. The way the person held their shoulders was different. I stopped 20 feet away. Anya's not coming, is she? The figure turned. It was a man I had never seen before, his face hard and expressionless. She sent her regrets. His voice was clipped, professional. She's been detained. She wanted you to have this, though. He held up a small, familiar data drive. It contained the core of our operation, the evidence we had been compiling on the Delaware Corporation. It was a trap, so obvious I was ashamed I had walked into it. The drive was the bait, and I was the mouse. He wanted me to come and take it from him. I don't want it, I said, taking a step back. You can tell your bosses the trail ends here. The trail never ends, he said, and began to walk toward me. People like you think you're fighting a war. You're just creating paperwork. And we are very, very good at filing things away, permanently. My hand went to the small of my back, to the cold, hard weight of the pistol Anya had insisted I carried. I had never fired it at a person. The man saw the movement and smiled, a thin, cruel line in the darkness. He was still holding the data drive. Or, he said, stopping again, his voice dropping, you can take the drive. We can forget this unfortunate misunderstanding. Anya will be released. You can both continue your hobby, with our blessing and our oversight. Think of it as a merger. The offer hung in the foul air, more poisonous than any direct threat. It was the same choice President Ivan had offered, just wrapped in a different package. Join the machine, become a part of the filth, and be allowed to pretend you were still clean. I looked past him, at the dark, restless water. I thought of my daughter not as a memory, but as a question. What world was I actually building for her? One of quiet, compromised resistance? Or one where someone finally said no? My hand fell away from the gun. I looked at the man, at the offered drive. The symbol of a fight that would no longer be mine. No, I said. The word was quiet, but it seemed to echo off the water. His smile vanished. For a moment, he looked almost confused, as if I had broken a script he had memorized perfectly. I turned and walked away, back down the long pier. I expected a bullet in the back with every step. The silence was a physical pressure, but none came. He needed me compliant or dead. A public shooting, even here, was messy. I had chosen a third path, one he hadn't accounted for. I reached the street and melted into the labyrinth of warehouses and loading docks. I was alone again, truly alone this time. Anya was gone. The network was compromised, but I was free. Not just from my old life, but from the new one I had tried to build. The fight was not in networks or safe houses. It was in the simple, radical act of refusal. The road ahead was darker than ever, but for the first time, I was the one holding the map, and I would decide where it led. The city of Karama became a board game played in the dark. Every shadow was a potential threat, every face a mask. I slept in shifts on the floors of abandoned buildings, the cold concrete, a stark reminder of my new reality. The money was almost gone. The pistol felt heavier each day, a last resort I prayed I would not have to use. I was a ghost, but I was a hungry one, and hunger makes you careless. I needed a new angle, a weapon they wouldn't expect. The data on the drive was lost, but the knowledge in my head was not. I remembered the patterns, the key players in the Delaware Corporation. I couldn't attack their logistics anymore, but I could attack their reputation in a way that no amount of legal maneuvering could easily fix. My target was the CEO, a man named Alistair Finch. His public persona was one of a philanthropic businessman, a patron of the arts. The research I had done before my life burned down, had uncovered a different truth. He had a vice, a carefully hidden one. He was a gambler, not in casinos, but in high stakes, illegal poker games held in the back rooms of exclusive clubs. Using the last of my cash, I accessed a computer at a different library, in a different town, using a different throwaway account. I posed as a wealthy, anonymous investor, making discreet inquiries through a series of encrypted forums about the games. It was a delicate dance, a performance built on implication and insider jargon. After 2 days of careful work, I got a hit. A private message with a time and a place. A game was happening that very night in a loft apartment in a gentrified part of the city. I had no money to buy in. That wasn't the point. The point was to get a photograph, a clear, undeniable image of Alistair Finch engaging in a felony. I had the cheap prepaid phone, its camera my only weapon. The building was sleek and modern, a fortress of glass and steel. I watched from across the street as men in tailored suits arrived. Then I saw him. Finch, his face illuminated by the building's lobby lights as he was buzzed in. My heart thudded. This was it. I waited an hour, letting the game settle in. Then I walked to the service entrance around the back, my pulse a drumbeat in my ears. I had no plan, only a desperate need to get that picture. The door was propped open with a brick, a delivery being made. I slipped inside, finding myself in a sterile concrete corridor. The sound of voices and the clink of glasses drifted down from a stairwell. I crept up, my footsteps silent on the metal steps. The door to the loft was ajar. Through the crack, I could see the opulent room, the green felt of the table, the intense faces of the players. Finch was there, a stack of chips in front of him, a cigar smoldering in an ashtray. I raised the phone, my hands shaking. I focused the lens, my finger hovering over the shutter button. A hand clamped down on my shoulder. I spun around. It was a large man in a black suit, an earpiece coiled from his ear. He didn't speak. He just looked at me, then at the phone in my hand. His grip tightened, and he began to pull me back down the stairs. My mind raced, a frantic search for an escape that didn't exist. The plan, my last, desperate gamble, had failed. I was caught. He dragged me down the service corridor, my shoes scraping against the concrete. I expected to be thrown into a van to disappear. Instead, he shoved me out the same door I had entered, back into the alley. He stood in the doorway, a solid wall of a man, and spoke for the first time. His voice, a low rumble. He didn't threaten me. He gave me a name, Eleanor Van Stuyster, and an address, an old warehouse district on the rotting wharf. Then he stepped back and the door clicked shut, leaving me alone in the damp, buzzing silence. It made no sense. It was a message, but not from Finch. This felt different. Eleanor Vance. The name meant nothing to me. The address was a place of dereliction. It was either a trap far more elaborate than the one on the pier, or a door I hadn't known existed. Exhaustion warred with a frayed, desperate curiosity. I had nothing left to lose. The walk to the wharf was long, the city slowly shedding its neon skin for the grim gray of pre-dawn. The warehouse was exactly as described, a hulking skeleton of rust and peeling paint. A single door, newer than the rest, was unlocked. Inside, the space was vast and dark, smelling of old wood and the sea. A single light burned over a worn wooden desk. A woman sat behind it, her white hair cut severe and short, her posture ramrod straight. She looked up as I entered, her eyes assessing me with a cool, unnerving clarity. "Clayton," she said. It wasn't a question. "Sit down. You've had a difficult night. Who are you?" My voice was hoarse. "Eleanor Vance. The man who let you go works for me. He has for some time." She steepled her fingers. "We've been watching you. Your work with Anya was promising, if clumsy. Your refusal on the pier was commendable, and this stunt tonight was idiotic, but it demonstrated a certain tenacity we find useful." "Useful for what?" "A more direct approach," she said. "Anya's network deals in disruption. We deal in eradication. You tried to take a picture of Alistair Finch. We have ledgers. We have witnesses. We have a federal judge who is waiting for enough unassailable evidence to sign a warrant that will see Mr. Finch and his entire boardroom taken into custody before the markets open." She opened a folder on her desk. It wasn't a thin file like Anya's. It was thick, dense. A history of corruption written in bank statements and shell corporations. It was everything I had ever wanted for Sergeant Morales. "The problem," she continued, "is a single stubborn link. A piece of physical evidence that connects the money in Delaware directly to the cartel's top man. It's in a safe in Finch's private study. We need the combination. And you can't just get it." I asked. "We've tried. He's paranoid. The safe is old, mechanical, no digital footprint. He changes the combination himself weekly. He only writes it down one place." She paused, letting the implication hang in the air. "He keeps it in his wallet." I finally understood. They didn't need a hacker or a forger. They needed a pickpocket. They needed a ghost who could get close enough to a man who was now on high alert because of me. "You want me to walk back into the lion's den," I said. "We want you to finish what you started," she corrected. "This isn't a wrench in the gears, Clayton. This is the master key that shuts the whole machine down. You do this, and you will have done more than just refuse. You will have won." And she slid a photograph across the desk. It was Finch, laughing at a charity gala. Clutched in his hand was a simple, brown leather wallet. The final piece of the map. ... I looked from the photo to Eleanor Vance's unwavering gaze. The road had led here, to this dark warehouse, to this impossible choice. I thought of the promise I had made to myself in the dust of my old life. I nodded. The gala was in 2 days. Eleanor's people worked with a terrifying efficiency. An identity was crafted for me. A low-level European attaché with vague credentials and a perfect boring suit. I was a face in the crowd, meant to be seen and immediately forgotten. The plan was simple, a feat of misdirection. As Finch gave his keynote speech, a minor plumbing disaster would be triggered in the men's restroom adjacent to the main hall, creating a predictable, hurried exit for the guests. In the ensuing chaos, I would bump into him, a clumsy accident, and lift the wallet. The night of the event, I stood in the glittering throng, a glass of champagne feeling like a lead weight in my hand. Finch took the stage, all smiles and polished anecdotes. I watched his every move, the way he patted his breast pocket out of habit. The wallet was there, right on schedule. A uniformed staff member whispered in the ear of the event coordinator. A moment later, an announcement about a temporary closure. A ripple of movement began. I positioned myself in the flow of bodies. Finch was descending the stage steps, heading for the exit, his security detail clearing a path. This was it. I calculated the angle, the timing. I took a step forward, ready to feign a stumble. Then I saw her. Across the room, standing near a potted fern, was Anya. She was alive. She wore an elegant black dress, her hair styled differently, but it was her. Her eyes met mine for a fraction of a second, and in them was no recognition, only a cold, blank warning. Then she turned and disappeared into the crowd. My breath caught. Her presence here could only mean one thing. The trap was not just for Finch. It was for Eleanor Vance's entire operation. I was the bait, and I had just led the hunter to the door. Finch was almost upon me. I had seconds to decide. Complete the mission, get the combination, and potentially deliver a devastating blow, but risk walking Anya and whoever she was with right into the heart of Eleanor's network. Or abort, and lose the one chance to break the chain. I changed my trajectory at the last possible second. Instead of bumping into Finch, I sidestepped, colliding hard with a man behind him, spilling both our drinks. The man cursed. Security focused on the minor disturbance. Finch was ushered past, without a second glance. I had failed. I stood there, soaked in champagne, the weight of my decision crushing me. I had chosen to protect a woman who had likely been turned against me over the mission itself. It was a sentimental, foolish choice. A hand touched my elbow. It was one of Eleanor's men, the one from the alley. His face was grim. We have to go. Now. He'd seen Anya too. We moved quickly through a service corridor, down into a basement kitchen, and out into a loading bay. A nondescript van was waiting, engine running. As the door slid shut, I expected his anger, his recrimination. Instead, he looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something other than professional detachment in his eyes. It looked like respect. You saw the variable, he said quietly. You adapted. That's the job. The mission is compromised, but the asset is intact. We live to fight another day. The van pulled into the early morning traffic. I leaned my head against the cool glass, exhausted. I had not gotten the combination. I had not brought down the Empire. But I had not been a pawn in someone else's game. I had seen the whole board, and I had moved myself. It was a different kind of victory, a quieter one. The war was not over. It had just changed shape again. The safe house was different this time, a small, dusty room above a closed-down print shop. Eleanor Vance was there, her expression unreadable as she listened to the man's report. She dismissed him with a nod, then turned her sharp gaze to me. Anya's defection was a possibility we had considered, she said, her voice calm. Her capture was too clean, too quiet. They broke her, or they made her an offer she found preferable to a cell. It changes nothing about our objective, only the timeline and the tactics. She saw me, I said, the guilt a bitter taste in my mouth. She knows I'm with you now. She knows you were at the gala. She does not know this location. She does not know our full capabilities. Eleanor walked to a small cooler and pulled out 2 bottles of water, handing one to me. It was a small, startling gesture of normalcy. You made a choice in that room. You prioritized the integrity of the network over a single high-value target. That is how an operative thinks, not a vigilante. I unscrewed the cap, the water feeling like a lifeline. So what happens now? Now, she said, sitting on the edge of a worn desk. We use their momentum against them. They believe they have infiltrated us. They will be confident, aggressive. They will make a move on one of our other assets. expecting us to be reeling. We will be waiting. She explained the new plan. It was no longer about stealth or theft. It was about defense, about creating an impregnable fortress around a key piece of evidence, a witness under our protection, and letting them break their teeth on it. My role was not to be a ghost, but a guard, a part of the wall. 2 days later, I was in another basement. This one reinforced and stocked for a siege. The witness was a frightened accountant named Leo, who had kept a second set of books for Finch. He was the human equivalent of the combination I had failed to get. Eleanor's team was a mix of quiet professionals, their efficiency a stark contrast to Anya's passionate, ragged network. We didn't have to wait long. On the second night, the perimeter sensors tripped. They came not like thieves, but like soldiers, a coordinated assault meant to overwhelm and extract. The silence of the night was shattered by the staccato rhythm of suppressed gunfire. I was positioned at the inner door, my pistol heavy and real in my hands. Leo was curled in a corner, his hands over his ears. I watched through a camera feed as Eleanor's team moved with brutal precision, cutting down the attackers in the narrow corridors. It was a brutal, clinical process. This was not the shadow war I knew. This was a butchering. Then a new figure appeared on the monitor, moving with a familiar grace through the chaos. Anya. She wasn't firing. She was directing, pointing, her face a mask of cold focus. She was leading them. She knew the safe house layout. She knew our protocols. She led a small team straight through our defensive line, a scalpel slicing toward the heart. They were one door away from Leo. From me. I looked at the terrified accountant, then at the heavy door. Anya was on the other side. I could hear the electronic hum of the lock being bypassed. This was the choice I had avoided at the gala, now presented in its most violent form. The door hissed open. Anya stood there, a compact machine pistol in her hands. Her eyes found mine, and for a moment, the cold mask slipped. I saw the conflict there, the ghost of the woman I had known. Clayton, step aside, she said, her voice tight. It doesn't have to be you. It always has to be someone, Anya, I said, raising my pistol. The distance between us was 10 feet. It felt like a continent. You taught me that. Her finger tightened on the trigger. I saw the decision in her eyes. It was the same one I had made on the pier. A refusal. But her refusal was of me, of us, of everything we had been. Her weapon came up. The shot that rang out was not from her gun, or from mine. It came from the side, from one of Eleanor's men who had flanked her position. Anya jerked, a red flower blooming on her shoulder. She cried out, her weapon clattering to the floor. Her team was quickly subdued. I stood frozen, my gun still aimed at the space where she had been. She was on her knees, clutching her wound, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She looked up at me, her eyes full of a pain that had nothing to do with the bullet. You should have taken the deal, Clayton, she whispered before they dragged her away. The assault was over. Leo was safe. The evidence was preserved. We had won. I lowered my weapon, my hands trembling. The cost of the victory was etched in the blood on the concrete floor. The road ahead was still dark, but now it was paved with the ghosts of my choices, and the map I held felt stained and heavy. The silence after the gunfire was a physical weight. Eleanor's team worked with a grim, practiced rhythm, securing the prisoners and tending to one minor wound on their own side. No one looked at me as I stood over the small, dark pool of Anya's blood. The echo of her words was louder than any shot. You should have taken the deal. Eleanor appeared in the doorway, her gaze sweeping the scene before settling on me. Is the asset secure? I just nodded, unable to form words. Good. This was a significant victory. They exposed their hand and lost it. She spoke as if reviewing a business transaction. The witness will be moved within the hour. Your part in this is concluded. And her? I asked, the question tearing from a raw place inside me. Anya. Eleanor's expression remained neutral. She will be processed. Her knowledge is outdated, but it still has value. After that, she will face justice for her new allegiances. Processed. It was a cold, final word. I thought of a cell, of a lifetime of confinement, after the fierce freedom she had always embodied. It was a fate worse than the clean shot I had almost taken. I had saved her life, only to deliver her to a different kind of death. I was given a new set of clothes and driven to a different safe house, a clean, anonymous apartment. I was told to wait. For 2 days, I did nothing. I sat by the window watching the city, the chessboard now looking like a graveyard. I had wanted to make a difference, to be more than just a refusal. I had gotten my wish, and the weight of it was crushing me. On the third morning, the man from the alley, whose name I learned was Marcus, came for me. He didn't speak as he drove us through the city, finally stopping at a small private airfield on the outskirts. A sleek jet waited on the tarmac. Eleanor stood at the bottom of the stairs. She held out a single envelope. Your new identity. A considerable sum of money, untraceable. A life far from here where they will never find you. You have earned it, you. I took the envelope. It was light, but it held everything I had thought I wanted. Safety, anonymity, an escape. I looked from the jet to her face. This was the reward. This was the off-ramp from the dark road. What happens to Finch? I asked. The operation continues. The evidence from Leo is a powerful lever. It will take time, but the outcome is now inevitable. You have your victory, Clayton. But it wasn't my victory. It was hers. I had been a tool, a useful instrument in a war directed by others. Anya had chosen a side, even if it was the wrong one. I had simply followed orders, and the one order I had given myself, to save her, had ended with her in a cage. I looked at the jet, the promise of a clean slate. Then I looked at Marcus, whose respect I had earned by seeing the whole board. I thought of Anya, who had seen the same board and made a different, terrible move. I handed the envelope back to Eleanor. Her eyebrow rose almost imperceptibly. This is not an offer that will be repeated. I know, I said, but I'm not done. You process people. You leverage assets. That's your war. But Finch, he's mine. And Anya, she was my partner. Sentiment is a liability, she stated, her voice cold. Maybe, I said, turning my back on the jet. But it's the only thing they haven't taken from me yet. I'm not running. I walked away from the plane toward Marcus's car. He didn't look surprised. He simply opened the passenger door for me. As we drove off the tarmac, I didn't look back. The road ahead was darker and more dangerous than ever. But for the first time, I was choosing the direction. I was no longer a piece on the board. I was a player, and I was just getting started. The car was silent for a long time, the city blurring into a smear of gray and glass. Marcus finally spoke, his eyes on the road. She won't take you back, you know. You're a rogue element now, an unapproved asset. I know, I said, watching the streets I had once called home slide by. They look different now. Every corner a potential ambush. Every face a possible enemy. I'm not going back to her. Then what? Finch, I said. The name was a target. Eleanor has her long game, her levers and her witnesses. It's too slow. He'll see it coming. He'll bury the evidence deeper, or he'll sacrifice a few pawns and walk away cleaner than ever. I'm not going to wait for a warrant. Marcus grunted, a sound that could have meant anything. So you'll what? Go in guns blazing. That's not a strategy. It's a suicide note. No? I said, a plan beginning to form in the wreckage of my old life. It was reckless, Probably stupid, but it was mine. I'm going to talk to him. This time, Marcus did look at me, his brow furrowed. He'll have you killed before you finish your first sentence. Not if I have something he wants more than my death. I leaned my head back against the seat. I have the one thing his money can't buy him anymore. Trust. His organization is compromised. Anya was turned, but how many others? Eleanor had a man inside his security for who knows how long. He's sitting in his penthouse, surrounded by people, and he has no idea who to believe. I'm going to offer him a deal. None. And what could you possibly offer? Myself, I said simply. I walk in, alone and unarmed. I tell him I want out. I tell him I'm terrified of Eleanor Vance, that I saw what she did to Anya. I offer to be his inside man. I give him everything I know about her network, her safe houses, her methods. In exchange, I get a paycheck and his protection. Marcus was silent for a full minute, processing the sheer audacity of it. He'll never believe you. He might. My falling out with Eleanor is real. He'll have his people verify it. And my fear will be real, too. But while I'm feeding him just enough truth to be believable, I'll be looking for one thing. The combination. The old, mechanical safe in his study. He'll get comfortable with me there. He'll get sloppy. It's 1,000 to 1 shot, Marcus said. But there was a new tone in his voice. Not quite approval, but a recognition of the gambit. It's the only shot I have left, I replied. Will you help me? I need a way to get the combination to the right people when I get it. I need a link to that federal judge Eleanor mentioned. Marcus didn't answer immediately. He pulled the car over in a quiet residential neighborhood and cut the engine. He stared straight ahead. I have a sister. Finch's people, they ruined her life. Took her husband's business, drove him to, well, she never recovered. He turned to look at me, his face hard. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for her. One message, that's all you get. After that, you're on your own. One message is all I need, I said. He gave me a burner phone, its number pre-programmed with a single encrypted contact. Don't use it until you have the numbers, and don't get caught with it. I got out of the car. The door closed with a solid thunk, sealing my fate. Marcus drove away without a backward glance. I stood on the curb, a man with no past and a future that likely ended in a shallow grave. I looked up at the sky, a pale, washed-out blue. Somewhere up there in one of the glittering towers was Alistair Finch. I started walking. The game was far from over. I had just changed the rules. The walk to Finch Tower was the longest of my life. Every surveillance camera felt like an accusing eye. Every pedestrian seemed to slow as they passed me, as if sensing the turmoil beneath my calm exterior. I was a ghost walking back into the machine that had tried to grind me into dust. The lobby was a cathedral of polished marble and cold ambition. I went straight to the security desk, my hands visible and empty. My name is Clayton, I said, my voice steady despite the drumming in my chest. I need to see Alistair Finch. Tell him I'm here to discuss a mutual problem. Eleanor Vance. The guard's hand moved subtly toward his panic button. He spoke into his headset, his voice a low murmur. I stood perfectly still, a statue of surrender. Minutes stretched. Then, a team of 3 severe-looking men in impeccably tailored suits arrived. They patted me down with a brutal efficiency that found nothing. They took the burner phone Marcus had given me. I didn't resist. It was part of the script. I was escorted into a private elevator that required a key and a retinal scan. It ascended smoothly, silently, to the penthouse. The doors opened, not into an office, but into a living space of breathtaking, sterile luxury. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a god's-eye view of the city. And there, standing with his back to me, was Alistair Finch. He turned slowly. He looked older than he did on stage, the lines on his face deeper, the affable charm replaced by a weary calculation. "The man who wouldn't fall down," he said, his voice quiet. "I had a report you were there at the gala, that you had a clear path to me, and you sidestepped." "Oh, I'm there." "I saw a bigger problem," I said. "Eleanor Vance died." I nodded. "She burned my partner. She tried to burn me. I want out, and I'm willing to pay for my ticket." He gestured to a low sofa. I sat. He remained standing. "A power play. Why should I believe a word you say? You were her creature. I was a tool she thought was broken. I'm not. I have information. Locations, protocols, names. Not all of them, but enough to hurt her." I leaned forward, letting a genuine tremor into my hands. "She's coming for you, sir. Not with lawyers. With Leo, the accountant. He's her star witness. She's hiding him, preparing him." Finch's eyes narrowed. The mention of Leo's name had hit its mark. He knew the threat was real. "And you know where he is?" "I know where he was. I know the pattern she uses. I can find him again. This was the bait. I give you Leo. You call off your dogs and give me a new life. Far from here." He studied me for a long, agonizing minute. I could see the gears turning. My fear was palpable. My story just plausible enough. My defection was a gift, an opportunity to strike a devastating blow against Eleanor. "Very well," he said finally. "You will be my guest. You will have every comfort, and you will work with my security team to find this accountant." He smiled, a thin, cold gesture. "Welcome to the winning side, Mr. Clayton." I was shown to a lavish suite within the penthouse. It was a gilded cage. I knew every word was recorded, every movement watched. I played my part perfectly, a scared man grateful for sanctuary. I spent hours with his head of security, a grim man named Haas, drawing maps and listing protocols. I gave them just enough truth to be valuable. A safe house that had already been evacuated. A communication method that was already obsolete. Days bled into one another. I was the model defector. I ate the food they gave me. I slept under their watchful eyes. And I waited. I watched Finch. I learned his routines. He was a creature of habit. Every evening, he retired to his private study for an hour before dinner. The one room in the penthouse I was never allowed to enter. Then, on the fifth night, my patience was rewarded. Haas was called away for an emergency, a situation downtown that I suspected was orchestrated by Marcus. The penthouse security was still tight, but the lead enforcer was gone. Finch, agitated by the news, retreated to his study earlier than usual. He was distracted. This was my chance. I slipped away from the common area, moving not toward the study, but toward the kitchen. I had noticed a small quirk in the penthouse's design. The air conditioning vent in the kitchen shared a wall with the study. It was a risk, a desperate move, but it was all I had. I pried the vent cover off as quietly as I could, the sound masked by the hum of the refrigerator. The duct was tight, dusty. I squeezed inside, crawling forward until I could see a sliver of light from the study's vent. I could hear Finch's voice. He was on the phone, his tone sharp with anger. "No, it has to be tonight. The transfer is confirmed. The account in Zurich, the usual sequence." My heart stopped. This was it. He was moving money. He would need the combination. I heard the distinct, heavy clunk of a safe door opening. I held my breath, pressing my eye to the narrow slit. I couldn't see the safe, but I could see his reflection, distorted in the glass of a framed picture on the far wall. His hands were working the dial. He was murmuring the numbers to himself, an old habit for confirmation. 24, right to 12, left to 48. I committed them to memory, a mantra of his downfall. 24, 12 to turn no, 48. I heard the safe door close, and the spin of the dial. The conversation ended. I had to move. Now, I began to back out of the vent, my movements slow and deliberate. I was almost clear when my elbow knocked against a loose piece of metal in the duct. The sound was deafening in the silence. I froze. From the study, all went quiet. Then I heard Finch's voice, cold and clear. "Haas, is that you?" I scrambled out of the vent, dust coating my clothes. There was no time to replace the cover. I darted into the hallway just as the study door began to open. I had the numbers, but I was out of time. The game was up, and the final move was upon me. Story 3. The first sound was the ticking. It was not the steady, reassuring pulse of a healthy heart, but a thin, rhythmic click-clack, like a dying insect tapping its shell against a window pane. It came from the shadows of the room, a space so dark it felt less like an absence of light and more like a physical substance, thick and velvety. Cody lay in the bed, his body a rigid outline under the thin sheet, and he listened. The sound was a flaw in the silence, a tiny crack through which the whole terrible weight of the night could seep in. He had been listening to it for what felt like hours, his own breath held in check, his senses stretched taut. In this state, between sleeping and waking, the sound transformed. It became the click of a safety catch being disengaged, the tap of a cane on wet pavement, the final, fateful turn of a key in a lock. It was the only clue, and the crime was the life he had to return to when the sun rose. The room, when the gray dawn finally bled through the slats of the blinds, was a study in beige and regret. The walls were not smooth, but textured with a kind of stucco that looked like dried oatmeal. A hairline crack ran from the ceiling corner down to the heavy, scarred wooden frame of the window. The floorboards were dark, wide planks, their varnish worn away in paths between the bed and the door and the bathroom. The air smelled of cheap disinfectant and the ghost of 1,000 lonely cigarettes. Cody swung his legs over the side of the bed, the cold of the floorboards seeping instantly into his bare feet. He was a man of 42, but he moved with the cautious deliberation of someone much older. His face, in the streaked mirror above the bureau, was a map of tired lines and unresolved tensions. The mission in Marseille had ended not with a bang, but with a whisper, a compromise that had left a civilian dead and a part of Cody's soul cauterized. He had been on leave, or as his superior, Austin called it, administrative sabbatical, for 3 months. The ticking was still there, underneath the morning sounds of the city. It was the old alarm clock on the nightstand, a piece of junk with a cracked plastic face. He picked it up. The weight was all wrong. He pried open the cheap plastic back. Nestled inside, amidst the dead batteries and dusty gears, was a microtransmitter, still active, still listening. The call came 10 minutes later. Austin's office was a sanctuary of muted power. The walls were lined with books that were never read. The desk was a vast expanse of polished oak, and the only personal item was a single framed photograph of a sailboat on choppy water. Austin himself was a man who had been carved from something very hard and very cold. He didn't offer Cody a seat. "We have a problem that requires a solution," Austin said, his voice as dry as the paper in the file he slid across the desk. "A solution that understands the nature of problems. Your nature." Cody didn't touch the file. "I'm not in the field. You are now. This isn't a debate, Cody. It's a reinstatement. Consider it therapeutic." Austin's smile was a thin, bloodless line. "The problem is Esteban. You've heard the name." Everyone had heard the name. Esteban was not a man. He was a legend, a phantom woven from rumor and body counts. He was the artist of the single, perfect shot, the architect of accidents that were too flawless to be anything but murder. He was a ghost who left only elegantly staged corpses in his wake. He was said to be elegant, ruthless, and utterly without remorse. A poet of termination. My sources indicate he is in Cartagena, Austin continued. He is there for a meeting brokering his services. Your mission is to find him. And then you are to erase him. This is a burn notice. Highest priority. Cody finally picked up the file. It was thin. A few grainy photographs taken from a great distance showed a tall man with silvering hair, impeccably dressed, his face always partially obscured. There were lists of suspected hits, a trail of blood that stretched from Monte Carlo to Macau. And then, a recent addition. A name, Jessica Arden, an American expatriate, an art dealer. The file suggested she was a new acquaintance, a potential point of leverage, an unwilling thread in Esteban's tapestry. The woman? Cody asked. Collateral, avoidable preferably. But the mission is Esteban. He is a cancer. We cut him out. Austin leaned forward, his knuckles resting on the desk. This is your way back. Do this cleanly, and Marseille is forgotten. Fail, and you are never here. The flight to Colombia was a long, numb passage through time zones. Cody sat by the window, watching the endless blue of the Atlantic give way to the emerald green of the coastline. He felt the familiar weight of the pistol, a custom 9mm in the shoulder holster under his jacket. It was a cold comfort. Cartagena hit him like a physical blow. The air was a wet, heavy blanket, thick with the smells of salt, diesel, and frying plantains. The old city was a labyrinth of cobblestone streets, its colonial walls painted in faded shades of ochre and terracotta. Bougainvillea spilled from wrought iron balconies, a violent splash of magenta against the sun-bleached stone. The sounds were a chaotic symphony of salsa music, shouting vendors and the distant, mournful cry of ship horns. He checked into a small hotel on a quiet side street, a place with a courtyard filled with ferns and a small, murky fountain. His room had a balcony overlooking a narrow alley. He stood there for a long time, watching the shifting patterns of light and shadow, listening. The city's noise was a constant living thing, but underneath it, he could still hear the ticking. His local contact was a man named Raphael, who ran a small fishing boat charter. They met in a dim cafe that smelled of strong coffee and stale beer. Raphael was a small, wiry man with eyes that missed nothing, and a smile that meant less. He is here, Raphael said, stirring his coffee slowly. The ghost. He moves like he owns the shadows. He has 2 men with him, twins, big, quiet. They are never far. And the woman? Jessica Arden? Raphael shrugged, a gesture that conveyed a world of Latin American fatalism dada. She has a gallery near the Plaza de Santo Domingo. She is beautiful. This is often a curse. He slid a small folded piece of paper across the table. An address. A house in the Getsemani district. He uses it. Be careful, my friend. This man, he is not like the others. He sees the strings that move the world. For 2 days, Cody did nothing but watch. He became a part of the city's scenery, a tourist with a camera and a slow, aimless walk. He found Jessica Arden's gallery. It was a clean, white space filled with bold, colorful canvases. He saw her through the window, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a severe bun, her posture erect and graceful. She moved among the paintings like a curator in a museum of her own life. She was beautiful, but it was a guarded beauty, the kind that had learned to be a fortress. On the 3rd day, he saw Esteban. It was evening. The man emerged from a private club, the twins flanking him like well-tailored bookends. Esteban was taller than Cody had expected, and he carried himself with an unnerving stillness. He wore a white linen suit that looked impossibly crisp in the humid air. His hair was indeed silver, swept back from a high forehead. He paused to light a cigarette, the flame of the match illuminating a face that was both aristocratic and utterly cold. He did not look like a killer. He looked like a retired diplomat, or a poet who had seen too much of the world. He got into a black sedan and it pulled away, silent as a shark. Cody felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. This was not a target. This was a predator of the same order, a mirror held up to his own fractured soul. That night, Cody broke into the house in Gethsemane. The silence inside was profound, a bubble of quiet in the noisy city. He moved with a predator's grace, his senses hyper-alert. The house was sparsely furnished, but what there was of exquisite quality. A single, original painting hung on the wall. A bleak, abstract thing. The books on the shelf were philosophy and poetry in several languages. In the bedroom, he found a closet with a few suits, all handmade, all dark. On the nightstand was a book of Rilke's poetry, a passage marked with a slip of paper. It read, "For beauty is nothing but the beginning of terror which we are barely able to endure." Cody stood in the center of the room, the moonlight painting silver bars on the tile floor. He could smell the faint, clean scent of sandalwood and something else, something metallic and sharp beneath it. This was not the lair of a thug. This was the refuge of a man with a deep, considered pathology. The scene itself was a statement. The mystery was not where Esteban was, but what he was. The confrontation, when it came, was not in a dark alley or a crowded street. It was in Jessica Arden's gallery, late at night. Cody had followed a hunch, a whisper from Raphael that the meeting was happening. He slipped in through a back window, the one he had deliberately left unlatched during his daytime reconnaissance. The main room was lit by a single, low-wattage lamp that cast long, dancing shadows. The bold paintings on the walls became monstrous shapes in the half-light. He could hear voices, low and calm. He moved through the storage room, past canvases leaning against walls like sleeping giants. He peered through the crack in the door. Esteban stood in the center of the room, his hands in his pockets. Jessica was facing him, her arms crossed. She did not look afraid. She looked resolute. "It is not a question of desire, Jessica." Esteban's voice was smooth, cultured, with only the faintest trace of an accent. "It is a question of geometry, the angles of a life. You are now part of an unfortunate angle." "I don't know anything," she said, her voice steady. "Knowing is irrelevant. Being is the trap." He took a step closer. "They have sent a man for me. A man who is broken. This makes him predictable, and yet, in his desperation, unpredictable. A dangerous combination. You are a variable he will try to calculate." Cody stepped into the room. The pistol was a solid, familiar weight in his hand. "Step away from her, Esteban." Esteban turned slowly, as if he had been expecting him. He did not look surprised. He looked intrigued. The twins materialized from the shadows at the edges of the room, their hands moving inside their jackets. "Ah," Esteban said. "The solution to the problem. Cody, is it? I've read your file. Marseille was messy." "Don't," Cody said, the single word sharp as a blade. Esteban smiled. "A small private thing. We are not so different. We are both instruments of a will that is not our own. We tidy up the world's loose ends. The only difference is the flag we pretend to serve. This ends tonight," Cody said, his aim unwavering on Esteban's heart. "Does it?" Esteban's gaze was hypnotic, a calm, dark pool. "You could pull that trigger. My associates would then kill you. And then, perhaps, the woman. A simple, brutal equation. Or you could consider the larger board." He took a cigarette case from his pocket, opened it slowly, selected a cigarette. The ritual was unnervingly calm. "Austin did not tell you everything, did he? About Marseille? About who the civilian really was? Who she worked for?" None. Cody's finger tightened on the trigger. A tremor started in his hand. The ticking was back, loud in his ears, a frantic countdown. Her name was Alara, Esteban said, tapping the cigarette on the case, but not lighting it. She was one of mine. Austin knew. He sent you in blind. A lamb to the slaughter to provoke a response. To give him a reason to send you after me. He wants a war, Cody. He wants the credit for killing the legendary Esteban. You are just the bullet in the chamber. The room seemed to tilt. The colors of the painting swam in Cody's vision. He saw Austin's cold smile, the sailboat on the choppy water. He saw the crack in the stucco of his beige room. He heard the ticking. It was all a clockwork, and he was just a cog. Jessica spoke, her voice cutting through the static in his head. He's lying. He's trying to get inside your head. Is he? Cody whispered, his eyes locked with Esteban's. In that moment of fractured concentration, everything happened at once. One of the twins moved. Cody's training took over. He pivoted, the pistol barking twice. The man crumpled. The second twin fired. The bullet tore through Cody's shoulder. A hot, searing pain. He returned fire, hitting the man in the throat. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. When the echoes faded, only the three of them were left standing. Esteban had not moved. He hadn't even flinched. He stood amidst the carnage, his white suit unstained. Jessica was pressed against a wall, her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Cody swung the pistol back to Esteban, his arms shaking from the pain and adrenaline. It's over. Go. Esteban looked at the two dead men, his accomplices, with no more emotion than a man looking at a broken chair. It is never over. It only changes shape. He took a step toward the door. You have a choice now, Cody. You can be the good soldier, finish your mission, and return to the man who sacrificed you. Or you can ask the question, who is the greater monster? The one who orders the kill for a pension and a promotion. He walked to the door, his footsteps silent on the polished concrete floor. He paused, his hand on the knob. The woman knows nothing. Let her be. She is just a piece of art in the wrong gallery. And then, he was gone. The door clicked shut behind him, a soft, final sound. Cody stood, his gun arm falling to his side. The pain in his shoulder was a dull, throbbing ache. The coppery smell of blood filled the air, mixing with the faint, clean scent of Esteban's sandalwood. Jessica was staring at him, her body trembling. He looked at her, at the two dead twins, at the abstract painting on the wall that now had a spray of blood across its bottom corner. The beauty and the terror. Esteban's words echoed in the cavern of his mind. Who was the monster? He did not go after Esteban. Weeks later, Cody sat in a different anonymous room, in a different city. The shoulder had healed into a stiff, weather-aching reminder. He had filed his report. A confrontation. 2 accomplices neutralized. The primary target escaped, his whereabouts unknown. Austin had been furious. The cold, contained fury of a man whose chess piece had refused to move. The reinstatement was provisional. Marseille still hung over him, a shroud he could not remove. He had no answers, only the memory of Esteban's calm, hypnotic voice in the shadowy gallery, and the unsettling certainty that he had been holding a gun to the wrong man. The hunt had been a maze, and he had been chasing a reflection. He never saw Jessica Arden again. He heard, through the ghost of a channel, that she had sold her gallery and left Cartagena. The final report was closed, filed away in a vault somewhere. Another incomplete story in a world full of them. The mystery of Esteban remained, a loose thread in the fabric of the world. And Cody was left with the silence, which was no longer silent. Because if he listened very, very closely, he could still hear the faint, relentless ticking. A sound that was no longer a clue to a crime, but the crime itself. The perpetual, unsolvable mystery of his own compromised life. The scene of his greatest failure was not a place on a map, but the landscape of his own soul, and it would remain forever, uneventfully, terrifyingly neutral. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. It was not delivered by post, but left under the door of his latest rented room. A single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper. There was no return address, only a single line of text, typed in a crisp, classic font. The geometry has shifted. The angle remains. Cody held the paper by its edges, his heart a cold, hard stone in his chest. It was him, Esteban Etoch. A taunt, a reminder, a summons. He knew where Cody was. He had always known. The neutrality of the past week shattered, the illusion of safety gone. He had not escaped the maze. He had merely been resting in one of its dead ends. He did not report it to Austin. To do so would be to admit the connection, to confirm that Esteban's words had taken root. It would be the end of him. Instead, he burned the paper in the small metal ashtray on the windowsill, watching the edges curl and blacken, the words vanishing into smoke. But they were already etched inside him. The next communication was more direct. A man, young and nervous, approached him in a public park, pressing a disposable mobile phone into his hand before melting back into the crowd. The phone rang an hour later. Cody answered, saying nothing. "The pension and the promotion are not enough, are they?" Esteban's voice was exactly as he remembered, a calm, dark river flowing through the static of the cheap line. "You are a man out of phase with his own reality. It is an uncomfortable state. What do you want?" Cody's voice was rough, unused. "A conversation, an exchange of perspectives. You have seen the edges of the tapestry. I can show you the weaver. Meet me. You know the place." The line went dead, and Cody did know. He knew with a certainty that felt like destiny or damnation. The house in Gethsemane, the place of sandalwood and Rilke. He went because there was no other choice, because the ticking had become a drumbeat and the only path led toward its source. The flight to Cartagena was a reverse echo, the landscape below a familiar, unwelcome dream. The city's humid breath felt like a homecoming to a home he never wanted. The house was unchanged. The door was unlocked. He stepped inside, the cool, still air a shock after the street's heat. Esteban was waiting for him in the main room, standing before the bleak abstract painting. He wore another impeccable suit, this one a dark charcoal gray. He held 2 glasses of amber liquid. He offered one to Cody. Cody ignored it. "Talk, Dale." Esteban smiled, sipping his own drink. "Austin is consolidating power. He is building an empire on lies, and he requires scapegoats and fallen angels to justify his crusade. You were to be both. Your failure in Marseille was by design. Your failure here was, I admit, I didn't tolerate one like you. Nor can he tolerate one like you." He gestured to a simple wooden table. On it lay a file, thicker than the one Austin had provided. Cody opened it. The first photograph was of Ilara, the civilian from Marseille. She was smiling, her face alive. The next pages were bank statements, encrypted communications decrypted. They detailed payments from a shell company, traced back to an account controlled by Austin. Payments to Ilara. She wasn't Esteban's asset. She was Austin's. A pawn sacrificed to create a pretext for a war. "He used you to kill his own operative," Esteban said softly. "To create a martyr. To give him the moral high ground to come after me. You were never the solution, Cody. You were the spark. And now that the fire hasn't started, you are just kindling." The truth was a physical blow, more painful than the bullet in his shoulder. It lined up. It explained the compromised intelligence, the strange lack of backup, the cold finality in Austin's eyes. He had been a tool, used and destined for the scrap heap. "Why show me this?" Cody asked, his voice hollow. Because the geometry has shifted, Esteban repeated. Austin is the greater monster, and he believes you are broken, discredited, and alone. He will not expect you to act. He believes the mystery of your failure has neutered you. He set his glass down and looked directly at Cody, his gaze unwavering. I am offering you a new equation, not employment. A partnership of necessity. We tidy up this one last loose end together. Cody looked from the file to Esteban's calm, composed face. He saw no lie there, only a chilling, pragmatic truth. He was standing in a room with a killer, being asked to kill again. But the target was no longer a phantom. It was the man in the polished office with the photograph of the sailboat. The man who had turned his life into a lie. The ticking was not in the room. It was in him. It was the sound of a choice being made. He looked at the file, at the proof of his own manipulation, and then he looked at Esteban. Tell me the plan, Cody said. The plan was not a plan of action, but a plan of inaction. A performance. Cody was to return to his life, to play the part of the chastened agent, the man haunted by his failure. He was to accept Austin's cold disdain, his provisional status, his beige room, and his silent phone. He was to wait. Esteban's network, a web of whispers and favors, would do the rest. They would feed Austin a story, a carefully constructed lie that Esteban was vulnerable, grieving the loss of his twins, making a rare mistake. A private meeting in a neutral city. Zurich. He will not be able to resist, Esteban had said, his fingers steepled. His ambition is his compass, and it always points toward glory. He will come himself to oversee the final act. He will want to watch. 2 weeks later, the summons came. Austin's voice was clipped, devoid of its usual condescension, replaced by a sharp, focused energy. A high-confidence lead. Esteban. Zurich. Dosh. A hotel on the limit. Cody was to be the primary. A chance at redemption. Cody agreed, his own voice a flat, dutiful monotone. The flight to Switzerland was a study in silence. Cody sat beside Austin, who spent the journey studying files on a tablet, his jaw tight. He did not speak to Cody except to issue terse instructions. The distance between them was a chasm, and Cody felt himself balanced on its edge. They arrived at night. The hotel was old money in discreet shadows. Their room had a view of the river, the lights of the city reflecting on the dark, cold water. Austin laid out a map on a polished table. He's here, Suite 512. He's alone. We have a 6-hour window before his security detail rotates. Austin looked at Cody, his eyes like chips of flint. This is it. No mistakes. You go in at 2-0. I will be here monitoring. Cody nodded, checking his weapon with a ritualistic slowness. The familiar weight was a comfort and a condemnation. He saw the way Austin looked at him, not as a person, but as a weapon being loaded. A bullet in the chamber. At 1:45, Cody stood by the door. The hotel corridor was empty, a long, silent tunnel of patterned carpet and muted sconces. He could feel the phantom ache in his shoulder. It's time, Austin's voice crackled in his earpiece. Move in. Cody did not move. He stood perfectly still, his hand on the door handle. Cody, do you copy? Move in? The silence stretched, taut and electric. Cody, what is your status? Austin's voice was sharper now, a note of confusion bleeding into the command. Cody reached up and slowly, deliberately, removed the earpiece. He crushed it under his heel. Then he turned, not to the door leading to the corridor, but to the interior door connecting their suite to the one beside it. It was unlocked. He opened it. Esteban stood there, in a room identical to theirs. He was not in Zurich. He was here in the same hotel, one floor above Austin's target suite. It had always been the plan. The story fed to Austin was a mirror, a trap within a trap. "He is alone?" Cody asked, his voice low. "As promised," Esteban said. His ambition made him careless. He dismissed his own team to claim the glory solely for himself. Cody walked back into the main room of Austin's suite. Austin was standing by the table, his tablet dark now, his face a mask of dawning, furious comprehension. He saw Cody, and then he saw Esteban standing calmly in the doorway behind him. "You," Austin breathed. The word a venomous curse. "The geometry," Esteban said, almost gently. Austin's hand moved toward his own weapon, but it was a futile, clumsy gesture. He was an administrator, a strategist. He was not a man of action. Cody did not raise his own gun. He simply looked at the man who had built his career on other men's compromises, who had turned Cody's life into a lie. He saw the fear in Austin's eyes, the raw, unvarnished terror of a man whose calculations had finally failed. "This is treason," Austin spat, his composure shattering. "No," Cody said, his voice quiet and final. "This is tidying up." He turned and walked away, leaving Austin with Esteban. He did not look back. He walked out of the suite, down the hall, and took the stairs. He did not hear a sound. He emerged into the crisp Swiss night, the air clean and cold in his lungs. The ticking had stopped. There was only silence, a deep, immense, and terrifying quiet. He was a loose end, but he was his own. The mystery was solved, and he was the answer, walking away from the scene of the crime into the neutral, eventful dark. He walked for an hour, the chills seeping through his jacket, feeling neither the cold nor the ache in his shoulder. The city was a ghost of itself, all clean lines and sleeping money. He found a small, dark bar nestled in a lane away from the river and ordered a whiskey he did not taste. The mirror behind the bottle showed a man he barely recognized, his eyes hollow, his history erased. When he returned to the hotel near dawn, it was as a spectator. Police cars, their lights painting the elegant facade in silent, swirling blues, were the only sign of the event. He stood across the street, watching the quiet, efficient drama. A body was eventually wheeled out on a gurney, zipped in a black bag. Austin thought. The cause would be a heart attack, a sudden failure, a tragic end for a dedicated public servant. Esteban was a craftsman. His work was always clean. There was no one to report to. No debriefing. No pension. He was a ghost now, an unperson in the world he had once served. The agency would disavow all knowledge, and he would become a footnote, a cautionary tale whispered in training rooms. A week later, a package was waiting for him at a general delivery office in Geneva. It contained a new passport, a stack of untraceable currency, and a single key. No note, no instructions. The key was for a safety deposit box in a private bank in Liechtenstein. Inside the box, he found more money, a set of impeccable identity documents for a man named Daniel Collet, and a deed to a small, secluded property on a remote stretch of the Croatian coast. It was not a payment. It was a severance package, a final, tidy end. He went to the coast. The house was a simple stone structure, overlooking the Adriatic, weathered by salt and wind. It was furnished, the pantry stocked. It was neutral ground. For the first few months, he did nothing. He watched the sea change color, learned the patterns of the fishing boats, felt the slow, patient mending of his body. The silence was no longer an accusation, but a presence, vast and forgiving. He thought he would be done with it all. But the world, it seemed, was not done with him. One afternoon, a man found him on his small terrace, a local who spoke broken English. The man was nervous, twisting his cap in his hands. His daughter, he said, had gotten involved with bad people, powerful people who moved through the islands like shadows. The police were paid to look the other way. He had heard that the foreigner in the old house was a man who could solve problems. Cody, now Daniel, looked at the man's desperate face. He looked past him at the relentless blue horizon. He had become an instrument for so long, he did not know how to be anything else. But this was different. There was no Austin, no Esteban, no flag. There was only a man, a problem, and a choice. He felt the old reflexes stir, the cold analysis of a situation. But it was not the same. The ticking was gone. In its place was a simple, clear question. He nodded to the man. "Tell me everything." It was not a return. It was a beginning. The mystery of his life was no longer who he worked for, but who he would choose to be. And as he listened, the sea wind on his face, he knew the answer was not behind him in the shadows of Zurich or Cartagena, but here, in the clear, eventful light of day. The bad people were a smuggling ring, dealing in everything from stolen antiquities to human desperation. They were small time on a global scale, but they were kings in this quiet corner of the world. The man's daughter, Anya, had been working on their boats, and she had seen something she was not meant to see. Now, she was missing. The local police had taken a report and done nothing. Cody spent 3 days watching. He saw the fast boats coming and going from a secluded cove 2 kilometers down the coast. He saw the hard-faced men who unloaded crates under the cover of the pines. It was crude, almost brazen. They were not expecting any interference. On the 4th night, he did not take a gun. He took a knife from the kitchen drawer, its edge sharpened against a whetstone until it could split a hair. He moved through the olive groves with a silence that was his oldest skill, the ground soft and familiar under his feet. The air smelled of rosemary and sea. There were 2 men guarding the small, temporary dock. They were bored, smoking, their conversation a low murmur. Cody waited until one walked to the water's edge to relieve himself. The other remained by the crates, looking at his phone. It was not like it had been with the twins. There was no rage, no storm of confusion. This was a clinical, precise act. He took the first man from behind, a hand over his mouth, the knife finding the spot at the base of the skull. He lowered the body into the shadows without a sound. The second man looked up from his phone a moment too late. He saw a shape moving toward him, his eyes widening in the dim light. Cody was on him before he could cry out, the knife sliding between his ribs. He caught him as he fell, the phone clattering to the ground. He found Anya in a storage locker on the dock, bound and gagged, but alive. Her eyes were wide with terror. He cut her bonds and helped her to her feet. She was trembling, but she did not scream. "Can you run?" he asked in his halting, newly acquired Croatian. She nodded, her breath catching in sobs. "Then run. Go straight up the path to the main road. Your father is waiting." He watched her disappear into the darkness. Then he turned back to the dock. He pushed the 2 bodies into the deep water off the end of the pier. He opened the crates. They were filled with weapons, cheap Kalashnikovs, and boxes of ammunition. He tossed a grenade he found in a separate case into the largest stack of crates and walked away without looking back. The explosion lit up the cove behind him, a brief, violent flower of orange and yellow. The next morning, the story was all over the local news. A tragic accident. A smuggling operation destroyed. No suspects. The man, the father, came to his door again. This time, he was not twisting his cap. He held a bottle of rakia, and his eyes were full of a quiet, profound gratitude. He did not ask any questions. He simply handed Cody the bottle and shook his hand, a firm, lasting grip. Cody stood on his terrace after the man had left, the bottle in his hand. He looked out at the sea. He had not felt anything when he killed those men. No satisfaction, no remorse. It had been a task that needed doing, a problem solved. But he had felt something when he saw the girl reunited with her father. It was a small, warm ember in the vast coldness inside him. It was not redemption. It was purpose. A week later, a woman found him. She was older, her face lined by sun and worry. Her son had been taken by the same ring, she believed, and forced to work on one of their ships. She had no money. She had only her story. Cody listened. He poured her a glass of water. He looked at her worn hands and her hopeful, desperate eyes. He nodded. "I will see what I can do." The mystery was no longer a sound in his head, or a file in a vault. It was the next person who came up the path. The next problem that needed solving. He was not a hero. He was a tool, but he was his own tool now. The landscape of his soul was no longer neutral. It was a map, and he was finally learning to read it. The sun was on a freighter called the Morning Star, a rust bucket registered to a phantom company, making a slow circuit of the Adriatic. It was a floating warehouse, a node in the network that Cody had only partially disrupted. Getting to it would not be a matter of a quiet knife in the dark. It required a boat and a plan that stretched over water. He used some of Esteban's money to buy a small, fast motorboat from a fisherman in the next town over, claiming he was a writer seeking solitude on the open water. For 2 days, he tracked the Morning Star's progress along the coast, a smudge of smoke on the horizon. He learned its schedule, its slow, predictable crawl between ports that did not officially exist. On the third evening, he motored out under a sky bruised with twilight. He cut the engine a kilometer out and let the current carry him closer, a silent speck on the vast, darkening sea. The freighter loomed, a wall of corroded steel and faint yellow lights. He could hear the thrum of its generators and the faint sound of music from the crew's quarters. He waited for full dark. Using a lightweight grapnel hook, he caught the anchor chain and climbed, his muscles protesting the unfamiliar strain, the salt air sharp in his lungs. He crested the rail and dropped onto the deck, a shadow among deeper shadows. The plan was simple. Find the boy, get him to the lifeboat on the starboard side, and leave. No engagement. A ghost operation. He found the boy not in a cell, but in the engine room. His face smeared with grease, his eyes dull with exhaustion. He was chained to a pipe, a precaution against escape during the night. He looked up as Cody approached, his expression more confused than afraid. "I'm here to take you home," Cody said, his voice low. He produced a set of bolt cutters from his pack. The boy, Marco, just nodded, too tired for words. The heavy chain snapped with a loud metallic crack that seemed to echo in the cavernous space. It was the only mistake. As Cody helped Marco to his feet, a door swung open above them on a metal gantry. A large man stood there, silhouetted against the light, a pistol in his hand. He shouted something in a language Cody didn't know, but the meaning was clear. Cody pushed Marco behind a massive turbine. He didn't draw a weapon. He had brought one, a small, functional pistol. But his mind was already calculating angles, distances, the sound a shot would make. The man on a gantry started down the metal stairs, his boots ringing on the grill, his focus entirely on Cody. He never saw the heavy wrench that Marco, moving with sudden, desperate speed, swung from the shadows. It connected with the back of the man's knee with a sickening crunch. The man cried out, his leg buckling, and as he fell, Cody was on him. It was not a fight, it was a conclusion. One sharp, precise strike to the throat, and the man went still. He looked at Marco. The boy was breathing heavily, the wrench still clutched in his hand. His eyes wide at what he had done, at what he had seen. Cody felt a shift then, not in the plan, but in the boy. He was no longer just cargo to be extracted. He was a participant. They made it to the lifeboat without further incident. Cody triggered the release, and the boat hit the dark water with a jarring splash. He got the engine started and pointed them toward the distant, invisible shore. Behind them, the Morning Star continued its slow, oblivious journey. He dropped Marco at a prearranged spot, a deserted beach where his mother was waiting. The reunion was quiet, tearful, a private thing he felt he should not watch. As he turned to go back to his boat, The woman approached him. She took his hand and pressed something into it. It was a small, smooth stone, worn by the sea. She said nothing. She didn't need to. He closed his fingers around the stone. It was cool and solid. A token, a reminder. He was not just cleaning up his own mess anymore. He was weaving himself into the fabric of this place, one thread at a time. The path ahead was not neutral. It was specific, and it was his. The stone sat on his windowsill, a small dark weight against the white paint. It was the first thing he saw in the morning. Weeks passed, then months. The season turned. The tourists left, and the coast settled into its winter rhythm of storms and gray skies. He fixed the roof of the house. He learned to mend nets with the old man on the dock. The name Daniel Cole began to feel less like a disguise and more like a skin he was growing into. The woman, Marco's mother, brought him food sometimes, a loaf of bread, a jar of stew. She never spoke of the freighter, but her gratitude was a constant, quiet presence. The story of the foreigner who solved problems had, inevitably, spread. It was a quiet legend, told in whispers, and it brought others. A shopkeeper whose brother was being extorted, a fisherman whose boat had been stolen. These were not global conspiracies. They were local, human miseries. He dealt with them not with the cold fury of his former life, but with a detached, almost surgical efficiency. He was not a vigilante. He was a fixer. He accepted no money, only the things people could afford to give: food, wine, their quiet loyalty. One afternoon, a car he did not recognize, a dusty sedan, pulled up the gravel path to his house. A man got out. He was not local. He wore a suit that had seen better days, and his eyes held the weary look of a bureaucrat from a forgotten ministry. He approached the terrace where Cody was sipping coffee. "Daniel Cole?" the man asked in accented English. Cody nodded, saying nothing. His body was still, but his mind was already cataloging threats, exits. The man's posture. "My name is Petrovic. I am from the Interior Ministry in Zagreb." He did not offer a hand. "There is a situation, a delicate one. Your particular skills have been noted. Cody remained silent, letting the man squirm in the space between his words. "It is not an official request," Petrovic continued, his voice dropping. "It involves a man who is untouchable. A war hero, they call him. He has a compound on one of the outer islands. He runs his own little kingdom. People disappear. The local authorities are in his pocket. The central government is too afraid of the scandal to move." "And you?" Cody asked, his voice flat. "I am a man who remembers what we fought for," Petrovic said, his jaw tight. It was not for this. He placed a file on the table between them. It was thin. Cody did not open it. "What is it you think I can do?" "He is hosting a party in 3 days. Many important corrupt people will be there. It would be a shame if something were to happen. A fire, perhaps. An accident." Petrovic's eyes were hard. "It would tidy up a great many problems." The word echoed in the air between them. "Tidy." Cody looked past the bureaucrat to the sea. The water was a choppy, leaden gray. He thought of Austin, of the clean, clinical end in a Zurich hotel room. He thought of the 2 men in the cove, and the weight of the wrench in Marco's hand. This was different. This was not a rescue. It was an assassination, wrapped in the language of justice. He looked at Petrovic. The man's righteousness was a fragile thing, built on desperation and a compromised conscience. He was just another Austin, another Esteban, offering a target and a justification. "No," Cody said. Petrovic blinked. "I do not think you understand. This man is a monster. I understand perfectly, Cody said. Find another tool. Anger flashed in Petrovus' eyes, quickly suppressed. He picked up the file. This is a mistake. The world is not as simple as you would like it to be. It is exactly that simple, Cody replied. He watched the car disappear down the path, kicking up gravel. He picked up his coffee. It had gone cold. The stone on the windowsill seemed to watch him, a silent judge. He had drawn a line. He had chosen not the easy path, nor the necessary one as defined by men in shadows, but his own. The quiet of the coast settled around him again, but it was a different quiet now. It was not an absence, but a presence he had built himself. One choice at a time. The mystery of what he would do next was his alone to solve. The refusal of Petrovus' offer was a pebble dropped into the still pond of his new life. The ripples were subtle, but he felt them. A certain wariness in the eyes of the shopkeeper the next time he went for supplies. A fisherman who usually waved from his boat suddenly finding something of great interest on the horizon. The official had talked, or someone had been watching. His neutral ground was now marked territory. He did not regret his decision. The clarity of it was a solid thing inside him. He had spent a lifetime following orders that came from the shadows. He would not now take them from a desperate bureaucrat. His work, what little there was of it, was his own. A few days later, the old man who taught him to mend nets, a gnarled fellow named Luca, sidled up to him on the dock. The air was cold, smelling of diesel and brine. "The man from the city," Luca said, not looking at him, his fingers busy with a tangled line. "He asked many questions about you, who you are, where you came from." Cody said nothing, just watched the old man's hands. "I told him, you are a good neighbor. You fix your own roof. You pay for your drinks." Luca finally glanced at him, his eyes pale and sharp as sea glass. But a man like that, he does not hear such things. He only hears what he wants. He will be back. Or someone like him. It was a warning, offered without expectation, a simple statement of fact. Cody nodded his thanks. The exchange was over. That night, he sat in the quiet of his house, the wind whistling around the stone corners. He took the pistol from its hiding place beneath a floorboard. It was clean, oiled, and useless to him now. It belonged to the ghost he was leaving behind. He broke it down, wiped each part, and reassembled it with the absent-minded proficiency of a lifetime. Then he walked down to the end of his small pier and threw the pieces, one by one, into the black churning water. The weight of the metal was a relief as it left his hand. He was not arming himself with innocence. He was simply choosing his weapons. The knife in the kitchen drawer was enough. His two hands were enough. The trust of a few scared people was a weapon too, and he was only just learning how to hold it. The next person who came up the path was not a supplicant. It was Marco. The boy stood awkwardly on the terrace, taller than Cody remembered, his shoulders filling out. He held a string of fresh-caught fish. "For you," Marco said, his voice deeper. Cody accepted the gift. "Thank you." They stood in silence for a moment, watching the clouds gather over the water. "I have been thinking," Marco said, his words careful, "about what happened on the ship. What you did, what I did." Cody waited. "I do not want to be a fisherman," Marco said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "I want to learn, to be prepared." He finally looked at Cody, and the dull exhaustion from the freighter's engine room was gone, replaced by a fierce, determined light. "Will you teach me?" Cody looked at the boy, at the raw material of him. He saw not a tool to be shaped, but a choice to be made. He could send him away, tell him to find a different life, a safer path. But that would be a lie. There were no safe paths, only different kinds of danger. He thought of the stone on his windowsill, of the quiet gratitude in the mother's eyes, of the cold weight of the pistol sinking into the sea. The map of his soul was no longer a mystery to be solved. but a territory to be defended, and perhaps to be shared. Yes, Cody said, but we start tomorrow, and we start with patience. A slow smile spread across Marco's face, the first real one Cody had ever seen from him. It was not a beginning of violence, but of knowledge. And as the first drops of rain began to fall, pattering on the stone terrace, Cody understood that his retirement was truly over. He was not hiding anymore. He was building something, and he would have to be very careful about what he built. The rain fell steadily through the night, a soft drumming on the roof that was a new sound in the house. In the morning, the world was washed clean, the air sharp and cold. Marco arrived just after dawn, his enthusiasm barely contained. Cody handed him a broom. "The first lesson," Cody said, his voice even. "Sweep the terrace, not just the middle, the corners, the edges, where the wall meets the floor. Do it until you see nothing but stone." Marco's face fell for a moment, but he took the broom without complaint. Cody went inside and watched from the window. The boy started fast, with broad, impatient strokes. Then he slowed. His movements became more deliberate, more focused. He was learning to see the details, the overlooked spaces. It was a start. For a week, the lessons were like this: sweeping, cleaning, mending nets, with a painstaking slowness that tried the boy's spirit. Cody taught him how to walk quietly on the gravel path, how to listen to the sounds of the forest and the sea until he could identify each one. He was teaching him to be present, to be aware. The physical would come later if it came at all. One afternoon, as they were sorting through a tangle of fishing line, Marco finally broke. "When will you teach me to fight, like you did on the ship?" Cody did not look up from the knot he was working on. What you saw on the ship was not a fight. It was an end. A failure of every other option. He finally met the boy's gaze. "If you want to learn how to end things, you can find a dozen men in the next town to teach you. If you want to learn how to prevent them, you stay here and you learn to see the knot before it forms." Marco was silent, absorbing this. He nodded once and went back to his work. The real test came a month later. A man from a neighboring village, a brute named Drago, known for his temper and his heavy hands, had been terrorizing his family. His wife had finally fled to a cousin in a town up the coast. Drago, in a drunken rage, had heard a rumor that the foreigner Cole had helped her escape. He came up the path one evening, his footsteps heavy and unsteady, shouting curses into the twilight. Cody was inside, sipping coffee. Marco, who had been about to leave, froze at the door, his eyes wide. "It's Drago," he whispered, a flicker of the old fear in his eyes. "I know," Cody said. "Should I get the knife?" "No." Drago was at the door now, pounding on the heavy wood. "Cole, come out, you coward. Where is she?" Cody stood up. He walked to the door and opened it. Drago was a large man, flushed with wine and anger. He smelled of sweat and cheap tobacco. "Where's my wife?" he snarled, spraying spittle. "I do not know your wife," Cody said, his voice calm, a flat stone in a turbulent stream. "Do not lie to me," Drago shouted, and he shoved Cody hard in the chest. It was a simple, predictable move. Cody absorbed the push, letting his body give way just enough to dissipate the force. He did not shove back. He did not raise his hands. He simply stood there, a quiet wall, his eyes locked on Drago's. The man was confused. He had expected a fight, or cowering fear. This passive resistance was something he didn't know how to process. He shoved Cody again, harder. "Fight me." "Why?" Cody asked, the single word hanging in the air. Drago stared, his rage deflating into confusion. He had no answer. The script was broken. The violence he knew required a participant, an echo. Cody gave him nothing but silence and stillness. After a long moment, Drago muttered another curse, turned, and stumbled back down the path, his bluster gone. Cody closed the door. Marco was staring at him, his expression one of pure astonishment. "You did nothing," the boy said. "I did everything," Cody replied. "I showed him his own anger had no power here. He will not be back." That was the true lesson. It sank in deeper than any knife-fighting technique ever could. Marco understood then that the power he sought was not in the strike, but in the decision not to strike. It was a harder, more subtle strength. Later that night, as Cody sat alone, he realized the house no longer felt like a refuge. It felt like a command post. He had a student. He had a purpose that extended beyond his own fence line. The ghost of Jason Cody was fading, replaced by the living, breathing reality of Daniel Cole. The map was no longer just his to read. He was teaching someone else how to navigate. The responsibility was immense, and for the first time in a very long time, it did not feel like a burden. It felt like a reason to see the sun rise again tomorrow. Story 4. The paper was cool and smooth under his fingertips, a stark, institutional white that felt like frozen milk. It was the kind of paper that held its secrets close, its surface unyielding to the casual glance. Jamal ran his thumb along its edge, feeling the microscopic ridge. A paper cut waiting to happen. This was the surface of the truth, he thought, deceptively clean, designed to be filed away and forgot. The scent of stale coffee and recycled air filled his lungs, a metallic tang of fear, hiding just beneath the sterile aroma of the office. He was in the belly of the beast, a windowless room in the basement of the old executive office building. And the beast was whispering to him, in the language of redactions and budgetary line items. It had begun with a whisper, a ghost in the machine. Operation Condor's Shadow, a covert action against the Sombra Negra cartel in the mist-shrouded valleys of Colombia, was officially a success. The press releases said so. The briefings to Congress, thick with classified appendices, said so. But the data, the raw, unfiltered river of signals intelligence and after-action reports that flowed across Jamal's terminal, sang a different, more terrible song. It was a song of static, of voices cut off mid-sentence, of GPS beacons that winked out one by one like dying stars over the jungle canopy. The official story was a sheet of this same cool, smooth paper. The truth was, the sticky, humid darkness it attempted to conceal. He remembered the first anomaly, a flicker in the data stream. A squad, callsign Reaper 1, had reported a heavy cartel presence in the village of Santa Sofia. Their request for close air support was logged, processed, and denied. The reason field was a single maddening acronym, POLCON-DR, Political Considerations. 20 minutes later, the satellite phone from Reaper 1 transmitted 47 seconds of open mic. The sound was not of gunfire, but of a deep, resonant silence broken by the chittering of insects and the ragged, wet sound of a man trying to breathe through a ruined lung. Then, nothing. The official report listed them as Mia, presumed captured. Jamal knew. They had been left to the jungle and the men who owned it. His days became a ritual of quiet obsession. The glow of the monitor was his sun. The hum of the servers his atmosphere. He lived in a world of ghosts, piecing together their final moments from digital shards. He saw the faces of the soldiers in their file photos, young men with clean haircuts and eyes that still believed in the flag on their shoulder. He saw the face of Chris, the military commander, a man whose own son was among the missing. His jaw tightening with each new casualty report he was forced to endorse. Chris' eyes, in their rare, unguarded moments, held a storm of fury and a profound paternal grief. He was a man chained to a desk, forced to preside over a funeral he was not allowed to mourn. The conspiracy was not a dark room of cackling villains. It was quieter, more insidious. It was in the polite, measured tones of the senior officials. Men like Deputy National Security Advisor Croft, whose suits were as impeccable as his logic. "We are playing a long game, Jamal," he had said once, his voice a low, confidential murmur in a hallway. "Sometimes the board requires sacrifices. The stability of an entire region, our strategic partnerships. They hinge on decisions that look ugly under a microscope. You have to see the whole chessboard." The air in the room had smelled of lemon-scented polish and a faint, expensive cologne. A scent that now, to Jamal, was the smell of betrayal. He took his concerns up the chain, a careful, documented trail. Each meeting was a masterclass in obfuscation. He was patted on the head, praised for his diligence, and gently, firmly steered back to his cubicle. The pressure was a subtle thing, a gradual cooling. He was left out of certain email threads. His security clearance, up for its routine reinvestigation, was suddenly flagged for a more thorough, time-consuming review. His wife, Lena, began to notice the distance in his eyes at the dinner table. "Daddy's thinking about work again," her daughter would whisper, and the sound of her small voice was a knife twisting in a wound he couldn't show them. He found his ally in the most unlikely place, in the grim, unyielding form of Commander Chris. Their first clandestine meeting was in a park overlooking the Potomac, the river sliding by like a ribbon of dirty silk. The air was cold, carrying the damp smell of dead leaves and river mud. Chris stood like a statue, his hands shoved deep into his coat pockets. He didn't look at Jamal when he spoke. "They're using my boys as bargaining chips," he said, his voice a low, gravelly scrape. "The Sombra Negra cartel got spooked. Too much heat. So a back-channel deal was cut. Emmanuel's people, Croft and the rest, they agreed to let them have a few victories, to let them save face. My soldiers were that victory. Their lives were the currency for a temporary diplomatic calm." The name, when Chris said it, hung in the cold air between them. Emmanuel Duck, the president, the man whose portrait hung in every federal building. The figure of power, torn, they said, between difficult choices. Jamal thought of the one time he had seen President Emmanuel in person, at a ceremony. He had a warm, convincing smile, a voice that could inspire a nation. He had spoken of honor, of sacrifice, of the brave men and women serving in the shadows. Now, that voice was the architect of the silence that had swallowed Reaper One and so many others. The gap between the ideal and the compromise was not a gap, it was a chasm, and it was filled with bones. The hunt became everything. Jamal was a ghost in the machine, fighting other ghosts. He used backdoors, old protocols, the digital equivalent of forgotten passageways. He was no longer an analyst. He was an archaeologist of the present, excavating a crime that was still happening. He found the money trail, shell companies that filtered funds from dark corners into lobbying efforts that pressured the administration to de-escalate, to avoid another public, messy war. He found the communications, the encrypted messages between a cutout in D.C. and a cartel lawyer in Medellin, discussing timelines and geographic boundaries for military non-interference. It was all so clean, so clinical. The death of soldiers had been reduced to scheduling conflicts. The climax was not a shootout. It was a meeting. Croft summoned him, alone, to his elegant office. The room was a testament to power, all dark wood and leather, with a view of the Washington Monument piercing a bruised twilight sky. Croft did not offer him a seat. He stood by the window, a silhouette against the dying light. He held a single sheet of paper. It was a transfer order. Jamal was being reassigned to a listening post in Alaska, a career Siberia. "It's a beautiful place," Croft said, his tone conversational. "Quiet. Gives a man time to think, to reflect on the importance of perspective. Peered. And his eyes were not angry, but disappointed, like a schoolmaster dealing with a bright but wayward student. "The operation is over, son. The policy is set. The men we lost are a tragedy, but a necessary one. You push in this, it doesn't bring them back. It only risks the stability we bought with their blood." Jamal looked at the man, at the perfectly knotted tie, the manicured hands. He thought of the sticky heat of the jungle, the metallic scent of blood, the final choked breath on a satellite feed. He thought of Chris's son, a boy with his father's jaw, whose body was now part of the soil in a foreign land. He said nothing. He had already made copies. He had already sent the encrypted files to a journalist he trusted, a woman with a reputation for tenacity and a deep, abiding hatred for lies. His silence was his final weapon. He turned and walked out, the plush carpet swallowing the sound of his footsteps. He was already a ghost in the machine. He was not there for the fallout. The public scandal was like a slow-motion explosion. The resignations, the congressional hearings, the outraged headlines, it all happened in a world that felt distant, unreal. President Emmanuel went on television, his face a mask of somber responsibility. He spoke of a failure of oversight, of a tragedy that occurred under his watch, of his heartbreak for the families. He accepted the resignation of several senior officials, including Croft. He did not admit to authorizing the betrayal. He never would. The system absorbed the shock, reformed itself around the wound, and moved on. Jamal resigned before he could be fired. He now worked as a private security consultant. His office was a small, quiet room in a nondescript building. The walls were bare. The air smelled of dust and old wood. His family was safe, but a distance remained, a chill that had settled into the foundations of their life. Lena looked at him sometimes with a question in her eyes that he could never answer. His new ritual began every evening after dinner. He would lock his study door, turn on a single lamp, and open a plain manila folder. Inside were not official documents, but his own notes, maps, timelines. He was tracking the Sombra Negra cartel's new operations, their shifting alliances, their smugglers' routes. He was cross-referencing State Department travel logs and defense contractor manifests. He was looking for a pattern, a whisper, a ghost. He was looking for Chris's son, for the men of Reaper 1, for any sign that they might, against all odds, still be alive in some dark corner of the world. He knew, in the rational part of his mind, that they were gone, but that the hunt was not about finding them anymore. It was about the act of looking. It was a penance, an obsession, a quiet, unending war fought alone in a small room, against the forgetting, against the clean, smooth surface of the official lie. The case was closed for the world, but for Jamal, it would never be closed. It was a ritual without end, a loop of duty and grief, the only truth he had left. The new data was a ghost of a ghost, a whisper on a tapped phone line between a port official in Buenaventura and a man known only as El Silencio. It mentioned a holding facility, not a prison, not a camp, but a place where special assets were kept secure and isolated. The coordinates were vague, referencing a valley that didn't appear on any public map. It was the kind of lead that, a year ago, he would have dismissed as unreliable, the paranoid fantasy of a rival cartel member. Now, it was a thread, thin and fragile, but he had nothing else to grasp. He worked late into the night, the glow of his monitor, the only light in the small room. He overlaid old satellite imagery with geological surveys, looking for the telltale signs of human habitation where there should be none. A power signature, a road disguised as a riverbed, a heat bloom inconsistent with the surrounding jungle. He found a pattern of interference in commercial satellite feeds, a recurring digital static over a specific remote area of the Cauca department. It was a void, a hole in the world's vision, and that made it interesting. A soft knock on his study door broke his concentration. It was Lena. She didn't open it, respecting the locked door as she always did now. "Jamal, it's almost midnight." Her voice was tired, worn thin by a worry he had put there. "I'll be up soon," he said, his own voice hoarse from disuse. He heard her sigh, a faint sound of resignation, and her footsteps retreat down the hall. The guilt was a cold stone in his stomach. He was chasing phantoms and sacrificing the tangible, living people in his home for them. But to stop chasing was to accept the lie, to let the stone of their deaths sink into the mud of history. Forgotten. He couldn't do it. He reached out, not through official channels, but through the dark web forums and encrypted chat rooms where disillusioned contractors and intelligence cast-offs gathered. He used an old, untraceable alias. He offered a discreet bounty for any information, any rumor, about a high-value holding site in the Cauca region, one that might hold prisoners of war, not just cartel members. He attached no name, no hope, just a digital whisper into the void. The reply came 3 days later from a user with a single post. It contained no text, only an image file. It was a photograph, grainy and dark, taken from a distance with a long lens. It showed a man with a thick beard and long, matted hair, being led from a concrete bunker by 2 armed guards. The man was emaciated, his posture broken, but the line of his jaw, the set of his shoulders, was unmistakable. It was the same jaw he had seen in the proud official photo on Chris's desk. It was his son. The photo was time-stamped just 6 weeks earlier. Jamal printed the image. The paper in his printer was cheap and thin, nothing like the cool, smooth, institutional paper of his old life. This paper was porous. It absorbed the ink, making the image seem even more fragile, a relic from a world of shadows. He held it under the lamplight, his hands trembling. The hunt was no longer a penance. It was a mission again. The ghost had a face, and it was alive. He did not call Chris. Not yet. The photograph was a spark in a room full of gas, and one wrong move would blow everything to hell, including the faint chance that the son was still alive. His first move was to verify. He ran the image through every forensic analysis tool he could access. Both his legitimate software and the back-alley programs had collected over the past year. The timestamp was consistent with the file's metadata. The foliage in the background was consistent with the Cauca region. There were no signs of digital tampering. It was real. The user who sent it had vanished, their account scrubbed from the server. A ghost. The bounty had been a fishing line in a dark ocean, and he had hooked a leviathan. Someone, somewhere, wanted this information to get out, or was testing the waters to see who was looking. That meant there were players in the game he didn't know, with motives he couldn't fathom. Trust was a luxury he could not afford. For 2 days, he lived in a state of suspended animation, his family life a pantomime of normalcy. He drank coffee with Lena, helped his daughter with her homework, all while his mind was thousands of miles away, in a jungle valley, planning an extraction that was pure insanity. He was a desk man, a data miner, not a field operative. He had no resources, no team, no authority. All he had was the truth, and now, a photograph. On the 3rd day, he broke his own rule. He called Chris from a payphone near the bus depot, the receiver cold and grimy in his hand. He used a simple code, a line from a book they had both read. "The eagle has left the nest." There was a long silence on the other end, filled only with the hum of the line and the sound of Chris' measured breathing. "Understood," Chris said finally, his voice tight, a bowstring pulled to its limit. "The usual place, 1 hour. This time, the park was different. Spring had begun to tentative life, but the air was still sharp. Chris was already there, his posture even more rigid than before, if that was possible. Jamal did not speak. He simply handed him the folded printout. Chris took it, his movements slow, deliberate. He unfolded it and looked down. He did not react for a full minute. He just stared, his face a granite mask. Then, a single violent tremor ran through his hand, making the paper flutter. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, they were the eyes of a man emerging from a long, dark tunnel into a blinding, painful light. "He's alive," Chris whispered, the words torn from somewhere deep inside him. He looked at Jamal, the question burning in his gaze. "It's recent. 6 weeks. The source is gone, but the location checks out. A place they're not putting on any maps." Jamal kept his voice low, factual. He needed Chris to be the soldier now, not the father. Chris' jaw worked. The storm of grief was gone, replaced by a cold, focused fury. They knew. They knew. Croft, the others. They knew he was taken, not killed. They left him there. They left all of them there. The implication was worse than murder. It was a perpetual, ongoing betrayal. "We go public," Chris said, his hand clenching around the photograph. "We take this to the press, to Congress. We burn it all down. And they will burn the facility down with him in it," Jamal replied softly. "The moment this photo hits the airwaves, he becomes a liability. They will erase the evidence, permanently. The truth of it settled between them. A public scandal would bring condemnation, but it would not bring back the dead or save the living. The machine would sacrifice a few more pawns to protect the king. The system would endure." Chris nodded slowly, the soldier's logic overriding the father's rage. "Then, we don't go through the system." He looked at Jamal, his gaze unwavering. "I have people, men I trust. They owe me. We can put a team together. But we need a plan, a real one. We need to know everything. Guard rotations, air cover, exfil routes. We need you, Jamal. You're the only one who can find the cracks." Jamal felt a cold dread wash over him, followed by a strange electric calm. This was no longer a theoretical hunt. This was an operation. He was stepping over a line from which there was no return. He was not just leaking documents anymore. He was planning a rogue military action on foreign soil. It was treason. He looked at Chris, at the desperate, unwavering hope in the man's eyes. A hope he had helped create. He thought of the boy in the photo, the one with his father's jaw, waiting in the dark. "Okay," Jamal said, the word feeling final and absolute. "Tell me what you need." The list was both impossibly short and terrifyingly long. Chris needed schematics, satellite passes, communication protocols, and a weather forecast for a region known for its microclimates. He needed to know what kind of locks were on the doors and what kind of patrol circled the perimeter. He needed the unseeable, the unknowable. For the next 72 hours, Jamal's small office became a war room. He lived on coffee and a cold, sharp focus that left no room for doubt or fear. He called in favors from his old life, using veiled language and encrypted burners, probing for information under the guise of risk assessment for a fictional corporate client. He pieced together a patchwork of data from satellite companies, environmental monitoring stations, and even a ham radio enthusiast in Colombia who logged unusual signal traffic. He found the crack. It was a logistical flaw, a tiny window of vulnerability. Every Thursday, a small supply helicopter, a beat-up old Bell, landed at the facility. Its flight path took it over a narrow, heavily wooded ridge where the jungle canopy was too thick for easy observation from the ground. It was the one place, according to thermal imaging and his analysis of guard posts, that was consistently unmonitored for a 20-minute window. A team could be inserted there. It was a thread, but it was the only one. He met Chris one last time in a deserted parking garage beneath a shopping mall. The air was thick with the smell of oil and concrete dust. Jamal handed over a data stick containing everything he had compiled. Maps, timetables, signal frequencies, and his best assessment of the facility's strength. Chris took it, his hand closing around the small device as if it were a holy relic. "The ridge?" Jamal said, his voice echoing faintly in the cavernous space. "That's your way in, and your way out. You have 20 minutes from the initial insertion before their patrol pattern resets. Any longer and you're trapped." Chris nodded, his face grim in the dim light. "We go in 48 hours. He put a hand on Jamal's shoulder, a brief, heavy weight. "This is on me now. You've done your part, more than your part. You need to step back. Be with your family. If this goes wrong..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Jamal drove home through the rain, windshield wipers beating a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The house was dark and quiet. He stood in the hallway, listening to the soft sounds of his family sleeping. He had crossed every line he had ever drawn for himself. He was no longer a whistleblower. He was a co-conspirator. He had set in motion a chain of events that would end in a firefight in a foreign jungle, or in a quiet disappearance for himself and his family. There was no middle ground. He did not sleep. He sat in the living room, in the dark, waiting. The operation was happening now, 7 time zones away. He had no way to monitor it, no way to know if his data was accurate, if his plan was sound. He was a spectator to the most important mission of his life. The waiting was an agony, a physical pressure in his chest. He watched the clock on the wall, its slow, ticking hand marking the passage of the 20-minute window. Then an hour, then 2. The silence from the other side of the world was absolute. Just as the first gray light of dawn touched the windows, his personal phone, the clean one he used for family, buzzed once on the coffee table. It was a text message from an unknown number. It contained no words, only a single grainy image. It was a photograph of 2 figures, silhouetted against the rising sun, helping a third, thinner figure into the belly of a nondescript aircraft. The third figure turned his head slightly, and even in the poor resolution, Jamal could see the line of his jaw. It was the same jaw. The message deleted itself 5 seconds later, leaving no trace on the device. Jamal leaned forward, his head in his hands, and for the first time since he had heard the final breath of Reaper 1, he wept. They were silent, wrenching sobs that came from a place of relief and terror, and a grief that had finally found its end. The ghost was free, but the hunt, he knew, was not over. It had just changed shape. Men like Croft did not forgive. The machine would now turn its full attention to the man who had broken it. He stood up and walked to the window, watching the sun rise over his quiet suburban street. It was a different world now. He had gotten a son back for a father, but in doing so, he had made himself a permanent target. The case would never be closed. His new war, the war for his own life, had just begun. He made a pot of coffee, the mundane ritual, a stark contrast to the seismic shift that had just occurred. The house began to stir. Lena came down first, her eyes widening at the sight of him standing there, fully dressed, his face raw but calm. She started to speak, to ask the usual questions about his sleepless night. But he held up a hand. "We need to talk," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "All of us." When their daughter was at the table, drowsy over a bowl of cereal, he began. He did not tell them about the photo, the rescue, the treason. He told them that the work he had been doing, the late nights, the distance, had put them in a new kind of danger. He spoke of powerful people who would be very angry. He told them they had to be ready to leave, at a moment's notice, for a long time. Lena listened, her face pale. She did not cry or protest. She simply looked at him, and for the first time in a year, the question in her eyes was gone, replaced by a grim understanding. She reached across the table and took his hand. It was cold, but her grip was strong. 2 days later, a package arrived with no return address. Inside, nestled in unmarked foam, was a key. It was for a storage locker in a city 300 miles away. That weekend, under the guise of a short family trip, they drove there. The locker contained cash, passports, and a set of keys for a small used car, registered under a different name. It was Chris' first repayment, a down payment on a life they might need to live. Jamal began the process of dismantling his own identity. He closed bank accounts with small, unnoticeable withdrawals. He created new, encrypted email addresses. He took long, meandering drives, familiarizing himself with back roads and small towns, mapping out routes in his head. He was building a ghost of his own, a shadow family to step into if the light went out. He knew they were watching him. It was a feeling, a prickle on the back of his neck when he left the office. A car that was too clean, parked a little too long down the street. They were being careful, methodical. They were building their case, waiting for him to make a mistake. He was careful not to give them one. His research into the cartel and the facility ceased completely. His computer was a clean, bland slate. He was a man who had finally moved on. One evening, he received an email to one of his new, secure addresses. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a set of coordinates and a time, 24 hours from then. He recognized the location as a remote stretch of coastline, all wind-swept cliffs and crashing surf. It was not an invitation. It was a summons. He told Lena he was going on a solo hiking trip for a night, an attempt to clear his head. She knew it was a lie, but she kissed him and told him to be careful. The drive was long. He left his phone in a bus station locker miles away and navigated by a paper map and a gut-deep sense of dread. He stood on the cliff's edge, the salt spray stinging his face. He did not have to wait long. A man emerged from the tree line, his movements smooth and efficient. He was not Croft. He was younger, with a calm, analytical face that held no malice, only a professional assessment. He stood beside Jamal, both of them looking out at the churning gray ocean. "The asset was recovered," the man said, his voice barely audible over the wind and waves. "An impressive, if reckless, operation. It has created complications." Jamal said nothing. He waited. "The official position is that the Reaper One's soldiers were killed in action. That story will stand. The existence of the facility will be denied. Any attempt to publicize the rescue will be met with overwhelming and undeniable counter-evidence, painting you and your associates as frauds and conspiracy theorists." The man turned his head slightly, his eyes like chips of flint. "The boy will get to live his life. A quiet one. That is the agreement." "And the price?" Jamal asked, his voice steady. "The price is your silence. Not just now, but forever. You retire. You live your small, quiet life. You never speak of this again to anyone. You become exactly what you appear to be." The man paused, letting the weight of the threat settle in the air between them. "This is a one-time offer, a courtesy for services rendered to the Republic in a previous life. There will not be another." Jamal watched a gull struggle against the gale, fighting to stay aloft. He had won. He had gotten the sun back. He had proven the lie. And now, to keep that victory, he had to bury it. He had to become part of the silence. He had to live the rest of his life inside the very machine he had tried to break. He nodded slowly. Understood. The man turned and walked away, disappearing back into the trees as silently as he had arrived. Jamal remained on the cliff for a long time, the wind whipping at his clothes. He was not a ghost in the machine anymore. He was a cog, reinstalled, his rebellion absorbed and neutralized. He was a keeper of a secret truth that could never be told, a guardian of a peace bought with his own surrender. He walked back to his car, the taste of salt and ashes in his mouth. and began the long drive home to his family, to the quiet, to the lie he would now have to call his life. The lie was a heavy coat he wore every day. He went back to work, not at the agency, but at a small private security consultancy, a place for former analysts to fade away. He answered emails and wrote reports on theoretical threats. He made small talk at the water cooler. At home, he helped with homework and mowed the lawn. He was the picture of a man who had put his demons to rest. Lena watched him, and he knew she saw the new stillness in him, the careful way he moved through the world, as if it were a room wired with explosives. He thought that would be the hardest part, the performance. But the silence was worse. The need to speak the truth became a physical ache. He would look at his daughter and want to tell her that sometimes the monsters are real, but sometimes you can win. He would see a news report about government transparency and have to bite his tongue until it bled. He was a sealed tomb, and the truth was screaming inside him. Months passed. The seasons turned. The car down the street was gone. The prickle on his neck faded. They had believed his performance. He had become a non-threat, a neutralized asset. The machine had moved on. Then, on a Tuesday, a plain envelope arrived at his office. It was not addressed by a machine. The handwriting was precise, familiar. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was a photograph of a young man with a gaunt face and Chris's jaw, sitting at a sidewalk cafe in a European city. He was reading a book. He was alive. He was free. There was no note, no return address. It was a message that said everything and nothing. It was a thank you and a reminder. Jamal did not destroy it. He took it home and, when the house was asleep, he went down to the basement. Behind a loose panel in the wall, he had built his own archive. Not of secrets to be exposed, but of truths to be remembered. He placed the new photograph inside a small fireproof box next to the key from the storage locker. It was his evidence that it had been real, that he had done something. He sealed the panel and went back upstairs. The quiet of the house was no longer a prison. It was a choice. He had not been defeated. He had made a trade. A life for a life. A voice for a future. He looked out the kitchen window at the moonlit street, the same view he had seen the morning the ghost was freed. The hunt was over. The war was cold, but he was still here. And in a quiet cafe somewhere across the ocean, because of him, so was someone else. For now, that was a kind of victory. For now, that was enough. He poured himself a glass of water, the cool liquid doing nothing to wash away the lingering taste of ashes. He stood for a long time, just listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of a television from his daughter's room. The photograph was a brand on his soul, a permanent mark. He could not unsee the boy's face, the quiet normalcy of the scene. It was the life Chris's son was supposed to have, the life Jamal had helped return to him. The next morning, he called in sick. He drove to a public library across town using a computer terminal in a secluded corner. He accessed the secure email just once. He typed a single sentence, knowing it was a risk, a breach of the silence he had sworn to keep. Is he well? He sent it and erased the trace, his heart hammering against his ribs. The reply came days later, routed through a series of anonymous servers. It was not from Chris. He was sure of that. The language was too clinical, too detached. The subject is adjusting. No further contact is required or advised. The finality of the message was like a door slamming shut. That chapter was over. He threw himself into the small details of his constructed life. He planted a garden in the backyard, his hands digging into the dark, rich soil. He taught his daughter how to ride a bike, running alongside her, his hand on the seat until she found her balance and pedaled away from him, laughing. These moments were real, and he clung to them. using them as anchors in the quiet, placid sea of his existence. One Saturday, while cleaning out the garage, Lena found the old camping gear. Tucked inside a rolled-up sleeping bag was a faded patch, the insignia of his first unit. She held it up, a question in her eyes. He took it from her, the rough fabric familiar under his fingers. "A long time ago," he said, and his voice did not shake. He put it in a box for donations. He was not that man anymore. He was someone else. He had to be. The work at the consultancy was dull, but it paid the bills. He analyzed supply chain vulnerabilities for multinational corporations, his reports dense with hypotheticals and statistical models. He was good at it. He could still see the patterns, the hidden fractures in any system. He just no longer had the will or the permission to exploit them. He thought the feeling would fade, the sharp edge of his secret dulling over time. But it did not. It merely changed form, transforming from a screaming truth into a low, constant hum of awareness. He saw the world through a dual lens, the surface reality everyone else accepted, and the hidden architecture of power and lies that lay beneath. He was an exile living in plain sight. A man who knew the map did not match the territory. Years later, he would see a news report about a veterans' charity opening a new outreach center. The camera panned across the crowd, and for a single heart-stopping second, he saw Chris. He was older, his hair shot with gray, but his posture was still that of a soldier. He was shaking hands, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Then the camera moved on. Jamal turned off the television. He felt no urge to reach out, no need for acknowledgement. The ghost was not just the boy in the jungle. It was the man who had saved him. It was Jamal himself. They were all ghosts now, living their separate, quiet lives in the long shadow of a truth that could never see the light. And in that, there was a strange, unbreakable bond, a silence that was, finally, a form of peace. The charity event was a brief flicker on a screen, a ghost from a past life that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Jamal did not speak of it to Lena. Some silences were best left undisturbed. He continued his life, the garden in the backyard growing more established with each passing season, his daughter progressing from a bike to a car, his consultancy work a steady, unremarkable stream. He found a strange sort of rhythm in the quiet. The hum of his secret became the background noise of his existence, a familiar companion rather than a torment. He learned to appreciate the simple, unexamined life. The weight of the world was no longer his to carry. He had carried it once, and he had set it down at a great cost, but he had set it down. Then, on an ordinary afternoon, a new analyst was hired at the consultancy. He was young, bright-eyed, and eager. His name was Daniel. He was assigned to work under Jamal, to learn the ropes. For the first few weeks, it was a standard mentorship. Jamal taught him about risk assessment matrices and the nuances of corporate espionage. The kid was sharp, asking perceptive questions that reminded Jamal of himself, a lifetime ago. One day they were working late, the office empty and quiet. Daniel was reviewing a particularly dense file on emerging surveillance technologies. He looked up, his expression thoughtful. "It's funny," he said, "how the tools we build for protection can so easily be turned into weapons. It's all about the intent, isn't it? The person holding the knife." Jamal felt a cold trickle of unease. It was an innocent enough observation, the kind a young idealist would make. "The contract defines the intent, Daniel. We follow the contract." Daniel nodded, but he didn't look away. "Of course. But sometimes you read about things, old cases, theoretical breaches. It makes you wonder what's really out there, what's been buried." He paused, tapping his pen on the desk. "I did my thesis on information warfare. There was one declassified document, a real obscure one, about a black site funding model that used a shipping conglomerate as a front. The code name for the operation was Acheron. Nishira. The word hung in the air between them, silent and devastating. Acheron, the river of woe in the underworld. It was a name Jamal had not heard spoken aloud in over a decade. A name he had seen only in the deepest, most encrypted files of his former life. He kept his face perfectly still, a mask of mild professional interest. Sounds like the plot of a spy movie. Daniel smiled, a quick, easy gesture. Yeah, I guess it does. My professor said it was a fringe theory, probably never happened, but it makes you think. He turned back to his work, the moment broken. Jamal went through the motions of wrapping up for the evening, his mind racing. Coincidence was a luxury he could no longer afford. Daniel's hiring, his specific interests, his casual mention of Acheron, it was too precise. This was not a random encounter. This was a probe. The machine was testing its old neutralized component, seeing if any corrosion had set in, if the silence had developed a crack. He drove home, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. The peace he had cultivated was an illusion. The war was not cold. It was dormant, and he was being watched from its slumbering heart. That night, he went down to the basement. He did not open the hidden panel. He simply stood before it, his hand resting on the cold concrete wall. Inside was his proof, his truth. And now, it was also a target. He had to decide all over again what kind of man he was. The man who kept his head down and preserved the fragile peace, or the man who knew that some silences were a poison. Daniel's innocent face floated in his mind. Was he a pawn, or was he the sharp end of a spear? Jamal did not know, but he knew the game had just changed. The quiet was over. The next day at the office, Jamal was meticulously normal. He reviewed Daniel's work with a critical but fair eye, offered guidance on a report, and suggested they order luncheon. He was the picture of a seasoned, slightly bored mentor. But beneath the calm exterior, his mind was a trap, analyzing every word, every gesture from the young man. Daniel was either a brilliant actor or genuinely unaware of the earthquake he had triggered. A week passed without further incident. The Acheron comment was not repeated. Daniel seemed focused on learning the mundane details of corporate security. Jamal began to hope it had been a fluke, a random academic reference that held no deeper meaning. He was almost convinced when the second envelope arrived. It was on his desk when he returned from the break room, the same precise handwriting as the photograph that had come years before. His blood ran cold. Inside was not a photograph. It was a single key, small and brass, for a locker at the city's main train station. No note, no explanation. It was a callback, a deliberate echo of the past. Chris, or someone speaking for him, was not just sending a message. They were sending a tool. They were reactivating him. He pocketed the key, his hand trembling slightly. This was not a test from the people he had made the agreement with. This was a signal from the other side, from the ghost world he had left behind. They knew the Watchers were circling again. They were giving him a way out, a head start if he needed to run, or they were giving him a choice to re-enter the fight. He left work early, pleading a migraine. He drove to the train station, a cavernous, echoing building filled with the sounds of departure and arrival. He found the bank of lockers, his heart a dull drum in his chest. He slid the key into the lock. It turned smoothly. The locker was empty except for a single cheap prepaid cell phone. It was powered off. He picked it up, its plastic shell feeling flimsy and incredibly heavy. He did not turn it on. He knew what it represented. A direct, untraceable line. Connection back into the world of secrets. He closed the locker and stood there, adrift in the crowd. He held the two futures in his hands. In one, he dropped the phone into a trash bin, went home to his wife and his garden, and continued the performance hoping the probe would end and the silence would return. In the other, he pressed the power button. He thought of Lena's hand in his at the kitchen table, her grim understanding. He thought of his daughter's laugh as she rode her bike away from him. He thought of the boy in the cafe, reading his book, alive. He had traded his voice for that life. But if the silence was breaking anyway, what was left to protect? He walked out of the station and got into his car. He sat for a long time, the phone resting on the passenger seat. The sun began to set, painting the city in shades of orange and purple. He thought of Daniel, with his bright eyes and his dangerous thesis. He was just a kid. He had no idea what he was stepping into. Jamal did. He picked up the phone. His thumb hovered over the power button. He was not the man he had been. He was older, wearier, and he had learned the cost of truth. But he had also learned that a peace built on a buried lie was no peace at all. It was just a quieter war. He took a deep, shuddering breath and pressed the button. The screen glowed to life, a single stark light in the gathering dark. It was a decision. It was an answer. The ghost was stepping back into the world. The phone took a long time to find a signal, its simple interface showing a single blinking icon. He did not have to wait long. A text message appeared, its letters stark and gray on the small screen. The car is clean. Your house is not. They are auditing you. The message vanished, the screen returning to its default state. The phone was a one-way street. He could receive, but he could not reply. He was being given a situational report, not a conversation. He started the car and drove, not toward home, but toward the river. He needed to think, to process. They were auditing him. Daniel was the soft probe, the psychological assessment. The next step would be harder, a technical sweep of his home, his office, his car. They would be looking for any deviation, any hint that his retirement was a facade. They would find nothing, of course. He had been meticulously careful, but the very act of their searching meant his margin for error had evaporated. The key, the phone. These were warnings from the other side. Chris' people knew the audit was coming, and they were telling him to be ready. He pulled over by the water, watching the lights reflect on the dark surface. The phone in his pocket felt like a live wire. He had made his choice by turning it on, but he had no idea what he was supposed to do with it. Was he just supposed to sit and wait for the storm to hit? Or was there an action he was meant to take? The silence from the phone was more maddening than the silence he had kept for years. When he finally drove home, he saw it immediately. A van parked 2 houses down, a different make and model from the one years ago. But its placement was identical. The prickle on his neck returned, a sensation he had almost forgotten. The audit had begun. He walked into his house, his senses heightened. Everything was as he left it, but the air felt different, charged. Lena was in the kitchen, her back to him. "Long day?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. "Something like that," he said. He came up behind her, putting his hands on her shoulders. He felt her tense, then slowly relax. He leaned close, his lips near her ear, and whispered, so softly it was almost a breath. "Don't say anything. Just listen. We are being listened to. The old trouble. It's back. I need you to be normal. Can you do that? Can you do that?" He felt the shiver go through her. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. She did not turn around. She simply reached up and squeezed his hand. A brief, fierce pressure. It was all the communication they could afford. The performance was no longer just for the outside world. It was for the microphones he knew were now hidden in their walls. The quiet life was officially a lie, and they were both now actors on a stage they could not leave. The war was no longer cold. It had come home. He went through the evening routine, his every movement feeling staged and false. He helped his daughter with her homework, discussing algebra with a calm he did not feel. He laughed at a story she told, the sound echoing strangely in his own ears. He was a ghost in his own home, haunting the life he had built. Later, in the privacy of their bedroom with the shower running, he held Lena. She didn't cry. Her eyes were dry and hard. "How long?" she mouthed against his chest. He shook his head. He didn't know. It could be days, or it could be forever. The audit was a process, not an event. They would watch and listen until they were satisfied, or until they found a reason not to be. The prepaid phone in his hidden panel felt like a ticking bomb. It was his only link to the outside, to a potential ally. And it was the most dangerous object he possessed. The next morning, Daniel was waiting at his desk, looking troubled. "Jamal, can I talk to you?" "Of course. What is it?" "It's probably nothing," Daniel began, lowering his voice. "But I was doing some background research on that new client, the one from Zurich. I found some irregularities in their corporate filings, layers of holding companies that all trace back to a single entity that doesn't seem to exist. It's a ghost. It's a ghost." He looked up, his eyes wide with a mix of excitement and concern. "It reminds me of that Acheron model I told you about." The trap was closing. They were using Daniel, feeding him information, seeing if he would bring it to Jamal. They were testing Jamal's reaction to the old, forbidden name. Any sign of recognition, any flicker of undue interest would be a red flag. Jamal kept his expression neutral, slightly bored. "Corporate structures are often Byzantine by design, Daniel. Tax purposes, liability shielding. Don't go looking for conspiracies in every spreadsheet. Stick to the vulnerability assessment we were hired to do." He clapped the younger man on the shoulder, a gesture that felt like a betrayal. "Good initiative, but don't waste your time on dead ends." He walked away, feeling Daniel's confused gaze on his back. He had just thrown a curious, idealistic kid to the wolves to save his own skin. The taste of it was bitter in his mouth. He was protecting his family, but he was becoming a monster they would never recognize. He went to the bathroom and splashed water on his face, staring at his reflection in the mirror. The gaunt, haunted look was returning. The ghost was reanimating. That night, the phone vibrated. A single short pulse against his leg, where he had it tucked into his waistband. He waited until the house was silent, then retreated to the basement. The message was brief. "Audit team is led by a man named Miller. Former analyst, Sharpadati. Suspects something. They are escalating." Jamal's blood went cold. Miller Dartanya. He knew the name. A meticulous, ruthless man who enjoyed the puzzle of breaking people more than the politics. If Miller was here, the soft probe was over. The next phase would be direct, and it would be personal. He had to get his family out. The phone vibrated again, a second message. "Contingency is active. Await signal." He understood. Chris' people had a plan, an escape route, but he had to be ready to move the instant the signal came. He went back upstairs and began to mentally inventory the house. What would they need? What could they not live without? The answer, he realized, was almost nothing. The life they had built was a set dressing. The only thing of real value was the fireproof box in the wall, and he could not take that. It was the anchor that would sink him. He lay in bed next to Lena, listening to her breathe. He reached out in the darkness and found her hand. She laced her fingers with his, a silent pact. They were waiting. The house, their sanctuary, had become the front line, and Jamal knew with a chilling certainty that Miller would not be satisfied with just watching. He would push. He would force a reaction. The quiet was shattered, and the storm was finally here. Story 5. The only sound was the slow, deliberate drip of water from a leaky faucet in the ensuite bathroom. It was not a frantic tap, but a patient, metronomic plink into the porcelain basin, a sound that carved hollows in the silence of the room. Liam lay awake beside her, listening to it, counting the spaces between each drop. It was the sound of the house itself marking time, a reminder that even in this stolen intimacy, the world continued its indifferent mechanics. He could feel the warmth of cadences back against his chest, the slow rise and fall of her breathing. But his own body was a taut wire. Every creak of the old inn's timber bones, every distant groan of the wind outside, was a potential footfall, a sign of Colton's return. He had arrived 3 weeks ago, a man in a worn leather jacket with a single duffel bag and eyes the color of a stormy sea. The Whispering Pines Inn stood at a lonesome bend in a state highway that ribboned through Northern California's redwood country, a place for truckers to grab a few hours of sleep, and tourists to break up the long drive to Oregon. It was the kind of place that smelled of pine sap and old wood smoke, of fried food and floor polish. Colton, the owner, was a broad, quiet man with hands like weathered stone, his presence as solid and unadorned as the timber he used to chop for the winter fireplace. He'd given Liam a room on credit for a week in exchange for fixing a stubborn section of gutter and clearing the storm drain of last autumn's debris. Cadence was the shock of color in the inn's muted palette. She moved through the dim dining room with a dancer's grace, her auburn hair a flash of copper in the perpetual twilight of the great room. She was young, too young for Colton, a fact that hung in the air between them like a persistent question. Liam saw the way her smile never quite reached her eyes when she served her husband his dinner, the way her fingers would linger on the back of a chair, tapping out a restless, silent rhythm. Their first real conversation happened out by the woodpile. Liam was splitting logs, the axe a satisfying weight in his hands, the crack of the blow a clean sound in the crisp air. She came out with a glass of water, condensation beating on the glass. "You have a steady hand," she said. Her voice was low, a murmur that seemed to belong to the forest itself. "It's just work," he replied, wiping sweat from his brow with his forearm. "Most men who stop here are running from something, or to something. Which are you?" "A little of both, I suppose." She had smiled then, a real one, and it transformed her face, lighting it from within. "I know the feeling. That was how it began. Not with a declaration, but with a shared recognition of a certain emptiness, a certain hunger. Their affair was conducted in whispers and glances, in the brush of a hand as she passed him a plate, in the space of an hour when Colton was in town for supplies. It was furtive and electric, a current running beneath the mundane surface of innkeeping. They met in his room, the one with the dripping faucet, and the sound became the soundtrack to their conspiracy. A tiny, insistent heartbeat, counting down the moments they had together. "He's like a piece of the furniture," she whispered one afternoon, her head on his chest, the late sun painting bars of gold across the floor. A heavy, unmovable piece. "I can't breathe here, Liam. He's smothering me with his quietness, with his simple, solid life. I want to see things. I want to feel something." "We could feel something," Liam said, his voice rough. "We could feel everything. We could go to Mexico, live on a beach, just you and me." "And how would we do that?" she asked, her eyes searching his. "We have nothing." "He has the insurance," Liam said, the words hanging in the air, ugly and final. The silence that followed was thicker than before, broken only by that relentless plink from the bathroom. It was the first time the idea had been spoken aloud, a ghost given form. The plan was not born of intricate genius, but of a desperate, greedy logic. Colton went fishing every Thursday at dawn on Lake Serene, a deep, cold body of water cradled by steep, wooded cliffs. He went alone in a small, unstable aluminum boat he'd had for 20 years. The weather was turning. Autumn storms could blow in with little warning. It would be a tragedy, a simple, believable tragedy. The Thursday they chose was iron gray and cold, the sky a lid of cloud. Liam watched from the trees as Colton loaded his gear into the boat, his movements slow and practiced. Cadence had kissed her husband goodbye on the porch, a dutiful peck on the cheek. Liam felt a cold knot in his stomach, a sensation like swallowing ice. He moved through the undergrowth, a shadow among the towering redwoods, his breath misting in the air. The path to the overlook was one he had scouted the week before. He saw the little boat, a silver speck on the gunmetal water. Colton was casting, his back to the shore. Liam's heart was a frantic bird beating against his ribs. He waited. The wind picked up, whispering through the pine needles, a sound like 1,000 secrets being told at once. He saw Colton reel in his line and start the small outboard motor. The putter of the engine was a frail sound against the immensity of the landscape. This was the moment. A submerged log, a sudden wave, a clumsy shift in weight. The boat was old, the water was cold. Hypothermia would set in quickly. It would be fast. It had to be fast. Liam stepped out onto the rocky outcrop, making sure he was visible. He waved an arm, a friendly, casual gesture from one fisherman to another. Colton, surprised, lifted a hand in return. And in that moment of distraction, Liam saw it. Colton's foot slipped on a wet patch in the boat. He flailed, his arms windmilling for a balance that was no longer there. The aluminum hull tipped, a sudden violent lurch, and then Colton was in the water. The shock of the cold was a physical blow. He gasped, his mouth a dark O, and the boat, now upside down, drifted away from him. Liam stood frozen on the cliff. He had not pushed him. He had not touched the boat. He had only waved. He had orchestrated the opportunity, and the world, with its cold, impartial physics, had done the rest. He watched as Colton thrashed in the water, his heavy boots and jacket pulling him down. Their eyes met across the distance. Colton's were not wide with fear, but with a dawning, profound understanding. He knew. He saw Liam standing there, motionless, and he knew. Then the water closed over his head. Liam waited until the surface of the lake was still again, a smooth, dark sheet of slate. Then he turned and walked back through the forest, the scent of wet earth and decay filling his nostrils. He did not run. He walked with the deliberate pace of a man returning from a solitary walk. Cadence was in the kitchen, her hands trembling as she wiped down a counter that was already clean. Well, she asked, her voice a strained thread of sound. It's done, he said. She let out a breath, a long, shuddering exhalation. Then she was in his arms, clinging to him, her body shaking. It was over. They were free. The investigation was a formality, or so they thought. Sheriff Miller was a man in his late 50s, with a tired face and eyes that missed very little. He took their statements in the inn's great room. Cadence, the grieving widow, played her part beautifully, her tears genuine in their source if not in their cause. Liam was the helpful drifter, the reliable handyman who confirmed Colton's habitual solitude on these fishing trips. The weather report showed a squall line that had passed through the area. The case was closed as an accidental drowning. They buried Colton in the small cemetery behind the town's white-steepled church. The air was sharp with the smell of turned earth and dying flowers. Cadence wore a black dress, a veil hiding her face. Liam stood at the back of the small crowd of townsfolk, feeling their sidelong glances. He was the stranger, the temporary fixture. He felt a cold droplet of rain land on the back of his neck and trickle down his spine. The money from the life insurance policy arrived in a crisp official check. It was less than they had imagined, but it was enough. Enough for a start in Mexico for that beach. They began to make plans in hushed, excited tones, their future unfurling before them like a map to a promised land. But the crime, once unleashed, did not dissipate. It seeped into the walls of the whispering pines, into the very air they breathed. It lived in the spaces between their words. Cadence began to change. The passionate, desperate woman was replaced by a nervous, watchful creature. She started at sudden noises. She would stand for long minutes at the window, staring out at the rain-swept driveway as if waiting for someone. "Do you ever think about him?" she asked one night, lying in the bed she had shared with her husband. The bed where she now lay with Liam. "No," Liam said too quickly. It was a lie. He thought of Colton's face in that final moment, the understanding in his eyes. He thought of it when he was chopping wood, the sound of the axe echoing the crack of the aluminum hull against the water. He thought of it when he heard the drip from the bathroom faucet. The town's silence became a presence. The postmaster, an old man with a network of broken capillaries on his nose, studied Liam a little too long when he bought stamps for envelopes addressed to Mexican consulates. The grocer, a friend of Colton's, was suddenly out of the specific coffee Liam preferred. It was nothing you could point to, just a subtle shifting of the atmosphere, a collective, unspoken suspicion. Then the dream started. Liam would dream of water, of its cold, suffocating embrace. He would wake gasping, the sheets soaked with sweat. The sound of the dripping faucet the first thing he heard. He took a wrench to it one afternoon, twisting the valve with a furious strength until the dripping stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. A heavy, waiting quiet. One evening, a man named Elias, a fellow who sometimes guided hunting trips, stopped by the inn for a beer. He'd been up at Lake Serene that day, scouting for elk. "Funny thing," Elias said, his gaze lingering on Liam. "They found Colton's boat, washed up on the south shore. Sheriff had me take a look at it." Liam felt the blood drain from his face. He kept his voice even. "Oh, yeah. Strange, though. The motor was still attached. Usually in a capsize like that, the weight of the motor would pull the whole thing straight down, for it to come loose and the boat to wash up." Elias took a long swallow of his beer, and there was a fresh scrape on the gunwale. Long, deep gouge, like it hit a rock, or was hit by one. The room seemed to tilt. Liam could feel Cadence's tension from across the bar. "A rock," he managed to say. "From the cliff, maybe, when it went over." "Maybe," Elias said, his eyes never leaving Liam's. "But the cliff face there is shale. That gouge looked like it was made by granite. There's no granite on that shore." He finished his beer and stood, placing his glass on the counter with a definitive click. "Just funny is all." After he left, the silence in the room was deafening. Cadence turned to Liam, her face pale. "Well, what does that mean?" "It means nothing," Liam snapped. "He's just a man talking. He's trying to spook us." But the seed was planted. The chain of their perfect crime had developed a link, a small, almost imperceptible crack, but it was enough to let the fear flood in. They began to argue, their whispers turning into sharp, hissed accusations in the dark. "You should have made sure," Cadence said one night. "You should have swum out and made sure he was gone." "And what if someone had seen me?" He shot back. "It was an accident. It had to look like an accident." "It doesn't matter what it looks like," she cried, her voice breaking. "It matters what it was. And we both know what it was." The pressure built like a storm. Sheriff Miller started showing up for coffee, not to ask questions, just to talk. He'd sit at the counter and reminisce about Colton, about his honesty, his reliability. He never looked directly at Liam, but his presence was an accusation. The walls of the inn felt like they were closing in, the low, beamed ceilings pressing down on them. The scent of pine that once seemed fresh now smelled of rot and confinement. Liam started drinking, cheap whiskey that burned away the thoughts for a few precious hours. He avoided the lake, but he could not avoid the water. The rain fell incessantly, drumming on the roof, gurgling in the gutters he had fixed. It was everywhere, a constant reminder. The breaking point came on a night of howling wind and lashing rain. The power went out, plunging the inn into a darkness that was absolute but for the occasional flash of lightning. They huddled in the great room by the fire, the flames casting long, dancing shadows that looked like grasping hands. They had been fighting again, about money, about the delays, about the unspoken thing that hung between them. "I can't do this anymore," Cadence sobbed, her face buried in her hands. "He's everywhere. I see him in the hallway. I hear him in the floorboards. This is his house. It will always be his house. We'll leave tomorrow," Liam said, his voice slurred from whiskey. "We'll pack the car and just go." "And go where?" she screamed, her voice raw. "With what? With this blood money? It's cursed, Liam. Can't you feel it? We're cursed." A tremendous crack of thunder shook the building. In the simultaneous flash of lightning, Liam saw her face, twisted in a mask of terror and grief. And for a moment, it was not her face he saw, but Colton's, just before the water took him. He stumbled back, his heart hammering. "It was you," she whispered, her eyes wide and unfocused in the flickering light. "You did this to me. You and your promises. You poisoned everything." "I did it for us," he roared, the sound tearing from his throat. "You did it for you," she shrieked. "You're a ghost, Liam. You were a ghost when you got here, and you've made me into one too." She ran from the room, her footsteps pounding on the stairs. Liam heard the slam of their bedroom door. He sank into a chair, his head in his hands, the whiskey sloshing in his gut. The wind moaned around the eaves, a sound of pure desolation. He sat there for a long time, listening to the storm and the crackle of the fire, the two sounds merging into a single roar in his ears. When the whiskey bottle was empty, he stood up, his legs unsteady. He needed air. He needed to get out of this tomb of a house. He staggered to the front door and wrenched it open, stumbling out into the tempest. The rain instantly soaked him to the skin, the cold a shock that cleared his head for a moment. The wind snatched his breath away. He saw a flicker of movement down by the old storage shed. A figure in a white nightgown, pale as a specter in the darkness. Cadence. She was running, her hair plastered to her face, her feet bare and muddy. She was heading toward the road. "Cadence!" he yelled, but the wind stole his voice. He started after her, his boots slipping in the mud. Lightning flashed, and he saw her clearly, her face turned back toward him, her eyes wide with a terror that was now directed at him. She thought he was coming for her. She thought he was the monster. "Wait!" he cried, but she only ran faster. He pushed on, his breath ragged. He had to catch her, had to make her understand. They were in this together. They had to be. It was the only thing that gave the act any meaning. The road was a river of mud and gravel. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the scene with the stark clarity of a photographic flash. She was in the middle of the road, frozen, looking back at him. And from around the bend, hidden by the curtain of rain and the roaring wind, came the blinding headlights of a logging truck, its horn a deep, mournful bellow that was swallowed by the storm. But there was no time. There was only the light, the sound, and the impact. A terrible, final sound of metal and flesh that was louder than the thunder. Liam stood, paralyzed, the rain washing over him. The truck skidded to a halt, its brakes screaming. The driver jumped out, his form a silhouette in the headlights, his shouts lost to Liam. He walked forward, his legs moving without his command, through the mud that was now the color of rust. She was gone. The thing on the road was just a broken doll, a collection of rags and angles. The promise of Mexico, of the beach, of a life, was extinguished in an instant. He looked down at his hands, clean in the pouring rain, and yet he could feel the stain, a permanent, viscous film. The investigation into Cadence's death was swift. A tragic accident. A distraught widow, unbalanced by her husband's death, runs into a stormy road. The drifter, a witness, was too far away to prevent it. There was no evidence to suggest otherwise. The insurance money, now doubled by Cadence's own policy, was his. He stayed at the Whispering Pines. He paid off the remaining mortgage. He became the innkeeper. He is there still, a quiet, solitary man who keeps to himself. The townsfolk leave him alone, a mixture of pity and unease keeping them at a distance. He sits in the great room in the evenings, listening to the silence. He never fixed the faucet in room number 7. Some nights, when the wind is right and the house settles into its foundations, he hears it again, a faint, patient plink in the deep quiet, the sound of water marking time, waiting. He began to see her in the periphery of his vision, a flicker of white in a dark hallway, the ghost of a scent, lilac soap, in a room he had just entered. The inn was no longer a place of business, but a vast, echoing museum of his crime. He stopped changing the linens in the room they had shared, letting dust settle on the dresser, on the small porcelain figurine of a bird she had loved. He ate his meals at the bar, staring at the stool where Elias had sat and spoken of granite and gouges. The money sat in the bank, a digital number that felt both immense and meaningless. He thought of Mexico sometimes, of the sun on his face, but the image was bleached and lifeless. He knew, with a certainty that was as solid as the foundations of the inn, that he would never go. To leave would be to admit the plan had ever existed, to give a purpose to the emptiness that now filled him. Here, he was just a man to be pitied, a man who had suffered 2 terrible losses. Anywhere else, he would be exactly what he was. One afternoon, Sheriff Miller came by, not for coffee, but on official business. The state was doing a survey of the lake, some geological study. They'd be taking core samples from the cliffs. Just a formality, he said, his tired eyes resting on Liam's face. They'd need access through the inn's property, the old trail that led to the overlook. Liam felt a coldness seep into his bones, a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. Of course, he said. Whatever you need. He watched from the window as men in orange vests carried equipment up the path he had walked that iron-gray morning. He thought of the rocky outcrop, of the precise spot where he had stood and waved. He wondered if the ground there held an imprint of his feet, if the rock itself had memorized his crime. Days turned into a week. The men packed up and left. Sheriff Miller did not return to deliver any findings. The silence from the law enforcement office was more terrifying than any accusation. It was the silence of a trap being set, of patience. He started sleeping in the chair in the great room, unable to bear the stillness of the bedroom. The fire became his only companion, its flickering light the only thing that held the shadows at bay. He took to walking the grounds at night, a bottle of whiskey in his hand, tracing the path Cadence had run. He would stand in the middle of the road, on the spot where the headlights had found her, and feel nothing but the wind. One such night, clear and cold, the moon a sharp sliver in the sky, he saw a light on in the storage shed, a faint, yellow glow. His heart stuttered. He never went in there. He kept the door locked. He approached slowly, the gravel crunching under his boots. The padlock hung open, the hasp bent, as if forced. He pushed the door, its rusted hinges groaning in protest. Inside, in the beam of an old camping lantern, sat Elias. He was on an upturned crate, surrounded by the detritus of Colton's life, a spare fishing rod, a box of tackle, a pair of worn waders. In his hands was a small waterproof case. It was open. Inside, nestled in foam, was a camera. A hunting camera, the kind used to track game. He must have seen the confusion on Liam's face. "For the fish," Elias said, his voice calm, almost conversational. Colton was a curious man. Not simple. He liked to know things. He was trying to document the lake's population. He had a few of these set up. This one, Elias tapped the camera, was pointed at the overlook. A good vantage point. Liam could not speak. The world had narrowed to the small black lens of the camera. "The sheriff has the memory card, of course," Elias continued. "Has for a week. He's a thorough man, Miller. Wants to be absolutely sure. Wants to see what you do next." Liam's gaze drifted past Elias to the corner of the shed. There, leaning against the wall, was Colton's old splitting maul, its head dark with rust and age. The distance between them was 10 feet. The thought formed in his mind, clear and sharp as the night air. He could do it again. It would be easy. Another accident, an intruder, a struggle. Elias followed his gaze, then looked back at Liam. He didn't move, didn't flinch. His expression was one of profound weariness and something else, something like pity. "You can't kill all of us, Liam," he said softly. "The whole town knows." The fight went out of him then, a sudden, total collapse. The maul was just a tool. The camera was just a camera. There was no escape. Not in Mexico, not in death. He was already in his prison. He turned and walked out of the shed, leaving the door open, the lantern light spilling out onto the gravel. He walked back to the inn, up the porch steps, and into the great room. He poured the last of the whiskey into a glass, but did not drink it. He simply sat, watching the moon's pale light through the window, waiting for the dawn, and for the sound of a car coming up the drive. The car came just after first light, its tires crunching on the gravel with a grim finality. It was not just Sheriff Miller's cruiser. A second, unmarked sedan followed. Liam did not rise from his chair. He heard the car doors shut, the murmur of voices, then the heavy tread of boots on the porch steps. The front door opened. Sheriff Miller entered first, his hat in his hands. His face was etched with a deep, resigned sadness. Behind him was a man in a plain suit, his expression neutral and professional. Liam looked from one to the other, then down into his glass. He gave a single, slow nod. There was no drama, no struggle. The man in the suit recited his rights in a calm, measured tone. Liam stood, holding his hands out, and felt the cold metal of the cuffs snap around his wrists. It was a familiar cold, the same cold he had felt in the lake. As they led him out, he glanced toward the staircase. For a fleeting second he saw her, Cadence, standing on the bottom step, her face a pale oval of grief. Then she was gone, and there was only the dusty, empty hall. The drive to the county seat was silent. Liam watched the familiar landscape slide past the window. The dense pines, the glimpses of the lake, the small town that had never been his home. He saw the postmaster standing outside his shop, watching the convoy pass. He saw the grocer who paused while sweeping his steps. They did not wave or shout accusations. They simply watched, their faces like stones in a river. The trial was brief. The evidence was undeniable. The memory card from Colton's camera showed it all. The frantic grayscale struggle in the pre-dawn gloom. The violent shove. The terrible silent fall. Liam pleaded guilty. There was no point in doing otherwise. He was sentenced to life in a prison 2 states away, a place of concrete and steel, far from any large body of water. He works in the prison library now, sorting books and mending broken spines. He's a model prisoner, quiet and compliant. He never has visitors. Sometimes, at night, lying on his thin cot, He can hear the industrial hum of the ventilation system. It sounds nothing like water, and for that, he is grateful. He has no dreams of Mexico, no dreams of beaches. His only dream is of silence, a deep and perfect silence. But it is a dream that never comes. The past is not a place you can leave. It's the cell you carry with you, and the door was locked a long, long time ago. The library was his refuge. The smell of old paper and binding glue was dry, astringent, scouring the senses clean of memory stench. He would run his fingers along the neat rows of books, a kingdom of other people's stories, and for a few hours he could forget his own. He was assigned a helper, a young man named Jesse, in for armed robbery, who looked at Liam with a kind of wary curiosity. "You're the one from the lake," he said once. Not a question, but a statement. Liam had simply nodded and handed him a cart of books to reshelve. One rainy afternoon, a new shipment of donated books arrived. They were from a library clearance sale, a box of old travel guides and nature volumes. Liam sorted through them mechanically until his hands closed around a thick, glossy book. Mexico. The Yucatan Peninsula. The cover was a brilliant, impossible turquoise, a beach of white sand under a sun that seemed to radiate actual heat. He did not throw it. He did not tear the pages. He stood very still, holding the weight of it, and then he opened it. He turned the pages slowly. There were pictures of crumbling temples in deep green jungles, of colorful streets in colonial towns, of that endless, forgiving sea. He saw it all not as a promise, but as a map of a life that had been possible, a fork in the road he had not taken. He saw the two of them, younger, their faces unlined by guilt, sitting at a small cafe. The image was so vivid, so piercingly real, that his breath caught in his throat. Jesse looked over from where he was stamping new acquisitions. "You okay, man?" Liam closed the book. The sound of the cover shutting was like the fall of a gavel. He placed it in the discard pile. The book's meant to be stripped and recycled. "It's just paper," he said, his voice even. "It's just ink." But that night, the silence of his cell was different. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of that turquoise water, that white sand. It was the ghost of a laugh he had never heard from a woman who was now only bones in a box. He had not lost that future. He had murdered it. He had held it underwater until it stopped moving. The prison walls were not his punishment. They were merely the geography of his choice. The life he had was the life he had made, with his own two hands, on the shore of a cold, dark lake, and he would live it out, day by day, until the last drop of water finally, mercifully, fell. The next day, he volunteered for a work detail cleaning the prison's vast, tiled showers. The guards exchanged glances but approved the request. He spent 8 hours on his knees, scouring the grout with a stiff brush, the chemical smell of the cleaner burning his nostrils. The water from the hoses was lukewarm and fell in a wide, impersonal spray. It held no memory, no echo of rain or lake water. He scrubbed until his fingers were raw and his back screamed, seeking a fatigue so profound it would grant him a dreamless sleep. Jesse found him later, slumped on a bench in the rec yard. "You trying to wash something away, man?" he asked, his tone not unkind. Liam looked at his red, cracked hands. "There's no point," he said. "It's on the inside." He stopped going to the library after that. He took a job in the machine shop, where the noise was constant and deafening, a roar of metal and machinery that filled the skull and left no room for thought. The work was repetitive, shaping the same piece of steel over and over, a task with a clear beginning and end. He preferred it. He ate his meals quickly and spoke to no one. He became a ghost in the system, a man who cast no shadow. Years passed in this way, marked only by the changing of the seasons in the small, high windows of the workshop. Then, one day, a letter arrived. It was the first piece of personal mail he had ever received. The return address was from a law firm in his old county. His hands trembled slightly as he tore it open. It was regarding the Whispering Pines Inn. With no living heirs and after years of unpaid taxes, the property was to be seized and sold at auction. The proceeds, after lines were settled, would be held in trust for him. The letter was cold, full of legal jargon, but one line stood out. The structure was deemed uninhabitable and was scheduled for demolition to make way for a new little lakeside residential development. He folded the letter neatly and placed it under his thin mattress. That night, he dreamed not of water, but of fire. He dreamed of the inn burning, the dry old timber going up like kindling, the flames roaring into the night sky, purging the land. He woke with a feeling that was not quite peace, but was closer to it than anything he had felt in decades. The money from the sale was a pittance, a few $1,000s. He instructed the lawyer to donate it to a fund for the maintenance of the town cemetery. He kept nothing. One afternoon, an old, stooped man was escorted into the visiting room. It was Elias. He sat down across the plexiglass, his hands, gnarled and spotted with age, resting on the counter. He did not pick up the phone. He simply looked at Liam through the divider, his eyes the same, clear, knowing blue. He held the gaze for a long minute, then gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. It was not forgiveness. It was an acknowledgement, a settlement of accounts. Then he stood and walked away, leaving Liam alone in the silent room. Liam is an old man now. His hair is white, his face a roadmap of his sentence. He still works in the machine shop. The roar is a comfort. He knows he will die here, within these walls, and the knowledge is a solid, factual thing, like the steel he shapes. There is no more waiting, no more listening for phantom drips. There is only the work, and the slow, steady turning of the world outside. A world he forfeited long ago, on a rocky cliff overlooking a lake that has, by now, forgotten his name entirely. The new housing development was named Lakeside Haven. He saw an advertisement for it in a discarded magazine, a glossy photo of modern angular homes with large windows facing the water. The caption promised a serene escape. He wondered if any of the new owners, sitting on their decks, ever felt a sudden, inexplicable chill, or if their children ever claimed to see a sad lady in white near the old, overgrown trail. He doubted it. The land, like the lake, had a capacity to absorb and forget. His health began to fail with the quiet inevitability of a setting sun. It started with a cough that wouldn't subside, then a weight loss that his prison-issue clothes hung from like sacks. He was moved to the infirmary, a clean, white room that smelled of antiseptic. The window looked out onto a blank brick wall. He spent his days drifting in a morphine haze. The past, once so sharp and punishing, became soft and blurred at the edges. Cadence's face was harder to recall. The sound of her voice had long since faded. Even the memory of the impact, the bellow of the horn, had lost its visceral power, becoming a story he had once been told. In his final hours, he was lucid. The pain was a distant hum. He looked at the sterile white ceiling and thought of the inn's great room, of the dust motes dancing in the slanted light of a winter afternoon. He thought of the leaky faucet, its patient, rhythmic plink, a heartbeat for the empty house. A young chaplain came and stood by his bed, offering words Liam did not hear. He was listening for something else. And then, as his breathing grew shallow, he heard it. Not the drip of water, but the gentle lap of waves against a wooden dock. He felt a warmth on his skin. Not the harsh fluorescence of the infirmary, but the rich, golden sun of a place he had never been. He saw a stretch of white sand, and for a single fleeting moment, before the silence finally claimed him, He felt the profound and absolute absence of waiting. The orderly found him in the morning. The procedure was efficient, practiced. His body was processed, tagged, and prepared for burial in the prison cemetery, a field of simple markers for the unclaimed. The state sent a final notice to the law firm, which filed it away. The case was closed. Months later, a storm swept across the lake, a violent spring gale that tore shingles from the roofs of the new lakeside Haven homes. The wind howled with a voice that longtime residents found strangely familiar. When the sun rose, the water was littered with branches and debris. A single warped plank of wood, grayed by decades of weather, washed up on the public beach. It was from the old inn's dock, the last recognizable piece. A maintenance worker tossed it into a chipper with the rest of the storm's wreckage, reducing it to mulch in seconds. The new people on the lake never knew it was there. They drank their coffee and looked out at the water, seeing only the calm blue surface, unaware of the quiet history that had finally, completely, settled into the silt below. The mulch from the storm debris was spread around the newly planted flower beds at the community center. A young couple, new to Lakeside Haven, admired the vibrant petunias, commenting on how rich the soil seemed. They had no knowledge of the wood's origin, no sense of the final, gritty dissolution of a story that had once consumed the town. Their world was one of forward motion, of fresh paint and quiet covenants. The past was not just buried, it was compost, broken down into something neutral and nourishing for a new kind of life. The lake, under a placid summer sun, gave up nothing more. The man who had bought the Old Thorn property was named David. He was an architect from the city, and he loved the clean lines of his new home, and the way the light played on the water in the afternoons. His daughter, a girl of 7 with bright eyes, found the small, smooth piece of granite while digging near the edge of the lawn. It was worn almost flat, and it fit perfectly in the palm of her hand. She took it inside and placed it on her windowsill, a treasure from her new home. She did not know it was a whetstone, and she could not feel the ghost of a hand that had once held it, sharpening the blade of an axe with slow, patient strokes. It was just a rock, and to her, it was perfect. The rock sat on this sill for years, through the girl's childhood and into her teens. She eventually packed it in a box when she left for college, a forgotten token of a home she was eager to escape. The box ended up in a storage unit, and the stone, nestled among other mementos, gathered dust in the dark. It was a small, heavy silence. David, now retired and alone in the quiet house, often sat on his deck in the evenings. He liked the peace of the lake at dusk, the way the water turned to slate under the fading sky. Sometimes, a feeling would settle over him, a melancholy he couldn't name. He attributed it to age, to the quiet passing of time. He never saw the figure of a woman in white, but he sometimes felt a presence, a watchfulness from the trees that he dismissed as the product of an overactive imagination. He was a practical man, and his world was built on solid ground. One afternoon, a historian from the state university came to the door. She was compiling an oral history of the region and was interested in the property's past, the old inn that had stood there before the development. David offered her iced tea and listened as she spoke of the Thorn family, of a tragedy involving a daughter. He shook his head. "I never knew," he said. "The real estate agent just called it a teardown." The historian nodded, unsurprised. "Places hold on to things," she said, "even when the buildings are gone." After she left, David stood at his large window, looking out at the lake. The water was calm, a mirror for the passing clouds. He tried to picture the old inn, the wraparound porch, the dark shingles. He tried to feel the weight of its history, but all he felt was the cool glass beneath his fingertips. The past was a story in a book he had not read. His life here was his own, unhaunted, and the lake for him was only ever just water. He sold the house a few years later to a young family from out of state. The movers were efficient, and within a week, every trace of David's life was gone. The new owners, the Wilsons, filled the rooms with their own furniture, their own laughter, their own arguments. They hung a swing on the deck where David had sat, and the children's bright, plastic toys dotted the lawn. The whetstone, still in its box in a storage unit on the other side of the country, was eventually discarded during a long overdue clearing. It was thrown into a dumpster without a second thought, landing with a dull thud among broken lamps and outdated textbooks. It was hauled to a landfill, buried under layers of trash and earth, a final interment. In the prison, a new inmate was assigned to Liam's old job in the machine shop. He knew nothing of the man who had worked there before him, a quiet figure who had shaped steel until his hands could no longer hold the tools. The new inmate complained about the noise and dreamed of his release date. The roar of the machines was the same, but the silence that had inhabited it was gone. And on the lake, the seasons turned. The water froze and thawed. The snow fell and melted, and the summer sun warmed the surface. The new generations of children who swam from the public dock did so without any stories of drownings or old inns. Their memories were being written in the present, in the bright, clear water, under an open sky. The past had been dismantled, its pieces scattered, buried, or forgotten. The quiet was no longer awaiting. It was simply peace. The Wilsons' youngest, a boy of 5, found a single rusted screw embedded in the soil near the old property line. He held it up to his father, a prize. His father took it, examined the flaking orange metal, and tossed it into the woods behind their house. It landed in a bed of damp leaves and was swallowed by the earth before the season's end. The last physical evidence of the machine shop, a place the boy's father had never seen and could not imagine, was gone. The world moved on, not with a shout, but with a series of small, quiet erasures, until even the echoes grew too faint to hear. The years layered themselves over the land like sediment. The Wilson children grew up and moved away. The house changed hands again, and then again. Each new family brought its own joys and sorrows, its own history to lay over the ground, each layer thickening, insulating the present from what lay beneath. An old maple tree, which had been a sapling when the inn was still standing, was struck by lightning and had to be removed. Its roots, when pulled from the earth, brought up a tangled knot of pottery shards and a single tarnished silver spoon. The landscapers bagged it all without a second glance. The town itself changed. The old diner closed, replaced by a drive-through coffee shop. People who remembered the thorns or the trial grew old and passed away. Their children, who held the stories secondhand, eventually moved to be closer to their own grandchildren in other states. The memories became anecdotes, and the anecdotes faded into vague local lore. A century after the inn was demolished, a severe drought descended upon the region. The lake level dropped, revealing a stretch of shoreline that had been submerged for generations. Children exploring the newly exposed mud found strange things. A rusted bicycle frame, glass bottles of an unusual shape, and the moss-covered remains of wooden pilings that had once supported a dock. They were artifacts without a context, mysteries that sparked their imaginations for an afternoon before being forgotten. The drought broke eventually, and the rains returned, filling the lake once more, covering the traces of the past again. The water rose, silent and patient, reclaiming its domain. On the surface, there was only the reflection of the sky, a perfect, empty blue, holding nothing but the clouds and the slow, turning sun. One summer, a university anthropology team conducted a survey of the lake bed, armed with sonar and ground-penetrating radar. They were mapping prehistoric settlements and paid no attention to the modern debris. Their report made a brief mention of post-colonial anthropogenic deposits before focusing on the arrowheads and fire pits of a much older people. A graduate student, however, kept a single green bottle she found wedged between two rocks. She placed it on her bookshelf in her apartment, far from the lake, where it caught the light. She knew it was old, but its specific history, the lips that had touched it, the hand that had last held it before it was lost to the water, were mysteries she never tried to solve. It was simply a beautiful object, a silent vessel from a time she did not need to know. The bottle stood on the shelf for the rest of her academic career, through her doctorate and her first professorship. When she retired and moved to a smaller home, it was packed away carefully, a memento of her first dig. It was ultimately donated upon her death to a thrift store in a city hundreds of miles from the lake. A man bought it for 50 cents, thinking it would look interesting on his patio where he kept his potted plants. He filled it with water and stuck a few cuttings from a geranium inside. The green glass, now holding roots and clear water, sat in the sun. It had finally found a purpose, simple and quiet, far from the dark, cold water of its origin. The story it could have told had long since evaporated. The geranium in the bottle thrived, its roots a pale, delicate web visible through the old green glass. The man on the patio never gave it another thought, watering it along with all his other plants. The bottle had done its job. It held something living. On the lake, a new family spread a blanket on the public beach. The children shrieked with laughter as they ran into the water, their small feet kicking up spray. The sun was high and warm. A soft breeze rustled the leaves of the trees that lined the shore, a sound that was just a sound, carrying no whispers, no names, no regrets. It was an ordinary, perfect day, and it asked for no history, and offered none in return. The deep, cold quiet at the bottom of the lake was complete. It was not a silence of absence, but of conclusion. The story was over. The man on the patio eventually passed away, and his children cleared out his home. They held a yard sale, pricing his belongings with little colored stickers. The bottle with the geranium was bought by a young woman who liked the color. She took it back to her apartment, but the plant soon died from lack of light. She tossed the dead plant in the trash and rinsed out the bottle, considering it for a vase, but decided it was too small. She placed it in her recycling bin, and the following week it was collected, crushed, and melted down with other glass, its form and history dissolving forever in the heat of the furnace. The raw material would become part of a new jar, or a window pane, its past life irrevocably erased. The furnace that melted the glass was in a factory near the coast. The new jars, formed from the molten mixture, were filled with jam and shipped to grocery stores across the country. One of them ended up in the pantry of a house in Lakeside Haven. The family there enjoyed the jam on their toast, unaware of the journey the glass had taken, the layers of time it represented. They finished the jar and recycled it, continuing the cycle without a thought. The house where Liam had lived his final years was repurposed. The prison was deemed outdated and was converted into a minimum security facility with a focus on rehabilitation. The old machine shop was gutted and turned into a vocational training center. The new inmates learned carpentry and coding in a bright, well-lit room. The roar of the machines was a forgotten echo in the insulation of the new walls. And on the cliff where the inn once stood, the wind continued to blow, sweeping through the tall grass and the new trees that had grown where the foundation had been. It was just wind now, not a whisper. It carried the scent of pine and water, and nothing more. The world had healed itself not through drama, but through the relentless, gentle process of being lived in. The ledger was blank, and the page was new. The new vocational instructor at the facility was a former contractor named Ben. He taught his students how to frame a wall, his voice calm and steady. He had never heard of Liam, or the inn, or the long-vanished lake. His world was measured in plumb lines and stud spacing. One of his students, a young man with a talent for woodworking, carefully planed a piece of maple until its surface was as smooth as still water. He was building a hope chest for his daughter, a project born from a future he was determined to have. The shavings curled onto the floor, their scent clean and new, covering the concrete where metal dust had once settled. The past was not just gone. It was a foundation no one could see, buried under layers of fresh paint and fresh starts. The hope chest was finished with a simple, elegant oil that brought out the deep grain of the wood. The young man's daughter, when he was finally released and could give it to her, filled it with her favorite books and a quilt made by her grandmother. It sat at the foot of her bed in a small apartment in a city far from any lake, a solid, beautiful object that held only childhood treasures and the promise of a future. It never once occurred to her that the wood had come from a state that held a story she would never know. Ben, the instructor, retired. The facility's programs changed again, shifting to digital skills. The carpentry workshop was closed, its tools sold at auction. The room became a computer lab, filled with the quiet hum of processors and the glow of monitors. The floor was covered with static-resistant tile, sealing away the last of the sawdust and the ghost of metal shavings. A great-grandchild of the historian who had once visited David found her notes in a dusty archive. He skimmed the typed pages, his interest caught by a mention of a drowned girl. He considered writing a piece about it, a local ghost story for a website. But the deadline for a different project loomed, and the folder was returned to its box. The digital age offered an infinity of stories, and this one, faint and unverified, was easily scrolled past. The lake itself remained. It witnessed the comings and goings of generations, the construction and decay of docks, the silent journey of fish through its depths. In the winter, it froze with a solid crack that echoed like a gunshot in the cold air, a sound that was just a sound of physics, of water becoming ice. In the spring, it thawed, and the water, as it always had, found its own level, settling into a calm that reflected nothing of the sky. Story 6. The tap in the sink of the staff washroom had not been fully turned off. It was a small thing, a detail so minor it was almost nothing at all, just a single clear drop of water that gathered itself at the lip of the chrome faucet, swelled to a perfect trembling sphere, and fell. A soft plink into the porcelain basin below. Then another and another. It was a slow metronomic pulse in the quiet room, a rhythm that seemed to count down the seconds since the world had tilted off its axis. The janitor who found him had noticed it first, his eyes drawn to the tiny, repetitive event before they traveled to the larger, more permanent stillness on the floor. Eric Lenfant was not supposed to be in the Musée des Arts Oubliés at midnight. He was the head curator, a man of precise habits, and his habits did not include lying on the cold tile of a restroom. His life pooled around him in a dark, sticky halo. The scene was a study in dissonance. The room was clean, smelling faintly of antiseptic and lemon-scented cleaner, a space of pure function. The violence done there seemed almost sacrilegious, an ugly stain on a place of sterile order. The only thing out of place, aside from the body, was a small, leather-bound journal clutched in Eric's hand, its cover stained with a single, perfect fingerprint of blood. This was how Professor Dale Croft was pulled into the silence. He was not a detective. He was a man who read the dust on forgotten altars and the wear on ancient stones. Symbology was his language, a lexicon of hidden meanings, where a flower was never just a flower, and a gesture could topple empires. He had been Eric's friend, a fellow traveler in the shadowy realms of history, where truth and myth bled into one another. The call from the Parisian police, a polite but baffled inspector, was a summons he could not refuse. The museum was different by day, a cavern of echoing footsteps and hushed voices. Sunlight streamed through the great glass dome of the main hall, illuminating floating motes of dust like a galaxy of tiny stars. Dale stood over the spot where Eric had fallen, the tile now scrubbed clean, the air smelling only of old wood and polish. The dripping tap had been fixed, but the silence it left was louder. "He asked for you," a woman's voice said from the doorway. Dale turned. She was young, with a sharp, intelligent face and dark hair pulled back in a severe ponytail. Her eyes, a startling shade of green, were red-rimmed but dry. "He told me if anything ever happened, I was to find you, Professor Croft." "You are Camille," Dale said. It wasn't a question. Eric had spoken of his protégé, a cryptologist of rare talent he'd mentored at the Sorbonne. He said you were the best mind he'd ever encountered. A faint, pained smile touched her lips. He was prone to exaggeration, but he was also careful. He was scared, Professor, these last few weeks. He said he was close to something that had been buried for a long time. She led him to Eric's office, a room that was a physical manifestation of the man's mind. Books rose in teetering pillars from the floor, and the walls were papered with maps and schematics, some centuries old. In the center of the chaos, on a large oak desk, a single sheet of vellum was laid out under a weighted lamp. On it was a complex geometric drawing, a series of interlocking circles and squares, filled with alchemical symbols and lines of text in a language Dale recognized as a bastardized form of Occitan. "Dotgani Benad," he called it the labyrinth of the unworthy. Camille said, her voice a whisper. "It's a map or a key." He believed it led to a document, a testimony written in the 1st century, not a gospel, an anti-gospel. Dale's fingers hovered over the vellum, not touching it. He could feel the age in it, the cool, dry whisper of history. "The Q document," he murmured. "A scholarly myth." Eric didn't think so. He believed a splinter group of the early Jerusalem church, those who followed James the Just, not Peter, preserved the true teachings of Jesus. A philosophy so radical, so rooted in personal gnosis and the rejection of earthly power, that the institutional church would have been erased from history before allowing it to surface. He thought this drawing was the first clue in a trail that led to its hiding place. Nah. The investigation became a quiet, secret thing, a parallel world that existed in the back rooms of libraries and the hushed halls of private archives. Dale and Camille moved through Paris like ghosts, their partnership an easy, intuitive thing. He was the broad canvas, painting in the historical and symbolic context. She was the fine brush, deciphering the codes and ciphers layered within the symbols. The labyrinth was not one puzzle, but a nest of them, each solution revealing not an answer, but another, more intricate question. Their first breakthrough came from the drawing itself. Camille, working through the night, saw that the alchemical symbols corresponded not to elements, but to musical notes. When transcribed and played, the melody was a haunting modal chant she identified as a Cathar hymn. The Cathars, a Gnostic Christian sect massacred by the Catholic Church in the 13th century, had been one of the last known groups to possess fragments of the Q tradition. The trail led them south, to the ruined fortress of Montségur, the last Cathar stronghold. Standing on the windswept summit, Dale felt the immensity of the silence. It was a place of endings. Below them the Pyrenees sprawled, like the bones of the earth. In the village below, an old bookseller, a man with the face of a wrinkled walnut and eyes that held a deep, ancestral sorrow, provided the next piece. He gave them a small lead token, stamped with the image of a dove carrying a sprig of thistle. He would not take payment. His only words were, "The shepherd guards the gate, but the lamb knows the path." It was a reference to the church of Saint-Sauveur in the nearby town of Carcassonne. There, in the cool, dim light of the crypt, beneath the worn feet of a stone statue of John the Baptist, they found a hollow space. Inside was not a document, but a single polished bone fragment, wrapped in a scrap of linen. Etched into the bone was a sequence of numbers that Camille quickly decoded as a reference to a specific page, line and word in a specific edition of Rabelais' Gargantua and Pantagruel, housed in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. The chase was on, and they were not alone. They began to feel a presence, a shadow that lingered at the edge of their vision. A tall, gaunt man in a dark, conservative suit was seen asking questions about them in a cafe. In the reflection of a shop window, Dale caught a glimpse of him. His face a mask of serene purpose, his eyes empty of everything but conviction. This was Gavin, a man of God who had traded mercy for mission. The return to Paris was fraught with a new metallic taste of fear. The reading room of the Bibliothèque Nationale was a temple of silence, a vast space where the only sound was the soft rustle of pages turning like the whispers of the dead. The edition of Rabelais was brought to them, a heavy, leather-bound tome. On the page indicated, one word had been underlined in faint, almost invisible ink, Acaranta, the river of woe in the underworld. It was another key, this one pointing to the catacombs, the immense ossuary that wound like a dark intestine beneath the city streets. They descended into the earth, the air growing cold and heavy with the smell of wet stone and profound time. The world of the living fell away, replaced by a kingdom of the dead, the walls lined with the neatly stacked bones of millions. It was here, in a narrow tunnel marked by a symbol only Dale recognized, the Vesica Piscis, the intersection of two spheres, that Gavin found them. He emerged from the darkness without a sound, a spectral figure in the gloom. He held no knife, no gun. His hands were his weapons, large and capable. His voice, when he spoke, was calm, almost gentle. "You have come far enough," he said. "The truth you seek is not for this world. It is a fire that would burn everything, leaving only ash. Faith is the anchor for mankind. You would cast them adrift." "Faith shouldn't fear history," Dale replied, his own voice steady despite the cold knot of fear in his stomach. "It is not history we fear," Gavin said, taking a step forward. "It is the chaos that lives in the human heart. We provide order. We provide meaning. Your truth would provide only doubt." It was Camille who moved, a sudden, sharp gesture. She threw the lead token they had been given, not at Gavin, but at the wall of bones beside him. The clatter was shockingly loud in the confined space, a sharp, discordant note. In that split second of distraction, Dale acted on an instinct he didn't know he possessed. He shoved Gavin hard, sending the larger man stumbling back into a precarious stack of femurs and skulls. The bones gave way with a dry, rattling crash, a cascade of mortality that buried Gavin in a white, dusty wave. They did not wait to see if he would rise. They ran, deeper into the labyrinth, following the Vesica Piscis symbols, until they found a small iron door, rusted shut. Using a piece of fallen stone as a hammer, Dale broke the lock. The chamber beyond was tiny, no larger than a closet. In the center, on a simple stone pedestal, sat a single, sealed clay jar. There was no triumphant fanfare, only the sound of their own ragged breathing. Inside the jar, protected by layers of waxed cloth, was a scroll. The material was papyrus, brittle with age. The text was in Aramaic. Dale unrolled it with trembling hands, the words of a man named Jude, a brother of Jesus, speaking not of divinity, but of a wisdom that resided within every human soul. It spoke of a kingdom not in heaven, but in the heart, a direct connection to the divine that made priests and temples obsolete. It was simple, profound, and utterly devastating to the architecture of institutional power. They did not take it. They read it there, in the flickering light of their single flashlight, the words settling in their minds not as a revelation, but as a quiet, sad confirmation. This was the truth that had gotten Eric killed. This was the truth that men like Gavin and the powers he served were willing to murder to keep buried. They left the scroll where it was, resealing the jar. To remove it would be to unleash the very chaos Gavin had warned of, to turn a quiet truth into a weapon in a war they wanted no part of. They emerged from the catacombs into the gray light of a Parisian dawn, blinking like miners returning from the depths. They were covered in a fine, pale dust. They never spoke of what they found to the authorities. The official investigation into Eric's murder remained open, unsolved. The inspector eventually closed the file, classifying it as a probable robbery, though nothing had been taken. The case faded from the headlines, then from memory. Sometimes, in the years that followed, Dale would receive a postcard from Camille, who had taken a research position in Geneva. They never mentioned the scroll, or Eric, or the man in the catacombs. Their shared secret was a wall between them, a silence too heavy to breach. Dale returned to his lectures, to his books. He would sometimes walk past the Musée des Arts Oubliés, pausing to look at its grand facade. He thought of the secret buried deep beneath the city, a truth that was now his to carry. It was not a burden of fear, but of a profound and wearying knowledge. The world continued on, unchanged, its institutions standing firm, its faiths intact. The pattern of life, with all its small repetitions and rituals, continued unbroken. And in a quiet office, a world away from Paris, a man named Humberto, who had never given an order aloud, who conducted his business with the quiet pressure of a glance and the resources of centuries, received a brief report. He read it, his expression one of mild interest, and then filed it away. The threat had been neutralized. The silence was preserved. The balance was maintained. Everything was once again exactly as it was. The dust from the catacombs seemed to have settled permanently in the creases of his skin and the folds of his mind. Dale returned to his university life, to the dry scent of chalk and the predictable rhythm of semesters. He taught his classes on symbology with a new private irony, knowing that the most potent symbols were the ones that remained unseen, their power derived entirely from their absence. The students saw a dedicated, if somewhat distant, professor. They could not see the ghost that walked beside him, the memory of a truth that was both liberating and annihilating. He tried to write about it once, in the dead of night. A scholarly paper couched in hypotheticals and historical conjecture. The words looked back at him from the page, small and pathetic, a butterfly pinned to a board. They could not capture the weight of the papyrus in his hands, the chill of the ossuary, or the serene menace in Gavin's eyes. He deleted the file and never attempted it again. The truth, he understood, was not a thing to be published. It was a thing to be carried. His correspondence with Camille dwindled to nothing. The postcard stopped. It was a mutual, unspoken agreement. Their bond was a seam welded shut by a shared trauma, and to pick at it was to risk everything bursting open. He heard through an academic grapevine that she had left Geneva for a private library in Lisbon, a place known for its collection of esoteric texts. He hoped she had found a measure of peace, a way to live with the knowledge without being consumed by it. Years bled into one another. The memory of Eric L'Enfant, once a sharp, painful wound, scarred over into a dull, familiar ache. Dale grew older. His hair turned fully gray, and his steps became more measured. He was, to all outward appearances, a man who had settled comfortably into the autumn of his life. Then, on a Tuesday, a plain manila envelope arrived at his campus office. There was no return address, only his name and title typed in a clean, anonymous font. Inside was a single, glossy photograph. It showed a section of an ancient, crumbling wall, part of an excavation somewhere in the sun-baked Middle East. The stone was etched with a familiar, complex geometric pattern. The Labyrinth of the Unworthy. But this was not Eric's drawing. This was the original, carved into rock centuries ago. And at its center, someone had drawn a fresh red circle. There was no note, no threat, no explanation. It was simply a statement, a reminder. He sat at his desk for a long time, the photograph lying before him. The hum of the fluorescent lights seemed to grow louder, filling the room with a sterile electric buzz. He thought of the dripping tap in the staff washroom, that slow metronomic pulse counting down the seconds. He had believed the silence was preserved, the balance maintained. He was wrong. The labyrinth had not been solved. It had only been one branch of a much larger, older maze. And the game was not over. It had simply been waiting for him to forget he was still a player. He picked up the photograph. His hand, he noted with a strange detachment, was perfectly steady. He slid it back into the envelope, placed the envelope in the inside pocket of his jacket, and stood up. The world outside his window was unchanged, bathed in the soft light of a late afternoon. But he saw it differently now. The silence was not peaceful. It was the quiet of a predator holding its breath, and he was once again walking through its territory. He left the office without locking the door, a small, unthinking act of rebellion against the precise habits of a lifetime. The corridor outside was empty, the students gone for the day. His footsteps echoed with a new, hollow finality. He did not go home. Instead, he walked to the university library, to the musty, rarely visited section on medieval cartography. He worked with a quiet, methodical fury he had not felt in years. The red circle on the photograph was not random. It highlighted a specific cluster of symbols within the labyrinth, a configuration he and Camille had theorized represented a geographical location, but had never been able to pin down. Seeing it etched in stone, weathered by real wind and sand, changed everything. The lines were not just allegorical, they were a map. He cross-referenced the symbols with maps of the Levant, with Crusader chronicles, with forgotten trade routes. The answer, when it came, was so obvious he almost laughed. The cluster did not point to a city or a mountain. It pointed to a river, not the Acheron, the river of woe, but its earthly counterpart, a narrow seasonal waterway in the Negev desert mentioned in a handful of obscure Templar texts as the Wadi of Tears. He knew then what the photograph was. It was not a threat. It was an invitation, or a summons. The powers that had silenced Eric, the organization that employed men like Gavin, were not a monolith. There were factions. Someone within that silent edifice was reaching out, guiding him back to the trail. The reasons were unclear. A change of heart, a power struggle, a trap. It didn't matter. The path was open again. He booked a flight to Tel Aviv that night. As the plane climbed above the city lights, he looked down at the world he was leaving. He felt no fear, only a grim sense of purpose. The quiet of his life had been a lie. This, the hum of the jet engines, the unknown ahead, was the only true silence, the silence of a decision made, of a path chosen. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in years, he did not dream of bones or scrolls. He dreamed of a dry riverbed, waiting for the rain. The desert heat was a physical blow, a dry, baking presence that filled the lungs and seared the skin. Dale stood at the edge of the excavation site, a raw scar in the ochre landscape. The dig was small, unofficial, funded by a private foundation with a name that meant nothing. The site director, a young Israeli archaeologist named Rachel with sun-bleached hair and a pragmatic glare, eyed him with open suspicion. "You are not on my list," she said, her voice raspy from dust and cigarettes. "I'm a colleague of Eric L'Enfant's," Dale said, the name feeling strange and dangerous on his tongue after so many years. Rachel's expression did not change, but something shifted in her eyes, a shutter opening and closing in an instant. She nodded once, a curt, sharp motion. Come. She led him to the trench where the carved wall had been uncovered. It was smaller than he had imagined, a single weathered block of limestone. The labyrinth was there, just as in the photograph, but seeing it in person was different. The sun cast deep shadows into the carved lines, giving the pattern a stark, three-dimensional life. And there, at its center, was the faint, painted remnant of the red circle, already fading under the relentless sun. "We found it last week," Rachel said, her voice low. "It was buried under 2 meters of sediment. No context, no other artifacts. It shouldn't be here." She pointed to a series of marks at the edge of the stone, symbols Dale didn't recognize. "This script is a variant we can't place. It's not Canaanite, not Nabatean. It's other." Dale ran his fingers over the cool, rough stone. He felt the same whisper he had felt from Eric's vellum, but this was louder, more insistent. This was the source. "What do you think it is?" he asked. "A boundary marker," she said without hesitation. "But not for a kingdom or a farm. It feels like a warning, or a signpost." She looked at him, her gaze direct and unnerving. "Your friend, l'enfant. He was looking for something, wasn't he? Not gold, not a city, an idea." Dale said nothing. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the hot, dry wind. "I am not a believer," Rachel continued, turning back to the stone. "I dig in the dirt. I find broken pots and animal bones. But this makes me feel like I am digging in someone else's mind. A few days after we uncovered this, men came. Suits from the Antiquities Authority. But they were not bureaucrats. They had the eyes of soldiers. They told me to shut down the dig. They said the site was unstable. Dale understood. The photograph had not been sent to restart his search. It had been sent as a distress call. A warning that the trail was about to be buried again. This time under official concrete and bureaucratic lies. He had not been lured here. He had been summoned as a last resort. "We have until dawn," he said. Rachel nodded. "There is one more thing. We did a ground-penetrating radar scan after the men left." She led him to a tent, where a laptop glowed in the dim light. On the screen was a hazy green-on-black image of the subsurface. Beneath the carved stone, at a depth of nearly 5 meters, was the clear rectangular outline of a void. "A chamber. It is a tomb," she whispered. "But the orientation is wrong. It does not face Jerusalem. It faces the rising sun on the winter solstice." They worked through the night, a small, trusted crew of 3 students and Rachel. They dug not with machinery, but with hand trowels and brushes, their work illuminated by portable lights that threw long, dancing shadows against the walls of the trench. The air grew cold, the desert chill a sharp contrast to the day's furnace heat. Dale's body, unused to such labor, ached with a familiar, welcome pain. Just as the first hint of gray touched the eastern horizon, a trowel struck not rock, but wood. They cleared the area frantically, revealing a stone slab covering the void. And set into the slab was a rotted, iron-reinforced wooden door. It was sealed with a lump of hardened clay. Using a crowbar, Rachel pried the door open. It broke with a splintering groan, the sound unnaturally loud in the pre-dawn hush. The air that wafted out was cool and carried a scent of dust and myrrh. Dale shone his flashlight into the darkness. The chamber was small, square, and utterly empty, except for a single knee-high pillar of rough-hewn stone in the center. On top of the pillar sat a single object, a small, unglazed clay bowl. It was filled with fine, white sand. There was no scroll, no treasure, no skeleton. Just a bowl of sand. One of the students muttered in disappointment, but Dale felt a profound sense of completion. He leaned in. his light illuminating the surface of the sand. There, carefully arranged, were 3 small, smooth black stones. They formed a simple, perfect triangle. Rachel looked at him, her face a mixture of confusion and awe. "What is it? What does it mean?" Dale did not answer immediately. He looked from the 3 stones in the bowl to the complex labyrinth carved on the wall above them. He thought of the scroll in the catacombs, speaking of the kingdom within. He thought of the endless, bloody history of those who sought to own the truth, to build walls around it. The labyrinth was not a map to a thing. It was a test. It weeded out the unworthy, those who sought power, who sought proof, who sought to possess. They would follow the trail and be left with nothing, or be buried by men like Gavin. But those who understood, who saw the pattern, would find their way here, to a silent, empty room, to a bowl of sand and 3 stones. It was not an answer. It was a mirror. The meaning was not in the finding, but in the seeking. The truth was not a document to be read, but a pattern to be recognized within oneself. The 3 stones were not a symbol to be decoded. They were a choice to be made. In the distance, the sound of an engine growled, growing louder. Headlights cut through the twilight, bouncing over the rough track toward the site. The men in suits were early. Rachel looked at Dale, her eyes wide with alarm. "What do we do?" Dale looked once more at the simple, silent bowl. Then he turned and walked out of the trench, into the growing light of the new day. He did not run. He did not hide. He simply stood there, waiting, as the vehicles approached. He had finally reached the end of the labyrinth, and he had found exactly what he had been looking for. Nothing at all, and everything. The lead vehicle, a dusty white SUV, skidded to a halt a dozen yards away. Doors opened, and 4 men emerged, their movements efficient and coordinated. They were not the same men from Paris, but they had the same look, the same air of institutional lethality. Their leader, a man with a shaved head and a tactical vest, scanned the site, his eyes lingering on the open trench before settling on Dale. Rachel and the students climbed out of the trench, their faces pale in the dawn light. They stood behind Dale, a small, defiant line. The bald man approached. "This site is now under the jurisdiction of the National Antiquities Authority. You are all in violation of a closure order." His English was accented, his tone flat and final. He glanced past Dale into the trench. "What did you find?" Dale said nothing. He simply looked at the man, his expression one of weary calm. The man's gaze hardened. He gestured to his team. 2 of them moved toward the trench while the other 2 kept watch on the group. "It's empty," Rachel said, her voice tight. "There's nothing down there." The bald man ignored her. He walked to the edge and looked in, his flashlight beam sweeping across the empty chamber, the stone pillar, the lone clay bowl. He stared for a long moment, his face unreadable. Then he turned back to Dale. "This is what you came for? A piece of pottery?" "It's what was here," Dale replied. The man's eyes narrowed, searching Dale's face for mockery or deceit. Finding neither, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his features. This was not what he had been sent to secure. This was not a world-altering relic. It was dirt and stone. He keyed his radio, speaking in low, rapid Hebrew. Dale took a slow breath. He could feel the tension in the students behind him, the fear like a physical force. He knew that men like this operated on a simple binary: threat or no threat. The scroll in Paris was a threat. This empty chamber was an enigma, and enigmas were only threats if they provoked a reaction. The man on the radio finished his conversation and lowered his hand. He looked at Dale, then at Rachel. "You will leave. Now, take your people and go. This site will be filled in by noon. If any of you speak of this, there will be consequences you will not enjoy." It was not a reprieve, but it was not a bullet in the desert either. It was a tactical withdrawal. The silence was being preserved, but in a new way. They were being allowed to carry the emptiness with them. Dale nodded. He turned and led the small group away from the trench, toward their parked jeeps. He did not look back. As they drove away, bouncing over the rocky ground, he saw the men begin unloading bags of quick-set concrete from their SUV. Rachel drove, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "They will bury it," she said, her voice hollow. "It was already buried," Dale said, looking out at the vast, empty landscape. "They're just putting it back." They drove in silence for a while, the sun now fully above the horizon, painting the desert in shades of gold and fire. "The stones," Rachel said finally. "The 3 stones in the bowl. What did they mean?" Dale watched a lone bird circling high overhead. He thought of the 3 stones. A simple, stable shape. A foundation. A trinity of sorts. But not of gods. Of choices. To believe, to doubt, or to simply be. To build, to destroy, or to walk away. "They mean the search is over," he said. And for the first time since he had held that brittle papyrus in a Parisian catacomb, he felt the weight he carried not as a burden, but as a part of him. The truth was not a thing to be found. It was a way of seeing. The labyrinth was not a trap. It was a path, and he had walked it to its end. He was not the keeper of a secret. He was the secret. And that was a truth no one could ever bury. He returned to his life, but it was no longer his life. The quiet university town felt like a stage set, the students merely actors reciting lines he had heard 1,000 times before. He taught his classes, attended his meetings, but his mind was in the desert, in that cool, dark chamber. The memory of the 3 stones was a quiet pulse in his thoughts, a constant, low-frequency hum beneath the static of daily existence. Weeks later, a postcard arrived at his home address. It was a picture of the Geronimos Monastery in Lisbon. On the back, in a familiar, elegant script, were just 4 words. "I heard." "Are you?" He stared at the words, his heart a dull, heavy drum. Camille.n. She had been watching, or her network of whispers had. She was asking the only question that mattered. Not "what did you find," but "what are you now?" He did not reply. He placed the postcard in a drawer, a single modern artifact in his house of old books. An answer would have been a betrayal of the silence he had found. Some dialogues are meant to be internal. He began to take long walks in the evenings, not to any destination, but simply to move. He noticed things he had long forgotten to see. The way the light slanted through the oak trees on his street. The particular smell of rain on hot pavement. The sound of his own breath. He was not looking for patterns anymore. He was simply observing the pattern that was his own life. One afternoon, he found himself standing before the history department's main bulletin board, a chaotic mosaic of flyers and announcements. His eyes, almost of their own accord, were drawn to a small, discreet notice for a guest lecture series on the philosophy of silence and medieval mysticism. The name of the lecturer was unfamiliar. He attended the first lecture. The room was half empty. The lecturer was a young, soft-spoken woman who spoke not of grand revelations, but of the value of the void, the fertile ground of not knowing. After the talk, as the small crowd dispersed, she approached him. "Professor Barlow," she said, "I was hoping you would come." He looked at her, surprised. "Do I know you?" "Not directly. My predecessor spoke of you. A man named Gavin. He said you were one of the few who understood the cost of knowledge." Dale felt a coldness settle in his stomach. Gavin. The man from the catacombs. The man with the quiet voice and the gun. The young woman saw his reaction and gave a small, sad smile. "The organization has many faces. Gavin's was one. Mine is another. We are not a monolith, as you have learned. Some of us believe the silence is not for keeping, but for sharing, carefully. She handed him a simple business card. It was blank except for a phone number. We are not a conspiracy, she said. We are a library, and we have recently acquired a new, very quiet wing. We thought you might be interested in being its curator. He took the card. It felt heavy in his hand, not with threat, but with potential. It was another path, not out of the labyrinth, but deeper into its heart, with a different purpose. He walked home under a sky full of stars. He thought of the 3 stones, the stable triangle. 1 stone for the past, for Eric in the catacombs. 1 stone for the present, for the empty chamber and the choice to walk away. And 1 stone for the future, a blank, smooth surface waiting for his hand to place it. He did not know if he would call the number. The choice, he realized, was not a single, monumental event. It was a series of small, quiet decisions made every day. For now, it was enough to stand under the vast, silent sky, a part of the pattern, neither seeking nor hiding, but finally, simply being. The game was over. The real work was just beginning. He left the card on his kitchen table for a week. It was a neutral object, a white rectangle that held no inherent meaning beyond what he assigned to it. He did not think of it as a temptation or a threat. It was simply a choice, one of many he made each day. The decision to brew coffee, to grade papers, to look at the card, or to look away. One evening, he picked it up. He did not call the number. Instead, he went to his study and took down a heavy, leather-bound atlas from a high shelf. He opened it to a map of Europe and let his finger trace a route south from Paris, through the rolling hills of Burgundy, into the steeper inclines of the Jura Mountains. He was not looking for a specific town. He was looking for empty space, for the green patches that denoted forest, for the thin, spiderweb lines of minor roads. He found a place where the contours bunched tightly together, a region of deep valleys and high, remote plateaus. There was a name, but it was small and unimportant. He booked a train ticket for the following weekend. He told no one he was going. He packed a small bag with a change of clothes, a water bottle, and a book of poetry he had not read in 20 years. He did not bring a phone. The journey was a slow unwinding. The high-speed train gave way to a regional line, the modern stations to simple, concrete platforms. He got off at a stop that was little more than a shelter beside the tracks. He walked out of the village and into the woods, following a footpath that climbed steadily. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. He walked for hours, his city shoes unsuited for the terrain, his muscles protesting. He welcomed the discomfort. It was real. He did not know what he was looking for. A sign, perhaps. A feeling. Or maybe just the act of moving through a landscape that asked nothing of him. As dusk began to settle in the valleys below, he reached a clearing on a high ridge. Below him, the land fell away into a tapestry of shadow and fading light. It was utterly silent, but for the wind in the trees. He stood there for a long time, until the last of the light was gone and the stars emerged, sharp and cold. He felt the vast, indifferent beauty of the world. A beauty that did not care if he understood it or not. It simply was. And so was he. He made camp there, a simple bed of gathered pine needles under the shelter of a rocky overhang. He did not light a fire. He ate a piece of bread and cheese from his pack and drank from his water bottle. He felt a peace so profound it was almost a physical presence, a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the chill of the night air. In the morning, he walked back, down the mountain. He returned to the train, to the city, to his house. The blank card was still on his kitchen table. He picked it up, held it for a moment, and then dropped it into the recycling bin. He did not need their library. He did not need to be a curator of silence. He had found his own. He went to his university office and began the process of resigning his tenure. It was a quiet, bureaucratic procedure. His colleagues were shocked, concerned. They offered him sabbaticals, research grants. He declined politely. He had no grand plan. He simply knew that the man who had belonged in that office was gone. He had been left behind in a desert trench, in a mountain clearing. He sold his house, his books, the accumulated artifacts of a scholarly life. He kept only a few clothes and a small amount of money. He bought a one-way ticket to a country he had never visited, a place with no history for him, no associations. He was not running from anything. He was moving toward the emptiness, the fertile void. He was becoming one of the quiet people, the ones who walk through the world without leaving a mark, who listen more than they speak, who understand that the greatest truths are not written down, but are carried in the heart, in the rhythm of a breath, in the simple, unadorned fact of being alive under the sun and the stars. The search was over. The living had begun. The small apartment in a city whose name he did not yet know had white walls and a single window that looked out onto a courtyard where a lone tree grew. He owned a bed, a table, a chair, and a single cup. In the mornings, he would go to the market and buy a piece of fruit and a loaf of bread. He would walk through the narrow, winding streets, not as a scholar deciphering inscriptions, but as a man feeling the sun on his skin. He learned the rhythm of the local cafe, the quiet hour between the morning rush and the lunch crowd, and he would sit with a small coffee, watching the life of the city move around him. He found work, not with his mind, but with his hands. A small boatyard needed a man to sand and varnish hulls. The work was repetitive, meditative. The smell of salt and pine tar and the sound of the sander's whine filled his days. His body grew lean and tough, his hands calloused. At night, he would eat simply and sit by his window, listening to the sounds from the courtyard. He did not read. He did not write. He simply existed. One day, a tourist, lost and clutching a map, approached him near the harbor. The man spoke in rapid, anxious English, asking for directions to a famous church. Dale looked at the man's frantic eyes, the sweat on his brow, the map covered in frantic circles. He felt a distant echo of that same desperation, the need to be somewhere else, to find the next thing. He pointed the man in the right direction. A simple gesture of his hand. The man thanked him profusely and hurried off. Dale watched him go, a smile touching his lips. It was not a smile of superiority, but of recognition. He had not found answers in the desert. He had found a way to lay down the questions. He continued his work at the boatyard. He learned the names of the fishermen. He shared a bottle of wine sometimes with the old man who owned the yard. They spoke little and never of the past. They spoke of the weather, the condition of the boats, the price of fish. Years later, a letter found him. It was from Rachel, forwarded through a labyrinth of old contacts and university departments. She wrote of her work, of a new discovery, of the politics of archaeology. Her words were energetic, passionate, full of the old fire. At the end, she asked him a single question. Was it worth it, Dale? All of it? He read the letter sitting on his bed, the afternoon light casting long shadows across the bare floor. He thought of the 3 stones, the empty chamber, the long walk down the mountain. He thought of the simple weight of his sanding block in his hand, the feel of smooth, finished wood. He did not write back. There were no words that could bridge the distance between the world she inhabited and the one he had chosen. Any attempt would be a distortion. The silence was his answer. It was the only answer that was truly his own. He folded the letter and placed it in a small wooden box that held nothing else. Then he went back to the boatyard. There was a hull to finish, and the evening was coming on. The hull was a 40-foot ketch, its lines elegant and old. The owner, a silent German man who came once a month to check on the progress, wanted the varnish to be mirror perfect. Dale didn't mind the man's silence or his exacting standards. The work was a form of conversation in itself, a dialogue between his hands and the wood. As he applied the final coat, the amber liquid soaking into the grain, he felt a completion that no academic paper, no unearthed artifact had ever given him. He left the boatyard at dusk, the smell of the sea, a constant companion. He stopped at his usual cafe. The owner, a woman named Eleni, with kind eyes and a weary posture, brought him his coffee without being asked. She had never inquired about his past, and for that he was deeply grateful. Their relationship was built on the simple economy of coffee and quiet companionship. That night, as he sat by his window, he did something he had not done in years. He opened the wooden box and took out Rachel's letter. He read her question once more. Was it worth it, Dale? All of it? He looked out at the courtyard. The lone tree was moving gently in the night breeze. A light was on in an apartment across the way, and he could see a family sitting down to dinner. He saw the ordinary, unremarkable beauty of it. The search for the ultimate truth had almost destroyed him. It had led him through shadows and into the path of dangerous men. But it had also led him here, to this chair, this window, this peace. He stood up and walked to his small stove. He lit a burner and held the corner of Rachel's letter to the blue flame. He watched as the fire consumed her words, turning the question to ash. He dropped the burning paper into the sink and watched the embers die. It was worth it, not for what he found, but for what he lost. He had lost the need to know. He had shed the weight of 1,000 histories that were not his own. The labyrinth had not been a puzzle to be solved, but a self to be shed, layer by layer, until only the essential man remained. The next morning, he went to the boatyard as usual. The German man was there, inspecting the finished hull. He ran a hand over the smooth, gleaming wood and gave a single, sharp nod of approval. He turned to Dale and, for the first time, spoke more than a few words. It is perfect. You have a gift. Dale simply nodded in return. The gift was not in the varnish or the sanding. The gift was in the absence of the need for such a gift to mean anything at all. He collected his pay and walked out onto the dock. The sun was high, the water a brilliant blue. He had no plans for the rest of the day. He would walk, perhaps. He would sit by the sea. He would breathe. The past was ash, the future was an unwritten sea chart, and the present was a perfect, unvarnished moment, empty and complete. The German man left, and the boatyard fell into its usual afternoon quiet. The old owner, Yanis, came over and stood beside Dale, both of them looking at the finished sketch. Good work, Yanis said, his voice rough as the gravel on the shore. He lit a cigarette and offered one to Dale. Dale, who had not smoked in over a decade, accepted. The smoke was harsh and familiar. They stood there in silence, watching the water lap against the pilings. Yanis eventually grunted, a sound that meant the day was done. He clapped Dale on the shoulder. A brief, hard contact, and walked back toward his office. Dale remained. He finished the cigarette, ground the butt under his heel, and dropped it into a rusty can. He did not go straight home. He walked along the seawall, past the moored fishing boats and the tourists taking photographs. The sky began to soften, the intense blue giving way to the gold of late afternoon. He found himself at the far end of the harbor, where the wall crumbled into a rocky beach. He sat on a sun-warmed boulder and watched the light dance on the water. A child, a boy of maybe 5, was playing at the edge of the rocks, poking at a tide pool with a stick. His mother sat nearby, her face tilted to the sun. The boy looked up and saw Dale watching him. He did not look away or become shy. Instead, he held up a small, wet stone, dark and smooth. He grinned, a flash of pure, uncomplicated joy, then turned and skipped the stone across a patch of calm water. It bounced twice before sinking. Dale felt something loosen inside him, a final, quiet release. The stone was not a symbol. It was just a stone. The boy was not a messenger. He was just a boy. The moment was not a lesson. It was just a moment. He stood up and brushed the sand from his trousers. The walk back to his apartment felt different, lighter. The white walls were not empty. They were clean. The single cup was not a measure of his lack, but of his sufficiency. He lay on his bed as the room darkened, listening to the sounds of the city settling into night. He thought of the 3 stones in the bowl, not as choices, but as things. He thought of the empty chamber, not as a void, but as a space. He thought of his own heart, not as a keeper of secrets, but as a muscle, beating a steady, reliable rhythm in the dark. There was nothing more to find, and nothing left to seek. For the first time in his entire life, the silence within him was identical to the silence in the world. It was whole. It was enough. The next day, a storm rolled in from the sea. He stood at his window and watched the rain lash the courtyard, the lone tree whipping in the wind. He made a pot of tea and sat at his table, the steam warming his face. There was no work at the boatyard in this weather. There was only the storm and the waiting. In the afternoon, a knock came at his door. It was a soft, hesitant sound, almost lost in the drumming of the rain. He was not expecting anyone. He felt no alarm, only a mild curiosity. He opened the door to find the boy from the beach, his hair plastered to his forehead, his clothes soaked. He was holding a small, bedraggled kitten, its fur matted and dark with water. The boy looked up at him, his eyes wide and serious. He said nothing, simply held the kitten out slightly. The message was clear. Help, Dada. Dale stepped back and gestured for the boy to come in. The boy entered, leaving small puddles on the floor. Dale found a dry towel and handed it to him. The boy carefully wrapped the kitten first, rubbing it gently until it began to mew, a thin, reedy sound. Then he dried his own face and hair. They sat together in the quiet room. The boy held the kitten, now a tiny purring lump in the towel, and looked around at the bare walls, the single cup on the table, the bed. His gaze was not judgmental, merely observant. After a long while, he looked at Dale and spoke a single word in his own language. It sounded like Epharisto. Dale did not know the word, but he understood its meaning. He nodded. The rain lessened to a drizzle. The boy stood, still cradling the kitten, and walked to the door. He turned and gave a small, formal bow, then disappeared down the stairs. Dale closed the door. The room felt different. The air was charged with the aftermath of the encounter. He looked at the small, damp spots on the floor where the boy had stood. They were not an intrusion. They were a record, a mark, however temporary, of a life intersecting with his own. He did not clean them up. He let them be, watching as they slowly faded, evaporating into the air of the room, becoming part of the silence, part of the story. The following week, Yanis asked if he would take on a new project, not sanding, but helping to rebuild the frame of an old wooden cake that had been damaged in the storm. The work was more complex, requiring a different kind of attention. He learned to use an adze to shape the curved ribs of the boat. His mistakes were his own, and he corrected them patiently. The rhythm of the mallet and chisel became a new kind of meditation. He saw the boy sometimes in the market, holding his mother's hand. They would exchange a nod, a simple acknowledgement. The boy's kitten was often with him, tucked inside his jacket or following at his heels like a small, furry shadow. The boy had named it, but Dale never learned the name. It was enough to see it alive and thriving. One evening, Eleni at the cafe placed a small dish of olives on his table on the house. He looked up, surprised. She gave a slight shrug. "You look like a man who enjoys olives," she said, and then moved away to serve another customer. He ate them slowly, savoring the salty, bitter taste. It was a small thing, a trivial kindness, but it felt significant. He was no longer a ghost. He was becoming a part of the landscape, a feature of the local geography as natural as the seawall or the lone tree in the courtyard. He began to dream again, not of deserts or silent libraries, but of simple things. He dreamed of the grain of wood beneath his hands. He dreamed of the sound of rain on his window. He dreamed of a small, smooth stone skipping across the water. When he woke, there was no residue of anxiety, only the calm certainty of the new day. He realized he had stopped thinking in terms of choices. The path was not a series of forks, but a single, continuous line. He was walking it. There was no other way. The past had not vanished, but it had lost its power to define him. It was simply wood that had already been shaped, a hull that had already been built. His work now was not to decipher it, but to build upon it, to apply a new layer, to make something seaworthy from the materials at hand. The cake's new ribs began to take shape, a skeleton rising from the old keel. It was slow, hard work. His back ached at the end of each day. He would go home, his clothes smelling of fresh-cut wood and sea air, and he would sleep a deep, dreamless sleep. In the morning, he would return. The work was waiting. The sea was waiting. The quiet was waiting. And he was there to meet it all. Story 7. The tremor began in my right hand, a faint, involuntary shudder that traveled up my arm and settled like a trapped bird beneath my ribs. It was not a tremor of fear, not exactly, but of proximity. The air in my small studio, thick with the smells of ink and cheap paper, had grown heavy, charged with a secret knowledge. I was looking at the morning edition, at the grainy photograph of the third victim, a man named Arthur Finch. And I knew, with a certainty that bypassed logic and settled deep in my bones, that the killer was watching. Not me, Addison Vale, specifically, but me as a part of the city, a cell in the great nervous organism he was methodically dissecting. He was in the room, in the way the light from the window fell across the newsprint, in the distant wail of a siren that seemed to syncopate with the frantic beat of my own heart. The city had a new name for its fear, Ephraim. It was a name born not from a face or a fingerprint, but from a single typewritten letter sent to the Chronicle after the first murder. "My name is Ephraim," it began, as if introducing a pen pal. And then it described in chillingly serene prose the final moments of a young woman named Clara Dawson. The prose was not violent, it was intimate. It spoke of the light leaving her eyes, as if it were a sunset, of the silence that followed as a form of peace. It was signed with a symbol, a simple circle bisected by a single vertical line. The media, of course, devoured it. They called him the psalmist, for his letters had a strange liturgical quality, a cadence that felt both ancient and utterly nouveau. I was a cartoonist. My world was one of defined lines, of exaggerated features, and clear moral victories. Ephraim's world was all shadow and implication. My obsession began as professional curiosity, a search for a visual language to capture this formless dread. I started a series of editorial cartoons, but they felt cheap, inadequate. The sharp angles and grotesque figures I drew could not contain the subtle horror of Ephraim's communiques. So I began to collect them. I pasted every article, every transcribed letter, every police bulletin into large leather-bound folios. My studio, perched in a dilapidated building that smelled perpetually of damp brick and distant train smoke, became a shrine to an absence. Brian, the journalist from the Chronicle, was my reluctant supplier. He was a man built from cynicism and cheap scotch, his face a roadmap of late nights and broken leads. We would meet in a bar called the Anchor, a place where the air was a permanent blue haze, and the floor stuck to your shoes. "He's playing chess on a board we can't even see," Brian muttered one evening, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. He pushed a manila envelope across the sticky table. "The latest. Leonard is about to have an aneurysm." Leonard was Detective Leonard Moss, the nominal head of the task force. I'd met him once, a man whose posture was a monument to institutional fatigue. He saw my interest as a nuisance, a civilian's morbid hobby. "You're drawing pictures, Vale," he told me, his voice flat. "I'm dealing with corpses. Don't confuse the two." But I was confusing them. The lines were blurring. In the silence of my studio, surrounded by the ghosts Ephraim had created, I felt a connection. It was a parasitic intimacy, fed by the very words he sent us. His second letter, after the death of a bus driver named Marco Suarez, contained a line that had seared itself into my mind. "The city breathes through its wounds. I am merely the air it exhales." I started walking the streets at night, my hands buried in my pockets, the tremor a constant companion. I was not looking for a man in a trench coat. I was trying to see the city through his eyes, to find the beauty he saw in its decay, the logic in its chaos. The killings had no pattern. A shop clerk, a student, a retired accountant. Different genders, ages, ethnicities, neighborhoods. The only connection was the letter that followed, and the symbol. The press printed the symbol everywhere. It became a graffiti tag, a Halloween mask, the shape of a pendant you could buy from a street vendor. The horror had been commodified, but its source remained a perfect void. The investigation stretched for months into years. Suspects were paraded before the cameras. A reclusive philosophy professor who wrote about aesthetic violence, a disgraced surgeon with steady hands and a cold demeanor, a quiet librarian with an unsettling collection of true crime books. Leonard would hold press conferences, his face growing more haggard, his suit seeming to hang looser on his frame each time. They had evidence, he'd say. They were following promising leads. But the leads always dissolved. The evidence always pointed in circles. The public's fear curdled into a kind of weary acceptance. A low-grade fever that was now a permanent condition of city life. My own life shrunk to the dimensions of my obsession. My cartoons grew darker, more abstract. My editor complained they were becoming incomprehensible. My friends stopped calling. The only person who understood was Brian, and his understanding was a reflection of his own dissent. He was no longer just chasing a story. He was being chased by it. He started talking about Ephraim not as a criminal, but as a force of nature, an inevitable correction. "He's not killing people," Brian whispered to me one rain-slicked night, his breath a cloud of gin. "He's pruning the city. He's an artist, and the canvas is us, our fear, our collective attention. We're the masterpiece." The break, when it came, was not from the police. It was from me. I was in the public library, deep in the periodical's archive, cross-referencing dates of the murders with anything. Weather patterns, astrological alignments, public transit schedules, news. It was a desperate, madman's errand. And then I found it. Or rather, I felt it. That same tremor, but stronger now, a current running through my whole body. I was looking at a microfiche of a society page from 30 years prior. A charity gala. A photograph of smiling, tuxedoed men and bejeweled women. And in the background, almost cropped out of the frame, was a man. His face was unremarkable, but in his hand, held loosely by his side, was a program for the event. On its cover, someone had doodled a small, almost invisible ink drawing, a circle, bisected by a single vertical line. The caption listed him as Dr. Alistair Vane, a philanthropist. I spent days learning everything I could about him. He was elderly now, a widower, famously reclusive, living in a vast old house on the crest of the city, a place that looked down on everything. He funded museums, hospitals, libraries. He was a pillar, a ghost. I didn't go to Leonard. What would I say? That a doodle and a 30-year-old photograph had convinced me? I went to Brian. His eyes, bloodshot and weary, lit with a predatory gleam I had never seen before. This is it, Edison. This is the face of God. We decided to go to the house, not to confront, but to see, to bear witness. We drove up the winding, wooded road as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of violet and bruised orange. The Vane estate was not a Gothic nightmare. It was a pristine, beautiful, and utterly soulless structure of glass and steel, a monument to tasteful wealth. It was the last place you would imagine a monster to live. We stood at the iron gate, the intercom a silent, black button. The air was cold and clean up here, scented of pine and damp earth. The city below was a sprawling galaxy of lights, a beautiful breathing thing. From this vantage, the chaos looked like order. Brian pressed the button. There was no answer. He pressed it again, his finger trembling. Still nothing. The house was dark. "He's not here," Brian said, his voice hollow. "He's always here," I replied. I reached out and pushed the gate. It swung open without a sound. It had been unlocked all along. We walked up the gravel path, our footsteps crunching like bones in the immense quiet. The front door was a slab of polished dark wood. Brian tried the handle. It turned. The door whispered open onto a cavernous, shadowed foyer. The air inside was still and cool, smelling of lemon polish and something else. Something metallic and clean, like a hospital. We stepped inside. The only light came from the city below, filtering through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long, distorted shadows. The house was a museum of a life. Everything was in its place. Modern art hung on the walls. Sculptures stood on pedestals, each piece isolated and perfectly lit in the gloom. There were no personal photographs, no signs of lived-in comfort. My eyes were drawn to a large desk in the study. On it sat a typewriter, an old, heavy thing. Next to it was a neat stack of paper. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. Brian was already moving, his reporter's instincts overriding any sense of danger. He picked up the top sheet. In the faint light, I saw the familiar typeface. It was a letter, an unfinished one. It began, "The composition is nearing its finale. The final note must be one of perfect silence, a return to the state before the music began." Brian's hands were shaking. "It's him. My God, Edison, it's him." And then a voice, calm and dry as dust, spoke from the shadows behind us. "It is a pleasure to finally have an audience." We turned. Dr. Alistair Vane stood in the doorway. He was an old man, frail, leaning on a simple cane. He wore a neat dark suit. His face was a web of fine lines. His eyes were pale and intelligent. He did not look like a killer. He looked like a retired banker. "You're Ephraim," Brian said, the words a choked accusation. Vane smiled, a thin, bloodless movement of his lips. "Ephraim is a name, a useful fiction, like justice or closure." He took a step forward, his movements slow, deliberate. "You have been my most attentive students. The journalist, chasing the words. The artist, chasing the form. You understood the work better than the man who wears the badge. The work was never about death. It was about perception. I wanted to see if I could change the composition of a city's soul. And I have. Look at it." He gestured with his cane toward the window. toward the glittering panorama. It is forever altered. I have given it a story, a dark, beautiful story that will outlive us all. Miss. Brian was fumbling in his coat pocket for a phone, for a recorder, for something. They'll know now. We know. It's over. Vane's laugh was a soft, rustling sound. Is it? Tell me, what will you tell them? That an old man writes poetic letters. The evidence you seek does not exist in this house. It exists out there. He pointed his cane directly at my chest. It exists in him, in the way he sees the world now. I have not been killing people, Mr. Vale. I have been creating a new way of seeing, and I have succeeded. You are my proof. The truth of his words settled over me, cold and heavy. He was right. There were no trophies, no bloody mementos. The only evidence was the cultural scar, the psychological shift, the obsession that had consumed Brian and Leonard and me. We were the artifacts of his crime. Vane turned and walked back into the shadows. The door will lock behind you. I recommend you do not return. There is nothing more for you here. We stood there, frozen, in that beautiful empty house. We had found the source, and it had looked back at us and found us wanting. We left, walking back down the gravel path in a daze. The gate clicked shut behind us. We never spoke of it to the police. What would be the point? Leonard would have demanded evidence, and we had none. Only a feeling, a story. Brian's article never ran. He quit the paper a week later and disappeared from the city. Leonard retired, a broken man, the case forever open on his record. The killing stopped. The letters ceased. Ephraim simply vanished. Sometimes, in the deep quiet of my studio, the tremor returns. I look at my city, at its teeming, anonymous life, and I see his composition. It is perfect. The fear has faded, but the memory of it is woven into the very fabric of the place, a permanent stain on its consciousness. I never drew him. I could never find a line that would contain him. He was not a man. He was an idea. And ideas do not die. They simply wait. I sit in the silence he left behind, a silence that feels like an answer to a question we were all too afraid to ask. And I watch the lights of the city flicker and dance, a beautiful, haunted masterpiece. And I understand that some mysteries are not meant to be solved. They are meant to be endured. The case is closed because it was never really open. It just was. And it is. My own silence became my final contribution to his work. I stopped drawing altogether. The pens and inks dried up in their jars. The paper yellowed at the edges. The lease on my studio ran out and I let it go, leaving the folios of clippings behind like a shed skin. I moved to a smaller apartment on the other side of the river, a place with a view of a brick wall, and found work as a night watchman in a museum of natural history. It was a place of ended things, of bones and fossils, where the only stories were those of extinction. The quiet suited me. I saw Leonard once about a year after it all ended. He was sitting on a park bench, feeding pigeons from a small paper bag. He looked smaller, his clothes hanging on a frame that seemed to have collapsed in on itself. I sat beside him. For a long time we didn't speak, just watched the birds peck at the scattered crumbs. He spoke first, his voice raspy. They gave me a pension, a watch. He didn't look at me. They said I served the city well. Did you? I asked, the question out before I could stop it. He gave a short, bitter laugh that turned into a cough. I don't know what I did. I followed procedure. I looked for a man. I think I was looking for the wrong thing. He finally turned his head and his eyes were the same as mine, haunted by a void. You knew, didn't you? At the end, you and that reporter, you knew something. And we found a house, I said simply. It was empty. He nodded slowly, as if this confirmed a long-held suspicion. Empty. Yeah, that sounds right. He crumpled the paper bag in his fist. The file is still on my desk at home. I can't put it away. My wife, she wants me to get rid of it. But if I get rid of it, then what was it all for? There was no answer to give him. We sat until the bag was empty and the pigeons dispersed. He left with a nod, a ghost retreating into the daylight. I never saw him again. The city moved on. It always does. New fears replaced the old. A financial scandal, a political crisis, a new virus. Ephraim became a footnote, a piece of local folklore, a name to bring up on slow news days or during Halloween specials. The symbol was still occasionally spray-painted on a wall, but it had lost its power, becoming just another shape in the urban graffiti. The masterpiece was complete, and the audience had grown bored. Then this morning, the tremor returned. It was not a faint shudder, but a violent spasm that knocked my coffee cup from the table, sending dark liquid spreading across the linoleum floor. The feeling of proximity was so intense it stole my breath. The air in my small, sterile kitchen was charged again. I knew with that same bone-deep certainty that it was not over. It had only been resting. I left the broken cup on the floor and walked to the corner store. The headlines were about the mayor's new budget. But below the fold, a small 3-paragraph article caught my eye. A body had been found in the old canal district. A woman. The details were sparse, the tone routine, but the last line made the world tilt on its axis. The police had said no leads, but were investigating the possibility of a copycat, as a note was found near the scene. I did not need to read the note. I knew its cadence. I knew its serene, terrible prose. I knew the symbol that would have been drawn at the bottom. It was not a copycat. A copycat mimics the act, the violence. They cannot mimic the philosophy, the terrifying artistry. This was the original composer. The finale he had spoken of in that dark house was not an ending, but a movement. The silence was over. The music was beginning again. I stood there on the street, the newspaper trembling in my hand. People brushed past me, their faces blank with their own concerns. Unaware of the shift in the atmosphere, the resumption of a familiar, dreadful symphony. He was not pruning the city anymore. He was tending his garden, and I was still a part of it, a note he had written long ago, waiting to be played. I turned and started walking, not back to my apartment, but toward the center of the city, toward the noise and the light. The tremor in my hand was gone, replaced by a terrible, perfect stillness. He was right. The evidence was not in the house. It was in me, and I knew, with a chilling and absolute clarity, exactly where I had to go. The public library was my first stop. It felt like returning to the scene of a crime, the place where the first thread had been pulled. The air was the same, thick with the smell of old paper and dust, but the feeling was different. Before, I had been a hunter, driven by a frantic, obsessive energy. Now, I was a seismograph, waiting for a tremor I knew was coming. I went straight to the periodical's desk, my movements calm and deliberate. The young librarian there didn't recognize me. I asked for the recent editions of the Chronicle for the past week. I spread the papers out on a large wooden table, the same table where I had once hunched over microfiche. My eyes scanned the pages, not for the main stories, but for the small, insignificant reports, the filler pieces about minor accidents, petty crimes, and deaths deemed unnewsworthy. I was looking for the dissonant note in the city's hum. It took me less than an hour. 2 days before the Canal District murder, a short article noted the death of a night watchman at a water treatment plant. He had been found at his post, the victim of an apparent heart attack. The article was 3 sentences long. It mentioned he was a quiet man, a widower with no children. It was the kind of death that happens every day, invisible and unremarkable. But I saw the artistry. A night watchman, a man who guarded the city's essential, unseen machinery. His death was not a loud public performance. It was a quiet adjustment, a single note played pianissimo. It was a test, a warm-up for the instrument. The canal killing was the return to a familiar, louder theme, a signal to the few who would understand that the composer was back at his stand. I left the library and walked. I walked for hours, my path a slow, concentric spiral moving inward from the city's edges toward its heart. I was not looking for a man. I was listening for the composition. I passed the Anchor, its windows dark and grimy. I passed the old police precinct where Leonard had worn out his spirit. I stood for a long time outside the building that had housed my studio, the windows now boarded up. These were all relics of the first movement. The tremor did not return, but the stillness inside me grew more profound. It was a listening stillness. He was not in the shadows. He was in the pattern. He had told us the final note must be one of perfect silence. But a finale is not one note. It is a series of resolving chords. The silence he left behind was the pause between movements, and we had mistaken it for the end. As dusk began to bleed into the city, staining the glass and steel a deep orange, I found myself at the base of the hill leading up to the Vane estate. I had not planned to come here. My feet had carried me. The gate was still there, the intercom still a black, unblinking eye. I did not press the button. I did not touch the gate. I simply stood and looked up the winding road toward the house I knew was empty. He would not be there. That was part of the past composition. He had moved on to a new venue. A city bus hissed to a stop at the curb nearby, its doors folding open with a sigh. The interior was bright, a capsule of yellow light in the gathering dark. Without thinking, I stepped on, finding a seat by a window as the bus pulled away. I didn't care where it was going. I watched the city slide past, a blur of light and motion. And then I saw it. Not him, but the echo of his hand. On a bus shelter, a fresh sticker had been pasted. It was an ad for a new brand of vodka, sleek and modern. But in the bottom corner, someone had drawn a small, precise symbol in black marker. A circle, bisected by a single vertical line. It was not vandalism. It was a signature. He was not hiding. He was integrating. The masterpiece was not a separate thing to be observed. It was the city itself, and he was its guiding consciousness, its unseen curator. The bus moved on, carrying me deeper into the night. I closed my eyes. The case was not closed. It had never been a case. It was a conversation, and he was speaking again. My role was no longer that of the observer, the artist, the chronicler. I was a part of the composition, a recurring motif. He had written me into his symphony long ago, and now the baton was raised. The music was swelling, and I had no choice but to play my part. The bus ride was a long one, a circuitous route through the veins of the city. I stayed on until the end of the line, a desolate terminal on the industrial waterfront. The air here smelled of salt and rust. I got off and walked again, drawn by the pull of the water. The streets were empty, the warehouses looming like sleeping giants. My footsteps echoed, a solitary percussion in the vast quiet. I found myself standing before a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond it lay the old canal district, the scene of the new murder. The police tape was gone, the area long since processed and abandoned. The water was black and sluggish, reflecting the few distant lights in oily shimmers. This was where he had chosen to reintroduce himself. Not in a place of wealth or power, but here, in a forgotten artery of the city. A place of decay and slow, patient water. A soft crunch of gravel sounded behind me. I did not turn. I had been expecting him. I had felt the composition building to this moment. "You are the only one who came," the voice said. It was still calm, still dry, but there was a new energy thrumming beneath it, a conductor's satisfaction. Alistair Vane stepped up to the fence beside me, leaning on his cane. He was dressed not in a suit, but in dark, functional clothing, a maintenance worker's uniform. A ghost in plain sight. "I knew you would understand the announcement," he said, his gaze on the black water. "The others, they were useful, but limited. The reporter wanted a story. The detective wanted a culprit. You always wanted the truth of the shape. You are the only one who sees the city as I do. A living, breathing canvas." I finally turned to look at him. The city light cast his aged face in sharp relief. A topographical map of his terrible work. "You said it was over. You said the final note was silence." "And it will be," he replied, his eyes gleaming. "But a symphony has multiple movements. The first was a manifesto, loud and declarative. The second will be an elegy, quieter, more profound. A return to the themes, but matured, refined. The fear before was crude, a blunt instrument. Now we move to a more subtle terror, the terror of insignificance." He gestured with his cane toward the water. She was not a random choice. She was a city planner, a woman who spent her career drawing lines on maps, deciding where life would flow. I simply corrected one of her lines. He looked at me, and his smile was genuine, almost paternal. "You are an artist, Edison. You know that creation and destruction are the same gesture. I am not a killer. I am a sculptor of consciousness." "Monsieur, why show yourself to me now?" I asked, my voice flat, the stillness in me absolute. "Why break your own rule?" "Because an artist needs a witness," he said simply. "A true witness. Someone who appreciates the form, not just the content. Brian is gone. Leonard is broken, but you endured. You absorbed the work. You became a part of it. Your silence was your most eloquent critique, and now your presence here is your ratification." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single folded piece of paper. He offered it to me through the chain link. I took it. I didn't need to open it. I could feel the texture of the paper, the impression of the typewriter keys. It was the next movement. "The composition requires your participation, Edison," he said softly. "Not as an observer, not anymore. Your final drawing, the one you could never make. It is time." He turned and began to walk away, his figure dissolving into the shadows between the warehouses. "The canvas is waiting." I stood there for a long time, the folded paper heavy in my hand. I looked down at the black water, at the reflection of the sky. I understood now. The finale was not his silence. It was mine. He had not returned to kill. He had returned to complete his masterpiece, and I was the final, necessary element. He had written the city's fear, and now he wanted to write its acceptance. My acceptance. The tremor was gone because the struggle was over. The path was clear. I unfolded the paper. The words were few, a simple instruction, an address, a place where two lines on the city's map converged, a place of perfect, terrible symmetry. I turned from the canal and began to walk, the paper clutched in my hand, a new and final rhythm guiding my steps into the heart of the waiting night. The address led me to a bridge, an old stone arch spanning the river that divided the city's past from its present. It was not a place of isolation, but of connection, a constant thrumming flow of traffic and pedestrians even at this late hour. He had chosen a stage of movement, of life in transit. I stood at the center of the span, leaning against the cold, rough stone of the balustrade, and looked down at the dark, churning water below. The lights of the city danced on its surface, a chaotic reflection of the order he saw. I understood his instruction. This was the convergence. Not of streets on a map, but of themes. The bridge was a line he had drawn, connecting the first movement to the second. It was a statement. He was not lurking in the forgotten corners anymore. He was here, in the pulse of the city itself. The final act would not be hidden. It would be witnessed by 1,000 blind eyes. I felt his presence before I saw him. He did not approach me. He simply appeared, standing a dozen feet away, leaning on his cane as if he were any other old man pausing to enjoy the night view. He was looking at me, not at the water. His expression was one of serene expectation. I pulled the folded paper from my pocket. I did not look at it again. I held it out over the water, my fingers loosening their grip. The night wind caught it, a pale flutter that tumbled and spun before vanishing into the darkness below. It was not a gesture of defiance, but of understanding. I was rejecting my role as his witness, his chronicler. I would not follow his map. His smile did not falter. It deepened, as if I had performed exactly as he'd hoped. He gave a slow, approving nod. The composition was flexible. It could accommodate my refusal, turning it into a new, more complex chord. He turned then, and for a moment his profile was silhouetted against the glittering skyline, a sharp, dark cutout against the light. He was the void, the negative space that gave the city its shape. Then he melted into the crowd, a shadow absorbed by other shadows, the conductor returning to the orchestra. I did not try to follow. There was no point. The police would never find him. Leonard's file would remain open, a testament to a question that had no answer. Brian was gone. I was the last one, and my part was finished. I looked at the city, his masterpiece, and I saw it not with terror, but with a profound and weary clarity. He was right. He was not a man. He was a pattern, a force of nature. You cannot arrest the wind. You cannot prosecute the tide. You can only endure it. I turned and walked home, the weight of his presence lifting with every step. The silence that settled around me was different this time. It was not his silence. It was mine. It was not an answer, but a choice. The case was closed for me. I had reached the end of my line. The city would go on, and so would he. A permanent, unseen note in its endless roaring song. And I would learn, finally, how to be deaf to it. The deafness did not come easily. It was a discipline, like holding a difficult pose for a lifetime. I moved my studio to a different part of the city, a bright, airy space with north-facing windows that showed nothing but sky. I stopped drawing the city's architecture and began drawing the objects in my room. A cup, a chair, a wilting plant. I focused on their simple, silent forms. I avoided the news. I changed my routes. I learned the art of not seeing. Weeks bled into months. The season turned. The city's new fears flourished and were replaced in turn. I managed for whole days at a time to forget. The stillness I had cultivated felt less like a listening post and more like a genuine peace. Then, on a Tuesday, the mail came. Among the bills and catalogs was a plain, cream-colored envelope with no return address. My name and address were typed on a label, the font clean and impersonal. Inside was a single high-gloss photograph. It was a picture of a public park, the one 2 blocks from my new studio. The angle was from a bench, capturing a stretch of path where I walked every afternoon. In the center of the path, caught in mid-stride, was me. The photo was not menacing in a conventional way. It was not grainy or shot from a distance. It was perfectly composed, the light catching my shoulders, the focus sharp on my preoccupied expression. It was a study. It was art. There was no note, no symbol, no typewritten prose. The message was in the composition itself. He was not threatening me. He was reminding me I was still on his canvas. My silence, my retreat, my attempt at deafness. It was all just another movement in his symphony. My refusal to participate had been a variation he had anticipated, a rest in the music that made the eventual return of the theme more powerful. I did not destroy the photograph. I placed it on my drawing table and looked at it for a long time. I looked at the man in the picture, trying to hide in plain sight, believing he had found a way out. I saw the futility in his stride. I picked up a pencil, my hand perfectly steady. I did not draw the park or the path or the man. I turned the photograph over, and on its blank white back, I began to draw the only thing left to draw. I drew the negative space around the image. I drew the shape of his attention. It was a cage, but it was also a frame. And as my pencil moved across the paper, I understood that the masterpiece was not the city, and it was not the fear. It was the unbearable intimacy between the artist and his subject. And that was a composition from which there was no walking away. The drawing was not a sketch, but a rendering, precise and patient. I mapped the unseen lines of force that connected the lens of his camera to my back, the vectors of his gaze. It was the most technically perfect thing I had ever made, and it was a map of my own captivity. When it was finished, I left it on the table and went for a walk, not to the park, but in the opposite direction, toward the bustling commercial district. I did not look over my shoulder. I knew he was there. I could feel the pressure of his attention like a change in atmospheric pressure. I walked into a crowded coffee shop, the air thick with the scent of roasted beans and the hiss of steam. I ordered a black coffee and took a seat by the window, facing the street. People came and went, a river of anonymous life. I took a sip of the bitter liquid and waited. I did not have to wait long. He entered not as a predator, but as a patron, taking a place at the counter 2 stools down. He did not look at me. He ordered a tea. We sat in silence for a full 5 minutes, 2 men among many, surrounded by the clatter and chatter. It was he who finally spoke, his voice low, meant only for me. "The drawing is exceptional," he said, stirring his tea. "You have finally grasped the central principle. The subject is defined by the observation." "I am not your subject, Alistair," I said, my eyes still on the street. "Everything is my subject," he replied, his tone one of gentle correction, "including your denial. It adds a beautiful texture." He took a slow sip. "I am not here to harm you. I am here to offer you a promotion." I finally turned my head. He looked older, more worn, but his eyes were the same clear, chilling blue. "A promotion. From subject to collaborator," he said. "The second movement is complete. The third requires a duet. You see the shape as I do. Together, we could create something truly sublime. Not just fear, but understanding. A shared vision of the city's true soul." He was serious. This was the culmination of his work on me. Not to kill me, but to recruit me. To make me a willing instrument in his orchestra. The ultimate perversion of my art. I looked at his hands resting on the counter. The hands that had ended lives, that had arranged scenes, that had typed out his justifications. They were just hands. "I have my own work to do," I said. "Your drawings of cups and chairs?" He almost smiled. That is not work. That is hiding. This," he gestured faintly, encompassing the room, the city beyond. "This is the work, the only work that matters." I stood up, leaving my half-finished coffee on the table. I looked down at him. This small old man with his monstrous philosophy. The fear was gone. In its place was a clear, cold pity. "You are wrong," I said. "You see patterns, but you are blind to the things that break them. You see a city, but you cannot see a person. Your masterpiece is a soliloquy, Alistair. A long, loud speech to an empty room. For the first time, A flicker of something other than calm passed over his face. It was not anger, but a profound and genuine confusion, as if I had spoken in a language he had never heard. I walked out of the coffee shop and back into the flow of the street. I did not know if he would follow. I did not know if his next composition would feature my death. It no longer mattered. I had found the one line he could not draw, the one shape he could not comprehend. I had drawn a boundary. It was a small, quiet act, invisible to the city. But it was mine. And for the first time since I had heard his name, the silence that followed me felt like my own. The city felt different as I walked. The sounds of traffic and conversation were no longer a chaotic noise to be deciphered, but simply sounds. The people were no longer potential motifs in a grand design, but simply people. I went back to my studio and looked at the drawing I had made on the back of the photograph. It was accurate, but it was a record of a state I had moved beyond. I picked it up, folded it once, and placed it in a drawer. It was a part of my history, but it was not my future. I returned to my drawing table and looked at the blank sheet of paper waiting there. I picked up my pencil. This time, I did not draw the negative space. I did not draw the grand, terrible architecture of his will. I drew the coffee cup I had left on the table in the shop. I focused on the curve of its rim, the dark stain at its bottom, the way the light from the window had caught its handle. It was a small thing, an insignificant thing. It was everything. Days turned into a week, then 2. I worked. I slept. I walked. The anticipation of his next move, the dread of his presence, began to recede. Not because I believed he was gone, but because I had ceased to give his presence meaning. He was a fact, like the weather. I would not build my life around the possibility of a storm. It was a month later on a rainy afternoon when I saw the final message. I was walking past a newsstand, and my eye, trained by a lifetime of habit, caught a headline on the folded stack of the evening edition. It was not a story about a murder. It was an obituary. Alistair Vane, 71, had been found dead in his small, unremarkable apartment. The cause was listed as natural, a heart attack. The article was brief, noting he was a retired civil engineer with no known family. There was no grand finale, no last, perfect crime. Just a quiet, solitary end. I stood in the rain, the newspaper growing damp in my hands, and felt a hollow ache where I expected relief or triumph. He had cheated the city of its climax. He had stopped his own symphony mid-phrase. I walked home slowly, the rain soaking through my coat. I thought of his confusion in the coffee shop. I had presented him with a variable his composition could not account for. Not defiance, but simple, profound indifference. I had ceased to be a receptive audience. And without a witness, without someone to see the shape, perhaps the shape itself had ceased to matter to him. His heart, which had beat in time with his terrible art, had simply given out. That night, I went to the window and looked out at the city. The lights glittered through the falling rain. It was still a masterpiece, but its author was gone. The patterns were still there, but they were just patterns now, the random, beautiful, chaotic product of millions of lives. I listened for the music he had always heard, the symphony of fear and control. I heard only the rain, a gentle, anonymous percussion on the glass. It was a sound that asked for no interpretation, that meant nothing more or less than what it was. And for the first time in years, the silence inside me was complete. I began a new series of drawings the next day. Not of cups or chairs, but of the city again. I drew the cracks in the pavement, the way ivy clung to a brick wall, the weary slope of a commuter's shoulders. I drew without the intention of finding a pattern or a hidden message. I drew to see the thing itself, separate from any story I or Alistair Vane could impose upon it. The work was slow, and it was quiet. A package arrived a week after I read the obituary. It was a flat, rectangular box, left leaning against my studio door. There was no postage, no label. My heart did not race. My hands did not tremble. I carried it inside, placed it on the table, and opened it. Inside was a portfolio, bound in simple, worn leather. I untied the strings and opened it. The first sheet was a map of the city, but it was not a standard map. It was hand-drawn, intricate, and beautiful. The lines of the streets were overlaid with a delicate, almost musical notation, a visual representation of his symphony. Each victim's location was marked not with a cross, but with a small, unique glyph. I turned the pages. They were filled with his work. Early sketches of his concepts, philosophical musings, and then the clean, precise plans for each act. It was his manifesto, his score, the complete and total record of his life's work. There was no note for me. The final page was a drawing, not of a city, but of a single, empty room. It was my studio, rendered in perfect detail from a perspective high in the corner, as if from a camera I had never found. The drawing table was there, the chair, the window, and on the table was a sheet of paper, blank except for a single, small, carefully drawn coffee cup in its center. He had been here. He had seen my rejection, my small defiance, and he had accepted it. This portfolio was not a threat. It was a bequest. He had left his masterpiece to the only person he believed could truly appreciate its form. He had made me his curator. I closed the portfolio and retied the strings. I carried it to the back of my studio, to a large, flat file where I keep old work. I slid it into a bottom drawer, underneath a stack of failed landscapes and forgotten figure studies. I pushed the drawer shut and heard the solid final thud of wood against wood. I did not call the police. I did not call Leon. The world believed Alistair Vane was a retired civil engineer who died alone. Let them. His truth was a burden I would now carry, not as a participant or a witness, but as a keeper of a terrible secret. His symphony was over. The instruments were silent. My job was not to play it again, but to ensure it was never heard. I returned to my drawing table, to the simple, profound work of my own quiet life. A life now framed by a silence I had chosen, and a responsibility I would never share. The weight of the portfolio in the drawer was a physical presence in the studio, a dark star whose gravity I had to consciously resist. I did not open it again. To study it would be to fall back into his rhythm, to become the collaborator he had wanted. Instead, I focused on the granular details of the world, the things that resisted grand narratives. I drew the rust on a fire escape, the individual leaves on the wilting plant, the way dust motes danced in a sunbeam. This was my antidote. Months passed, then a year. The city's memory is short, its anxieties fluid. New headlines replaced the old. Leonard retired. We had one final lunch, and he spoke of fishing, of his grandchildren, of all the things he had put aside for the job. He never mentioned the Vane case, and I knew he had officially, in his own mind, closed the file. I did not disabuse him of this. It was a kindness I could finally give. My work began to gain a different kind of attention. A small gallery offered me a show. I called it Still Lives, a quiet pun only I understood. The drawings were of ordinary objects, but rendered with an intensity that made them feel both fragile and eternal. On the opening night, as people moved quietly through the white-walled room, I felt a sense of peace. This was my language. This was my territory. It was then I saw her, an elderly woman, elegantly dressed, standing for a long time before a drawing of a simple wooden spoon. There was a focus in her posture, a deep and familiar stillness that made my breath catch. She turned, and her eyes met mine across the room. They were a pale, clear blue, Alistair's eyes. She did not smile. She simply gave a slow, deliberate nod, as if in recognition of a shared truth. Then she turned and walked out of the gallery, disappearing into the evening crowd. I did not follow. I stood frozen, the chatter of the gallery fading to a dull hum. The portfolio in my bottom drawer seemed to pulse with a new, cold energy. His work was over, but his world was not. He had had a sister, a wife, a disciple I would never know. The composition was more complex than I had ever imagined. The silence I had cultivated was not an end, but merely a rest in a much longer piece. And I understood that my role was not, and had never been, that of a curator. It was that of the next theme, waiting for its turn to be played. I turned back to my guests, a smile on my face. The silence within me now a listening one once more. The show was a success. The reviews used words like meditative and unflinching. They saw the honesty in the work, but they did not see the cost. They did not see the frame around every still life, the negative space I had learned to draw so well. I sold several pieces, but I kept the drawing of the coffee cup. I hung it in my studio not as a trophy, but as a reminder of the boundary I had drawn. It was my first line, and it would not be my last. I did not change my routines. I did not look for the blue-eyed woman in crowds. To do so would be to re-enter the game on his terms, to become a piece in someone else's composition. I simply continued my work, my awareness heightened. I was like a safecracker, listening for the faint, almost imperceptible clicks of a lock. I knew the mechanism now. I knew the feel of its tumblers. My new drawings became sharper, more specific. I began a series on windows, not the views from them, but the windows themselves. The flaking paint on the sills, the subtle warping of the glass, the way the light reflected off the surface at different times of day. It was a study in barriers, in transparency and reflection, in what is seen and what is hidden. It was my way of mapping my own defenses. A year after the gallery show, a letter arrived. It was not typed on a label, but handwritten in a precise, spidery script on heavy cream-colored paper. The postmark was from a city hundreds of miles away. It contained no greeting, no signature. He believed you were the only one who could see the architecture of his will. I see that he was correct. But architecture is not the only art. There is also the art of the gardener, who understands that some things must be pruned so that others may flourish. The garden has been untended for too long. It requires a new hand. I read it once, then fed it to the flame of my gas stove, watching the paper curl and blacken. The message was clear. She was not a mere appreciator. She was a successor, and she was not interested in collaboration. She saw me as an overgrown branch, something to be shaped or removed. The portfolio in my drawer was no longer just a record. It was a seed, and it had found fertile ground. I felt no fear this time, only a cold, clear certainty. Alistair Vane's symphony was over, but a new piece was beginning. This one would not be a duet. It would be a duel, and I would not be the subject, caged and observed. I would be the gardener. I took a fresh sheet of paper and began to draw. Not the city, not an object, but the elegant, ruthless script of the letter I had just destroyed. I would learn her hand as I had learned his. I would learn the shape of her attention. And then I would begin to prune. The paper was a different texture, a different tooth. My pencil moved with a new kind of precision, not the frantic energy of fear, but the deliberate, patient stroke of strategy. I was not drawing an object, but a personality. The loops of her L's, the sharp, unforgiving angle of her bars. This was my first study of the new subject. I would need to understand her composition if I was to disrupt it. I worked through the night, the single lamp on my table casting a pool of light in the dark studio. By dawn, I had a sheet filled with her handwriting, replicated, analyzed, broken down into its constituent parts. It was a start. The next step was to understand her metaphor. The gardener. Alistair was the architect, building structures of fear. She saw herself as a cultivator, a shaper of growth and decay. This implied a different timescale, a different kind of patience. It was not about the dramatic act, but the slow, inevitable consequence. I began to take different walks, no longer just for the sake of walking, but to observe the city's green spaces. The manicured parks, the wild forgotten lots, the ivy choking the sides of buildings. I saw how a gardener's will was imposed upon nature, how it could be both nurturing and brutally controlling. I started drawing these spaces, focusing on the points of conflict, the place where a tree root cracked a pavement, where a rose bush was tethered to a trellis, where weeds pushed through ordered gravel. Weeks turned into a month. I expected another letter, a sign, a test. None came. Her silence was a different pressure than Alistair's. It was not a constant surveillance, but a patient waiting. She was allowing me to grow in the direction I would, the better to see which branches needed cutting. I could not afford to wait for her to make the first move. I had to plant a seed of my own. I selected one of my drawings, a detailed study of a community garden plot that had fallen into neglect. Among the vibrant, untamed weeds, I had drawn a single, cultivated tomato plant, struggling for life. It was an image of failed intention. I packaged it carefully, and with the same meticulous hand I had learned from her letter, I addressed it to the name I had quietly researched, the only person connected to Alistair Vane's past who fit the profile. A Dr. Eleanor Vane, a retired botanist living in a quiet, leafy suburb 300 miles away. I included no note. The drawing was the message. The wait that followed was filled not with dread, but with a focused anticipation. I had thrown a stone into the quiet pond of her world. Now I listened for the ripples. They came not to my home, but to my gallery. The curator called, his voice excited. A patron, a Dr. Vane, had purchased the entire Windows series from the Still Lives show. She had paid in full, in cash, and had only one request: that the artist personally oversee the crating of the pieces for their shipment. It was an invitation, a summons to a specific location at a specific time, a perfect place for a gardener to do her work. I agreed. The gallery was closed to the public the day I arrived to crate the drawings. The large white rooms were echoingly empty, the windows looking out onto the busy street like giant, lit screens. My drawings of windows were stacked against a wall, waiting. I set to work, my movements slow and deliberate. I was halfway through securing the first piece in its custom box when I heard the soft click of a door closing. I did not turn around. I continued smoothing the protective foam. "I wondered if you would come," her voice said. It was softer than Alistair's, but it carried the same absolute certainty. "You purchased my work," I said, still not turning. "I'm here to see it safely on its journey." "A journey to where, I wonder?" she mused. I heard her footsteps on the polished concrete floor, circling me. My brother thought in lines and structures. He never understood that true control is biological. It is about life and the direction of life. He was a brilliant man, but a blunt instrument. Finally, I straightened and faced her. She was older than I had imagined, her hair cap of white, her posture erect. But her eyes were exactly as I remembered. Alistair's piercing blue, observing, assessing. "You think I am a weed in your garden," I said. "I think you are a plant of unknown variety," she corrected. "One that has grown in the shadow of a great fallen tree. I need to know if you are poisonous, or if you bear fruit. My brother left you his work. He saw a potential successor, I see a potential infection. She stopped a few feet from me, her gaze falling to the drawing I was pecking. It was a window from my own studio, the one through which I had watched the rain the night Alistair died. "You draw barriers very well," she said, "but you have yet to learn that every barrier is also a gateway. It depends on which side you are on." Then it's a good thing I know how to draw both sides," I replied. For the first time, something akin to a smile touched her lips. It was not a warm expression. It was the satisfied look of a gardener who has just found a particularly interesting specimen. "The crating can wait," she said. "Walk with me. There is a park across the street. I would like to show you a tree I have been observing. It is being strangled by a vine. A perfect example of a symbiotic relationship turned parasitic. I think you will find the composition instructive." She turned and walked toward the gallery's entrance, not looking back to see if I followed. It was the same assumption of control her brother had always displayed. The same test. I looked at the half-crated drawing of my window, then at her retreating back. I had choice. I could finish my work, my defined task, and stay within the relative safety of this defined space. Or I could step across the threshold and into her world, on her terms, to learn the rules of her game. I laid the roll of tape down on the table. The sound was small and final in the empty gallery. Then I followed her out into the light.